Sadboi's Incredibly Strange Multifandom Adventure. Chapter 1, A New Splash in Bikini Bottom. Sadboi floated gently through the sea, the water surprisingly warm and inviting. She blinked through her teary eyehole, taking in the vibrant underwater world around her. The soft pastel blue of her cubehead shimmered in the dappled light that danced through the waves above. She felt a sense of peace she hadn't known in years, yet the memory of her traumatic past weighed heavy on her mind. The accident that had left her a parasite, the endless pursuit by the U.S. Supernatural Department, and the cold shoulder from her own family were not easily forgotten. A school of tiny, neon fish darted around her, their playful movements bringing a small smile to her lips. The vastness of the ocean was a stark contrast to the cramped hiding spots she'd been confined to for so long. It was a welcome change, but she couldn't shake the feeling of being out of place. Her comfy hoodie and sweatpants clung to her human host's body, the fabric surprisingly dry in the water. As she approached the bustling city of Bikini Bottom, she felt a pang of anxiety. The thought of being surrounded by so many unfamiliar faces was overwhelming. Her vibesense tingled, picking up on the emotions of the sea creatures around her. It was a cacophony of feelings, yet she longed for the simplicity of her quiet life in the forest. The French narrator, with his suave accent, suddenly broke the silence in her thoughts. "Ah, welcome to the magical world of Bikini Bottom, where the days are merry and the nights are bubbly." He looked at her with a knowing smile beneath his diving helmet. "You seem lost, young cubehead. Perhaps you are looking for someone." Sadboi hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Her ability to communicate with beings from other dimensions had always been a secret, a quirk she'd kept to herself. But here, with no one else to turn to, she decided to take a chance. I don't know how I got here," she stuttered, her voice echoing slightly in the water. "I've just been floating around." The narrator nodded sagely. "Ah, the tides of fate are a curious thing, aren't they? Well, perhaps you'll find your answers in the heart of our little metropolis." He gestured towards the colorful coral buildings and waving seaweed that made up the cityscape. "But first, let's get you acquainted with the locals, shall we?" With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Sadboi followed the French narrator into the bustling streets of Bikini Bottom. She clutched her favorite plushie tightly, one of Meta Knight. She checked her phone, and surprisingly, she still had connection to the internet, the same one she's familiarized herself with so well in the real world. As they swam closer to the town square, she couldn't help but overhear snatches of conversation. A group of jellyfish giggled about the latest episode of Mermaid Melody, and a couple of fish were arguing about the best way to cook a Krabby Patty. The vibrancy of the world washed over her like the waves of the ocean. It was so alive. The French narrator led her to the center of the square where a peculiar event was unfolding. A crowd had gathered around a large rock, where Patrick Star was holding a megaphone, trying to organize a pet rock show. Sadboi recognized him instantly from the show she used to watch as a kid. She felt a thrill of excitement and fear mingle together. She'd never interacted with someone from a different dimension before. Suddenly, Patrick spotted her and the narrator. His eyes went wide with wonder. "Look, it's a new friend. And she's got a head shaped like a cube," he exclaimed, swimming over with surprising speed for a starfish. The crowd parted, revealing a stage made of coral and kelp. Sadboi's heart pounded in her chest. She hadn't expected to be the center of attention so soon. But the narrator gave her a reassuring nod. "Just be yourself," he murmured, his voice faintly echoing in the enclosed space of her mind. Patrick looked at her expectantly. "What's your talent, cubehead?" he asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and kindness. Sadboi took a deep breath and thought about her skills. Her mind raced through the coding languages she knew, the art she'd created, and the survival tactics she'd learned. But none of that seemed to fit here. Then she remembered the one thing she enjoyed doing the most, sharing her love for the media she adored. With a shaky smile, she raised her hand. I can. I can tell you about my favorite show. The words spilled out of her like water from a faucet. It's called Kamen Rider Build and it's about a guy who becomes a superhero by combining different powers called best matches. The crowd's interest grew, and soon Patrick was handing her the megaphone. She took it with trembling hands, the cold metal feeling foreign in her grasp. She began to recount the tales of the show, her voice growing stronger with every word. Her vibesense tingled as she felt the emotions of those around her. Surprise, confusion, and then, something else. The beginnings of understanding and maybe, just maybe, a spark of friendship. As she talked, the colors around her grew brighter, the sounds more vivid. It was as if the world of Bikini Bottom had come alive in a way it never had before. She saw nods of approval, smiles spreading on the faces of those who listened. The French narrator watched her from the side, a proud smile playing on his lips. You see, he said quietly, you've already found your place here. Sometimes, the biggest adventures start with the smallest conversations. The crowd erupted into applause, and for the first time since her arrival, Sadboi felt a glimmer of hope. Maybe, just maybe, she could make a life for herself here. Or, even better, she could help others understand the worlds she'd always felt so connected to, despite being so different from them. The adventure had only just begun. Sadboi's impromptu monologue about Kamen Rider Build had captured the attention of more than just Patrick and the curious Bikini Bottomites. As the applause died down, she noticed a peculiar-looking figure standing at the edge of the crowd, a blue blur of energy and excitement. It was none other than Sonic the Hedgehog, his iconic red and white shoes barely touching the sea floor as he bobbed in the water. Wow, you're totally rad! He exclaimed, zooming over to her. I've never met someone who could talk about shows like they're real. Sadboi's eyes grew wide with astonishment. She'd always felt like an outsider for her love of fictional worlds, but here, in this bizarre underwater city, she'd found someone who understood. The French narrator gave a knowing wink. Ah, it seems you have a fan from another dimension. The blue hedgehog's eyes lit up as he heard the narrator's words. Another dimension? That's so cool. Maybe you can help me out. I've been looking for some friends to join me in a race across the multiverse. He looked at her with hopeful eyes, and she couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. The narrator's smile grew wider. Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. First things first, we must introduce you to the locals properly. And who better to start with than our dear Mr. Krabs? He gestured towards a nearby restaurant, where the cantankerous crab was busy counting his coins. Tentatively, Sadboi approached Mr. Krabs, her heart racing. What would he think of her? Would he be like the humans who had feared and shunned her? But to her surprise, he greeted her with a warm smile. Welcome to the Krusty Krab. Name's Krabs, and I'm the boss around here. What can I do for you, young un? Sadboi took a deep breath, trying to compose herself. I just got here, and I was wondering if there was any work I could do. She asked, her voice a bit shaky. The idea of fitting in and being accepted was both terrifying and exhilarating. Mr. Krabs' eyes narrowed as he sized her up. Well, I could always use an extra hand, especially with the Krabby Patty cannon. But it's not for the faint of heart. He cackled, his beady eyes gleaming with mischief. The challenge was accepted, and soon, Sadboi found herself behind the counter of the Krusty Krab, her hands a blur as she assembled Krabby Patties with surprising efficiency. The customers were a mix of amazement and delight as they watched the new cubehead employee work her magic. The French narrator leaned against the counter, watching with a mix of amusement and admiration. As the day grew to an end, and the last customer had been served, Patrick swam over, his eyes shining with an idea. Hey, cubehead! Why don't you come over to my rock tonight? We can have a sleepover and I'll introduce you to SpongeBob. The invitation was unexpected, but it warmed her heart. She'd never had friends before, not real ones she could share her interests with. I'd love to, she said, her voice filled with genuine excitement. The French narrator gave her a pat on the shoulder. You go on, I'll catch up with you later. Remember, the adventure is just beginning. With a nod, Sadboi followed Patrick through the twisting streets of Bikini Bottom. The sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow over the city. She couldn't believe her luck. Not only had she found a place where she could be herself, but she had also made friends. Maybe, just maybe, this strange new world wasn't so scary after all. As they approached Patrick's rock, a figure emerged from the pineapple-shaped house next door. It was SpongeBob Squarepants himself, waving enthusiastically. Patrick, who's your friend? He called out. Patrick beamed. This is Sadboi. She's from another dimension and she's totally into Kamen Rider build. He announced, and SpongeBob's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, that sounds like a cool show. I've heard of it, but I've never had the chance to watch it. SpongeBob exclaimed, shaking his yellow hand eagerly. Welcome to our little patch of the ocean, Sadboi. Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her as she took in the sight of the iconic sponge in person. Thanks, SpongeBob, she replied, her voice a bit calmer now. I've heard of you too, obviously. I mean, who hasn't? The three of them chatted away as they settled into Patrick's rock. The inside was surprisingly cozy, with a large TV and an assortment of plus-highs and blankets scattered about. The smell of popcorn filled the air, and a sense of belonging washed over her like the tide. As the night grew darker, they huddled around the TV, and SpongeBob pulled out a DVD of Kamen Rider Build. The opening theme blared through the tiny living room, and Sadboi found herself getting lost in the world she knew so well. She felt the vibesense tingle again, but this time, it was a gentle warmth that filled her. The hours flew by as they watched episode after episode, the laughter and gasps of the sea creatures melding with the sounds of the show. Sadboi found herself explaining the intricate plot lines and character relationships, her voice gaining confidence with every word. The French narrator had been right, sharing her love for these worlds had brought her closer to these new friends than she could have ever imagined. As the credits rolled on the final episode, she looked around at her new companions. So, what do you guys think? She asked, her heart racing with anticipation. Patrick let out a content sigh. I think it's time for bed. That was a wild ride. He stretched out on the floor, his eyes already drooping with sleep. SpongeBob nodded in agreement. I can't wait to see more tomorrow, he said, a yawn escaping him. You're totally sleeping over, right? Sadboi couldn't help the smile that spread across her face. Yes, eyes, she replied, using her favorite internet slang. I'd love to. As she lay down on a pile of plus-highs, she felt the weight of the world lifted from her shoulders. For the first time in a long time, she didn't feel like she had to hide who she was. The gentle lull of the sea outside and the soft snores of her new friends inside filled her with a sense of peace. The French narrator's words echoed in her mind as she drifted off to sleep. The biggest adventures start with the smallest conversations. And here she was, in the middle of an adventure she never could have dreamed of. Chapter 2, The Call. The next morning, she awoke to the sound of seagulls squawking outside. The salty scent of the ocean was a stark contrast to the fresh pine scent of the forest she was used to. But it wasn't unpleasant, it was a new smell, a new beginning. She sat up and looked around, her eyes landing on a note scribbled on a piece of seaweed. Good morning, Sadboi. Me and Patrick are going jellyfishing. Join us when you're ready. It read in SpongeBob's bubbly handwriting. With a smile, she grabbed her phone and sent a message to the French narrator. Having an adventure, she typed out. We'll keep you updated. The world outside the rock was already bustling with activity. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, casting a soft light over the coral structures of Bikini Bottom. As she stepped out, she saw Patrick and SpongeBob in the distance, waving at her. Her heart swelled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. This was it. She was going to live out the adventures she'd only ever seen on screen, and she was going to do it with friends by her side. The French narrator's voice was a comforting whisper in her mind. Remember, Sadboi, this is your adventure. Embrace it. She nodded to herself and swam over to her new friends. Morning, guys, she said, her voice still a bit groggy. Morning, cubehead. Patrick called back, his eyes barely open. You're up early, SpongeBob said with a yawn. Ready for some jellyfishing. Sadboi had never been jellyfishing before, but she was eager to learn. She followed them to the jellyfish fields, where the air was filled with the gentle hum of jellyfish fluttering about. The sight was mesmerizing, their glowing tentacles swaying in the water like ethereal dancers. As they began the sport, she realized that jellyfishing was a lot harder than it looked. The jellyfish kept slipping from her grasp, and she was afraid she'd hurt them with her clumsy attempts. But Patrick and SpongeBob were patient teachers, showing her the ropes with their nets and encouraging her every time she missed. After a few hours, she finally caught one. Got it, she exclaimed, holding up the wriggling jellyfish with a mix of pride and concern. But, are we really going to eat these? Patrick looked at her with a puzzled expression. Of course not. We're just collecting them for their jelly. It's the best part of jellyfishing. Sadboi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her love for animals meant she couldn't stomach the thought of harming these beautiful creatures. As they swam back to Patrick's rock, their nets filled with jelly, they talked about their favorite episodes of Kamen Rider Build and the latest adventures of their favorite heroes. It was a simple conversation, but to Sadboi, it was the most meaningful she'd had in a long time. When they reached the rock, they found a surprise waiting for them. The French narrator had set up a picnic with a variety of underwater treats, kelp sandwiches, sea cucumber sushi, and even a jellyfish jelly donut for each of them. Bon appétit, mes amis, he said, his voice a soothing melody in the water. They sat around the makeshift picnic table, sharing their jellyfishing tales and munching on the delicious food. The camaraderie was palpable, and for a moment, Sadboi forgot about her past, about the fear and the running. But as they laughed and joked, she felt a strange vibration in her vibesense. It was faint, but it grew stronger as she focused on it. It was coming from her phone. She pulled it out of her pocket to see a message from a familiar character from a game she'd spent countless hours playing, Hornet from Hollow Knight, the daughter of the Pale King and Hera the Beast. Hello, Sadboi, the message read. I've heard your vibes resonating with the joy of this new world. I am in need of assistance. Can you feel the pain of the kingdom of Hollowness? Sadboi's heart raced. Could it be true? Was she really receiving a message from one of her favorite characters? She looked around nervously, hoping her new friends hadn't noticed. But Patrick and SpongeBob were too busy arguing over who had the better jellyfish jelly donut topping to pay attention. What's wrong, cubehead? Patrick asked, noticing her sudden tension. Sadboi took a deep breath, unsure of how to explain. I just got a message from someone. They need help, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. The French narrator, ever the observant one, swam closer. Ah, it seems your adventures are about to take you to another dimension. Are you ready to embrace your destiny? With a nod, she turned to Patrick and SpongeBob. I have to go. Something important has come up. Their expressions fell. But what about jellyfishing? Patrick asked, his voice filled with disappointment. And our sleepover? SpongeBob chimed in, his eyes wide with concern. Sadboi felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, guys. I promise I'll come back. But right now, I have to help someone. Without another word, she turned to her phone and opened a portal to the world of Hollowness. The French narrator gave her a salute. Bon voyage, Sadboi. Remember, the adventure continues where you least expect it. Stepping through the swirling mass of pixels and code, she found herself in the eerie, abandoned city of tears. The ruins of a once great kingdom lay before her, the air thick with the scent of decay and water. She coughed a little bit as dust entered her lungs. She knew she had to find Hornet, but first, she had to navigate this unfamiliar place. She knew what dangers lay here, so she kept her vibesense and mechanism assimilation on high alert. She focused on keeping her heartbeat from racing as she navigated the twisting underground city. As she ventured deeper, she heard a faint melody, echoing through the caverns. It grew louder, a haunting tune that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the place. The vibration grew stronger in her chest, and she knew she was getting closer. Turning a corner, she saw a figure dressed in pale red, a needle-thin blade in hand. It was Hornet. The insectoid warrior looked up, her eyes locking onto Sadboi. "You heard my call," Hornet spoke, her voice a mix of relief and urgency. "Our world is in peril. The infection spreads, and the heart of hollowness grows weaker." Sadboi nodded solemnly, clutching her Meta Knight plushie tightly. "What do you need me to do?" Hornet explained the dire situation. The radiance, a malevolent force, was slowly consuming the world of hollowness. Only the heart of hollowness remained, a beacon of hope in the desolate kingdom, but it was weakening. "The infection has taken over, and we need to purge it," she said gravely. The heavy task felt familiar to her, but without the knight or any other vessels, for that matter in sight, her mind began to race with anxiety. The French narrator's words of encouragement played like a distant lullaby in her mind, guiding her through the murky waters of doubt. "I need to be brave," she murmured to herself, her eyes focused on the path ahead. Together, they ventured through the haunting landscapes of hollowness, passing by the remnants of what was once a bustling metropolis. The silence was broken only by the distant cries of the few remaining inhabitants and the rhythmic clanging of Hornet's nails on the cobblestone streets. The air grew colder, the colors more muted, as they approached the infected king's domain. The duo encountered several hostile creatures along the way, but Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to predict their movements and act swiftly. With the help of her Meta Knight plushie, she found an unusual strength within herself, dodging and weaving through their attacks. Her mind raced with thoughts of the battles she had seen in her favorite show, and she couldn't help but feel a strange kinship with the heroes she had watched so many times. As they reached the entrance to the Queen's Gardens, Hornet paused. "Sadboi, this is where I must leave you. The path ahead is too treacherous for even me. But fear not, I have faith in you." Sadboi felt a lump form in her throat as she watched Hornet fly off into the darkness. "I won't let you down," she whispered, more to herself than to her new friend. She took a deep breath and stepped into the eerie garden, the vines and thorns reaching out like ghostly fingers. The journey through the gardens was a blur of danger and determination. Her heart raced as she avoided the grasping roots and venomous spores that threatened to end her quest. The vibes grew stronger, a symphony of pain and despair that grew louder with every step she took towards the heart of the infection. When she finally reached the chamber of the heart, she was greeted by an overwhelming presence. The heart of hollowness pulsed with a sickly light, surrounded by a thick miasma that made her stomach turn. A sense of dread filled her, but she pushed it aside, remembering her newfound friends and the joy they had brought her. With a deep breath, she stepped forward and placed her hand on the heart. The energy surged through her, and she felt a strange connection to the very essence of hollowness. The vibes grew stronger, and she could feel the pain of the corrupted world coursing through her veins. Closing her eyes, she focused on the vibrations within her, channeling her love for Kamen Rider build and the strength she'd found in her new friends. The plushie in her hand began to glow a brilliant blue, and she felt the power of Meta Knight surge through her. "Henshin!" she exclaimed, and the room was suddenly bathed in light. Her sweatshirt transformed into an elegant armor, and a gleaming sword appeared in her hand. She looked down at herself, astonished. The power of her favorite show had become a reality. With newfound resolve, she faced the infected king, who had emerged from the shadows, his form twisted and monstrous. He roared a challenge, and the battle began. The heart pulsed with every clash of their weapons, and the very air grew thick with tension. Sadboi's mind raced with tactics and strategies she'd seen in her favorite episodes. She dodged and parried, her movements fluid and precise. The infected king was powerful, but she could feel the fear in his vibes. Each strike brought her closer to freeing the heart from his corruption. The fight was fierce, a dance of light and shadow. The heart grew brighter with every hit she landed, and she knew she was getting closer to victory. But she also knew that this wasn't just about defeating a foe, it was about saving a world. Her eyes flashed with determination, and she leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slash that cleaved the infected king in two. The chamber was bathed in a blinding light, and when she landed, she found herself back in the serene waters of Bikini Bottom. Her armor faded away, leaving her in her usual sweater and sweatpants. She looked around, bewildered. "What just happened?" she murmured. She looked around for any sign of Hornet. The French narrator's voice was a soothing wave in her mind. "You've done it, Sadboi. You've purged the infection from Hollownest." Her heart racing, she turned to find him hovering nearby. "But, how? You possess a unique gift, my dear. The power of your imagination, combined with your vibe sense, allowed you to tap into the fabric of reality and bring forth a hero from within. You are the Kamen Rider of your own story," he explained, a hint of a smile in his tone. Sadboi looked down at her plushie, now returned to its normal state, and felt a strange warmth. "Does this mean I can do it again?" "Only when the need arises, and when your heart is pure," the narrator assured her. "But for now, you've restored balance to one world. Let us return to your friends, and perhaps we shall find more adventures awaiting you in the multidimensional tapestry of existence." She couldn't help but look around a bit, remembering Hornet. The French narrator's words lingered in her mind. "But what about Hornet?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. "Ah, the inhabitants of the worlds you visit are bound to their own realities, my dear. They continue their lives as they always have, unchanged by your heroics. But fear not, for you have earned a place in their hearts, and perhaps in the annals of their legends." He offered a comforting smile, his diving helmet reflecting the warm glow of the Bikini Bottom sun. With a nod, Sadboi allowed the narrator to lead her back to SpongeBob's pineapple house. Upon their return, Patrick and SpongeBob looked up from their jellyfish jelly donuts, their eyes wide with surprise. "You're back!" SpongeBob exclaimed. "How was, what you had to do?" Sadboi couldn't help but chuckle. "It was unexpected. But I'm okay." She didn't dare to mention her interdimensional battle, not wanting to burden them with the weight of her newfound abilities. The rest of the day passed in a blur of laughter and friendship. They played games and shared more stories about their favorite characters. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Sadboi felt like she truly belonged. That night, as she lay in SpongeBob's spare bed, surrounded by plus-highs of Bikini Bottom residents, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled in her stomach. The world of Hollownest was safe for now, but what other worlds needed her help? What other battles would she be drawn into? The vibes from her phone grew stronger again, a pulsing reminder of the endless adventures that lay ahead. With a sigh, she pulled the covers up to her chin and closed her eyes. Tomorrow, she thought. I'll face tomorrow. Chapter 3, Hello Mario. The next morning, she awoke to the sound of Patrick's snoring. Carefully, she slipped out of bed and made her way to the kitchen, where she found SpongeBob already up, flipping pancakes. "Ready for another day of jellyfishing?" he asked, a hopeful smile on his face. Sadboi nodded, a smile tugging at her lips. "But first, I think we should talk." She pulled out her phone, the screen displaying a map of the multidimensional realms she could now access. There are so many places to explore, so many friends to help. SpongeBob's eyes lit up. Ooh, like a quest. Patrick, still groggy, rubbed his eyes. Yeah, I like quests. Do we get treasure? The French narrator floated in, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Remember, Sadboi, you are not alone. Your friends here in Bikini Bottom stand with you. They gathered around the map, pointing out various locations. The conversations grew louder as they debated the merits of visiting different worlds. Sadboi felt a strange mix of excitement and anxiety. Was she ready to be a hero in these unfamiliar lands? Let's start with something a bit closer to home, she suggested, pointing to a nearby dimension. The Mushroom Kingdom is calling. The trio looked at each other, then back at the map. Mushroom Kingdom. Patrick repeated. Isn't that where Mario lives? Yes, yes. SpongeBob bounced up and down. We could go and say hello to Toad. And with that, the decision was made. The French narrator nodded in approval. A wise choice. A land of adventure and friendship, where the brave and the pure of heart are always welcome. They set off, the vibes from her phone leading the way. The waters of Bikini Bottom grew murky before parting to reveal a shimmering portal. Sadboi took a deep breath and stepped through, the others following closely behind. On the other side, they emerged in a lush, green landscape. The air was sweet with the scent of mushrooms and flowers. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the towering fungi that made up the trees. The sight of the iconic red and white mushroom houses filled her with a sense of wonder. The first person they encountered was a tiny, blue creature with a mushroom cap on his head. "Hello, Sadboi," he exclaimed. "I am Toad. Welcome to the Mushroom Kingdom." Sadboi couldn't help but blush. "Hi, Toad. It's a pleasure to meet you. We're here to help if you need it." Toad's eyes widened. "You heard about the trouble with Bowser." "Trouble with Bowser?" Patrick echoed. "Sounds like a job for the Super Mario Brothers." The French narrator cleared his throat. "Or perhaps, a job for the Kamen Rider of Bikini Bottom." Sadboi nodded, gripping her Meta Knight plushie tightly. "We're ready to help," she said, her voice firm. "But we'll need to get to know the lay of the land first." Toad led them through the colorful world, pointing out the locations of the various power ups and explaining the culture of the Toad people. As they walked, the vibes grew stronger, signaling trouble ahead. They soon stumbled upon a group of Goombas causing chaos in a nearby village. The French narrator whispered, "Your destiny calls, Sadboi. Will you answer?" Without hesitation, she transformed into her Kamen Rider form. Henshin. The blue light enveloped her once again, and she stood tall, her sword at the ready. The Goombas froze in their tracks, staring up at her in awe. SpongeBob and Patrick looked on, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The battle was swift and decisive. With her vibesense and the power of friendship, Sadboi dispatched the Goombas with ease. The villagers cheered as they watched their new hero. After the victory, they were invited to meet the princess of the Mushroom Kingdom. As they approached the castle, the vibes grew stronger, hinting at the greater challenges that lay ahead. But for now, Sadboi felt a warmth in her heart. She had found a place where she could be herself, and where she could make a difference. The castle doors swung open, revealing a grand hall filled with toads bustling about, their caps bobbing as they went about their duties. At the far end, a regal figure sat on a throne adorned with gold and sparkling jewels. As they approached, the toad in question looked up, revealing herself to be none other than the iconic Peach herself. "Thank you, Sadboi," Peach said with a warm smile. "Your bravery has saved our village from those pesky Goombas." Sadboi bowed slightly, the weight of her new role as an interdimensional hero sinking in. "It was nothing, really," she replied, trying to sound modest despite her racing heart. "Oh, but it was," Peach insisted. "We've been facing such trouble with Bowser's latest schemes. Our hero, Mario, has been busy with his own adventures. Perhaps you could lend us a hand." Sadboi's eyes lit up with excitement. "I'd be honored," she said, and SpongeBob and Patrick nodded eagerly in agreement. The French narrator stepped forward. "But first, allow us to explore your world and understand the nature of this Bowser." Peach nodded gravely. "You must speak with the wise old sage, Toadsworth. He will guide you on your quest." They followed Toad through the castle, the walls lined with portraits of past battles and heroic deeds. Each step echoed through the halls, a reminder of the legacy they were about to become a part of. Upon reaching Toadsworth's chamber, they found him surrounded by ancient tomes and scrolls. He looked up, his eyes widening when he saw the unusual trio. "Ah, you must be the ones the prophecy spoke of," he said in a shaky voice. Sadboi looked at her friends, then back at Toadsworth. "Prophecy," she repeated, feeling a mix of awe and trepidation. "Yes," the old toad nodded. "The ones who would come from beyond the stars to aid in our time of need. The Kamen Rider of Bikini Bottom, the Sponge of the Seas, and the Star of the Surface." SpongeBob and Patrick beamed with pride, while Sadboi felt the pressure mounting. They listened intently as Toadsworth recounted the tale of Bowser's latest plot to conquer the Mushroom Kingdom and the prophecy that foretold their arrival. The quest laid before them was no simple errand. They would have to collect the scattered power stars, hidden across the realm in treacherous lands, to power up the starship that could take them to Bowser's castle. Each star was guarded by a formidable boss, a creature twisted by the dark magic of the tyrant. The French narrator translated the ancient text for them, his voice carrying the weight of the words. "The path ahead is fraught with peril," he warned, "but with courage and unity, you shall prevail." Sadboi took a deep breath. "Let's do this," she said, her eyes determined. Their journey through the Mushroom Kingdom was a whirlwind of excitement and danger. They faced Goombas and Koopas, navigated treacherous mazes, and braved the fiery depths of Lava Land. Each victory brought them closer to their goal, and with every step, their bond grew stronger. One evening, as they camped in the tranquil Whispering Woods, SpongeBob and Patrick sat around the fire, roasting marshmallows and sharing their favorite moments from their adventures in Bikini Bottom. Sadboi listened with a smile, feeling more alive than she had in years. "But why do you call yourself Sadboi?" Peach asked, her curiosity piqued. Sadboi's smile faltered for a moment. "It's just a name," she said, her eyes drifting to the shadows. "A reminder of where I came from, I guess." The French narrator placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "But it is also a symbol of the strength you carry within you," he reminded her. "A strength that transcends the boundaries of your past." The conversation grew quieter as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled above. Each member of the group reflected on their journey thus far. The French narrator spoke up, his voice a gentle ripple in the calm night. "Sadboi, your past does not define you. It is the choices you make today that shape your destiny." Sadboi looked up at him, the fire casting a warm glow on her soft pastel blue features. "You're right," she said, her voice steady. "I've been running from my past for too long. It's time to face it, to use it to make the future better." The next day, they approached the final star, hidden deep within the hauntingly beautiful forest of illusion. The air was thick with magic, the trees whispering secrets that no one dared to repeat. As they ventured further in, the vibes grew intense, and Sadboi's heart raced. "The final boss is here," she murmured, gripping her Meta Knight plushie tightly. "It's time to end this." The forest grew darker, the path more treacherous, until finally, they reached a clearing where the last power star lay untouched. But as they stepped forward to claim it, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadow, Bowser himself. The tyrant's eyes gleamed with malice as he sneered at them. "You dare to interfere with my plans?" Sadboi stepped forward, her vibesense picking up the fear and anger within Bowser's heart. "We're here to stop you," she declared, transforming into her Kamen Rider form. The battle was fierce, a clash of light and darkness. Bowser's fire breath and heavy stomps met with Sadboi's swift blade and SpongeBob's surprising agility. Patrick's unorthodox tactics kept the villain on his toes, while the French narrator offered guidance and encouragement. Through it all, Sadboi focused on the vibes of those she had met, the joy of the Mushroom Kingdom, the determination of the Toads, and the hope that burned within her own heart. With each strike, she felt the power of her friends and the courage of the heroes she admired in her favorite stories. As the fight grew more intense, Sadboi found herself face to face with Bowser. She could see the infection in his heart, the same darkness that had threatened Hollownest. With a deep breath, she reached out with her vibesense, attempting to purge the corruption. The effort was immense, her entire being vibrating with the force of her will. The ground shook, the trees bent, and the very air around them crackled with energy. For a moment, it seemed as if she might fail, but then the power star pulsed with a brilliant light, responding to her purity of heart. The light enveloped Bowser, and when it dissipated, he was no longer a monster, but a defeated, weary creature. The infection was gone, and in its place was a glimmer of regret. "Your power, it's incredible," he murmured, his voice filled with awe. Sadboi offered a hand. "The power of friendship is stronger than any darkness," she said, her voice filled with conviction. Together, they returned to the castle, where the Mushroom Kingdom celebrated their victory. The French narrator translated the cheers of the Toads into words of praise and thanks. "You have done well, Sadboi," Peach said, her voice filled with admiration. "With the power stars restored, we can now confront Bowser and bring peace to our land." The journey back to the castle was filled with the joyous sounds of toads cheering and confetti raining from the sky. The weight of the quest had been lifted, and the vibes of the Mushroom Kingdom were buoyant with hope. Upon their return, they were met with an even greater surprise: Mario himself, standing tall and proud, ready to join their cause. "Thank you for saving our land, Sadboi," Mario said, his mustache twitching with excitement. "With the power stars in hand, we can now challenge Bowser in his own fortress." Sadboi nodded, her eyes shining with determination. "We're in this together," she said, her voice clear and strong. "For the Mushroom Kingdom, and for all the worlds we're yet to protect." Mario looked at her with a mix of surprise and respect. "You truly are a hero," he said, clasping her hand firmly. "Let us rest and prepare for the final battle." The group took their leave and returned to the castle, where they were met with a feast fit for heroes. The French narrator regaled the Toads with tales of their adventures, while Sadboi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Despite the joy and camaraderie she had found here, she knew her time in the Mushroom Kingdom was temporary. Her thoughts were interrupted by a gentle nudge from SpongeBob. "You okay, buddy?" he asked, his eyes filled with concern. "Yeah," she said with a forced smile, pushing the sadness aside for the moment. "Just thinking about home." Patrick looked up from his plate of mushroom ravioli. "You know you're always welcome here, right?" Sadboi's smile grew genuine. "Thanks, guys. That means a lot." The night passed quickly, and soon it was time for the final assault on Bowser's castle. The French narrator had studied the maps and provided them with a strategy, which they discussed in hushed tones as they suited up. The castle loomed in the distance, its spikes glinting menacingly in the moonlight. As they approached the drawbridge, a cacophony of roars and clanking armor echoed through the night. "Looks like we've got company," SpongeBob said, his eyes widening at the sight of the many-eyed beasts and fire-breathing plants that lay in wait. "No time to waste," Sadboi said, transforming into her Kamen Rider form. The battle was fierce, their path to the castle fraught with Bowser's most fearsome minions. Each step was a testament to their unity and friendship. They fought as one, their abilities complementing each other's as they dodged, weaved, and countered the relentless onslaught. Finally, they reached the castle's inner sanctum. The air grew thick with anticipation, the very walls seeming to hum with power. Bowser awaited them, his eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. "So, you've come to challenge me," he sneered. We have, Sadboi said, her voice echoing in the vast chamber. To protect this world, and all the others you wish to conquer. The final battle was a dance of light and shadow, a symphony of power and will. Bowser threw everything he had at Thema Euro fireballs, hammers, and his immense Bulka Euro, but the team remained steadfast. Mario, ever the strategist, found an opening in Bowser's defenses. Now, Sadboi, he shouted. With a fierce yell, Sadboi leaped into the air, her sword gleaming with the light of the power stars. She brought it down upon Bowser with all her might. The castle trembled, and for a moment, all was silent. As the dust settled, Bowser lay defeated. The French narrator stepped forward, his voice calm amidst the chaos. Your reign of terror ends now, he said, his words resonating through the hushed chamber. Bowser looked up at them, his eyes filled with a newfound understanding. I see, he murmured. I have been a fool to underestimate the power of friendship. The French narrator offered him a hand. You can still change, he said. Find your path to redemption. Bowser took the offered hand, and together, they turned to face the shimmering portal that stood open, beckoning them home. The Mushroom Kingdom celebrated their victory, the vibes of joy and relief palpable. As they stepped through the portal, Sadboi felt a pang of sadness, but also a newfound strength. She had found friends in the most unexpected of places and had helped save a world. Back in Bikini Bottom, they shared tales of their adventure with Mr. Krabs and Plankton, who listened with rapt attention. SpongeBob and Patrick couldn't stop talking about their newfound heroism, while the French narrator nodded sagely, a proud smile on his face. The night grew late, and the stars twinkled above them. Sadboi sat on the beach, her Meta Knight plushie by her side. The vibes of the ocean soothed her soul, and she knew that she had found a place where she truly belonged, a Euro among the friends she had made in Bikini Bottom. Yet, the call of her newfound destiny was undeniable. You're deep in thought, SpongeBob said, plopping down beside her. What's up? Sadboi sighed, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. I've been thinking about home, she confessed. And the worlds we've left behind. You can visit anytime, Patrick assured her, his voice gentle. We're always here for you, yes eyes. Sadboi nodded, her smile bittersweet. But what if I can't come back? The French narrator, who had been quietly observing the scene, spoke up. Home is where the heart is, he said, his voice a comforting rumble. And your heart is as vast as the multiverse itself. You have friends in every corner of the cosmos now. The words resonated within her, and she felt a warmth spread through her. It was true, a Euro, she had found a family here. Yet, the pull of her duty was strong. The next day, Sadboi stood before her friends, her heart heavy. I've made a decision, she said. I need to continue my journey, a Euro, to help those in need across the dimensions. SpongeBob and Patrick looked at each other, then back at her. We'll go with you, they exclaimed in unison. Surprise and gratitude washed over her. But your lives are here, she protested. The French narrator stepped forward. You forget, young one, he said. You are not alone. Your friends are with you, and together, you are unstoppable. Chapter 4, The French narrator fist fights Lysandra and wins. And so, with their hearts full and their spirits high, the trio set out on their next adventure. The map on Sadboi's phone grew more detailed, each world they visited leaving its mark upon it. They traveled to distant lands, battling monsters, solving puzzles, and spreading joy wherever they went. Sadboi had decided on their next destination, the world of Pokémon Copyright Monday. The trio eagerly stepped into the portal, only to find themselves in the bustling streets of Lumoy City, in the Kalos region. Sadboi's eyeholes sparkled a bit, as Pokémon Copyright Monday Y was her first real game she owned in the mainline series. As they took in the sights, they were immediately met with the frantic cries of a young girl being pursued by a purloin. Hey, you guys gotta help me, she called out, her eyes wide with fear. Without hesitation, Sadboi transformed into her Kamen Rider form, ready to protect the girl and her Poké copyright Monday. The French narrator offered his usual suave introduction, "Allow us to assist you, mademoiselle." The girl, named Serena, was overwhelmed with relief. "Thank you so much. That purloin has been causing trouble all over the city." She introduced herself as an aspiring Poké copyright Monday trainer and explained that the purloin belonged to Team Flare, a nefarious group known for their mistreatment of Poké copyright Monday. Sadboi felt a pang of sympathy for the trainer. She herself had been fleeing from an organization that had similarly cruel methods. "Yes, will help," she said, determination setting in her voice. "Let's show Team Flare what happens when you mess with us." The group followed the purloin's trail through the bustling city, dodging pedestrians and Poké copyright Monday alike. The streets were lined with neon lights and the sounds of battles from the nearby Prism Tower. As they approached a dark alley, the purloin scurried into view, a smug grin on its feline face. "You're not getting away this time," Sadboi shouted, her vibesense tingling with the creature's malicious intent. The battle was swift and intense. Purloin proved to be more clever than they had anticipated, using its illusions to confuse and distract them. SpongeBob and Patrick struggled to keep up with the nimble Poké copyright Monday, their blows passing through the air. But Sadboi knew better, and used her vibesense to anticipate the purloin's next move. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a burst of energy, dispelling the illusions. "Now, let's settle this," she said, charging ahead. The purloin, now exposed, yowled in surprise, but it was no match for the combined might of the trio. After a flurry of punches and kicks, it was clear that the battle was won. However, Sadboi knew that this wouldn't end here. If she remembered correctly, Team Flare were conducting some pretty sickening experiences in their hideout, and that included one of the two box legendaries of the region, Xerneas and Yveltal. If it was the latter, then she definitely didn't want to frick around and find out, so to say. "Serena, do you know where Team Flare's hideout is?" Sadboi asked, her voice filled with urgency. Serena nodded, her eyes glistening with determination. "They've been spotted near the power plant. We need to move fast before they do something terrible to that poor purloin." The group raced through the city, the neon lights flashing past them. As they approached the outskirts, the air grew thick with tension. The power plant loomed ahead, a hulking mass of metal and lights, a stark contrast to the organic beauty of the Kalos region. Upon reaching the power plant, they were met with a horde of Team Flare grunts. "Looks like we're not the only ones who want a piece of them," Patrick quipped, flexing his muscles. Sadboi's vibesense went haywire as she felt the pain and fear emanating from the captive Poké copyright Monday within. "We need to get inside," she said, her voice tight with emotion. The French narrator surveyed the scene, his gaze sharp. "We must be strategic," he cautioned. "Their technology is advanced, and we must not underestimate them." They approached the plant stealthily, taking out the grunts one by one. Each victory brought them closer to the heart of Team Flare's operation. As they ventured deeper, the stakes grew higher, and the air grew colder, almost as if the very essence of Team Flare's malicious intent was seeping into the atmosphere. Finally, they reached the control room. The sight that awaited them was grim, a group of scientists in lab coats surrounded by various contraptions, with Purloin and several other Poké copyright Monday caged and crying in distress. At the center of the room, a maniacal laugh rang out. It was Lysandra, the leader of Team Flare. "Welcome, travelers," he sneered. "You're just in time to witness the dawn of a new era." Sadboi's eyes narrowed. "Let the Poké copyright Monday go," she demanded. "Ah, but you see, we have much greater plans for them," Lysandra said, stroking a pokeball that contained a terrified Yveltal. "With their power, we will purge this world of the weak and create a utopia for the strong." Sadboi felt a surge of anger and pity for the twisted man before her. She knew all too well the pain of feeling misunderstood, of being seen as less than. But she also knew the strength of love and friendship could conquer even the darkest of hearts. "We won't let you harm these Poké Copyright Monday," she declared, transforming into her Kamen Rider form. The battle was intense. Team Flare's technology was indeed advanced, but it was no match for the power of friendship and the pure hearts of Sadboi and her friends. They dodged lasers and fought off grunts with ease, their teamwork becoming almost symphonic in its execution. As they approached Lysandra, the room grew darker, the air thick with malicious intent. His eyes gleamed with madness as he held the Yveltal Poké Copyright Monday in his grasp. "You dare to stand against us," he sneered, his voice echoing through the chamber. The French narrator stepped forward, his diving helmet casting an eerie glow. "We stand for justice and the protection of all creatures, Monday Amos," he said with a steely resolve. Lysandra's smile grew cold. "Then you shall fall," he declared, throwing the Pokeball into the air. The ball burst open, and Yveltal emerged, its eyes glowing with malevolence. Sadboi's heart raced as she saw the fear in Yveltal's gaze. This Poké Copyright Monday was a creature of darkness, but she knew it was not inherently evil. It had been corrupted by Team Flare's influence. She had to save it, and the others. Her vibesense flared to life, connecting with Yveltal's distress. She felt the Poké Copyright Mon's pain, its confusion, and its desperation for freedom. Drawing upon her deep connection with her own feelings, she reached out with her power, trying to soothe the creature. The battle was intense. Yveltal, driven mad by the infection, lashed out at them, its shadowy powers a stark contrast to the bright lights of the power plant. The floor trembled beneath their feet as the Poké Copyright Mon's roars filled the room. SpongeBob and Patrick fought valiantly, their friendship acting as a beacon of light in the darkness. But it was not enough. Lysandra had foreseen their arrival and had prepared a trap. The walls began to close in, and the air grew thick with the stench of ozone. "You fools," he cackled. "You cannot defeat us." Sadboi knew she had to act fast. She focused her vibesense into a powerful beam, aiming it directly at Lysandra. The beam struck him, and she could feel his control over Yveltal slipping. The creature staggered, its eyes clearing slightly. With a deep breath, she reached out again, her voice soothing. "You don't have to do this," she whispered. "You're not alone." Yveltal roared again, this time with a hint of doubt in its cry. The room grew brighter as the infection began to recede, the walls stopping their crushing descent. The French narrator took the opportunity to strike, delivering a blow that sent Lysandra sprawling. The grunts, seeing their leader fall, retreated in a panic. Sadboi rushed to Yveltal, her vibesense enveloping it in a warm embrace. The creature looked at her with newfound trust, its shadowy form slowly dissipating. "Thank you," it murmured, its voice weak but filled with gratitude. Together, they freed the remaining Poké Copyright Monday, their cries of relief filling the air. The power plant was secured, and the threat of Team Flare, at least for now, had been neutralized. Serena, tears in her eyes, threw her arms around Sadboi. "Thank you," she said, her voice choking with emotion. "You've saved so many lives today." Sadboi nodded, her eyes never leaving Yveltal. "It's what friends do," she said softly. "We're all in this together." The French narrator surveyed the room, his voice filled with satisfaction. "Another world saved," he said. "But our journey is far from over." The trio and their newfound Poké Copyright Monday ally looked at the map, their eyes lighting up with excitement and determination. There were so many more dimensions to explore, so many more friends to make, and so many more battles to fight. And with a final nod, they stepped through the portal, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The French narrator's final words echoing through the chamber, to the next adventure. Chapter 5, The Crystal Gems, and Sadboi & Co. So back in Bikini Bottom, Sadboi was planning their next destination. It seems that she was becoming more eager to help others, maybe a little too eager, for her own good. Not because she was becoming too trusting, no, but because she was forgetting that in the midst of all this, that she still had her own needs. She hadn't even let her own wounds heal yet. But she couldn't resist the call to action. The French narrator suggested the world of Steven Universe, intrigued by the concept of gems. She had heard of the show before, but her interest in it had waned a long time ago, but this adventure had reignited her intrigue. After all, it had been years since she had last heard of the show's fanbase, back when games like Undertale had a chokehold on the internet. They all nodded, excited by the idea of meeting these mystical beings. The portal shimmered before them, and they stepped through, landing in Beach City. The warmth of the sand beneath their feet and the scent of salt water filled the air. The vibrant buildings looked like they had been plucked straight from a painting. Above them, the sky was a canvas of pastel hues, with a giant pink diamond in the center. The gulls squawked, and the waves crashed against the shore. It was a stark contrast to the industrial grime of the power plant, and it brought a sense of peace to Sadboi. She had a vague familiarity with the area, knowing that somewhere along this beach, she would find a large statue carved into a mountain and a house along its cliffs, and with the landmarks, perhaps a lead to balance this universe. She knew that the locals really didn't quite mind the presence of the supernatural, so she maintained a chilled-out attitude rather than an anxious one. They walked along the beach, passing by beachgoers and surfers, all seemingly oblivious to the interdimensional travelers in their midst. The sound of the waves was soothing, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the power plant. It was here that they stumbled upon a group of gems, led by a young boy with a pink t-shirt and a magical pink shield. It was Steven Universe. "Hey, guys!" Steven waved enthusiastically. "What brings you to Beach City?" Sadboi looked at her friends, then back at Steven. "Well, we're actually here to help," she began. "We've heard there's some trouble with your kind? You know." Steven's eyes grew wide. "You guys are from another dimension? That's so cool." He paused, considering their offer. "But, we've got everything under control here. The crystal gems and I are pretty good at keeping the peace." Sadboi nodded, taking in the information. "That's good to hear, but we've got this feeling, you know." She tapped her chest, where her heart would be, if she had one. "We can't ignore it when it's telling us someone needs help." Steven looked at them curiously. "What kind of feeling?" The French narrator stepped in, his voice calm and collected. "It's her vibesense, Mundagera on. It's like an antenna for distress signals across the multiverse. It's quite extraordinary, really." Steven's curiosity piqued. He invited them to his house. "If you guys really want to help, maybe you can check out the Crystal Temple. Sometimes weird stuff happens there." As they approached the temple, the air grew cooler and more ethereal. The structure itself was a marvel, a blend of crystal and ancient technology that hummed with power. Sadboi's vibesense tingled with excitement. The French narrator looked around with a knowing smile. "This place is filled with stories," he said. Once inside, they were met by a trio of gems, garnet, amethyst, and pearl. Their eyes widened at the sight of the cube-headed girl and her companions. "What's a cubehead doing here?" Amethyst asked, a hint of skepticism in her tone. Sadboi swallowed her nervousness. "I'm Sadboi, and I've come to help." She paused, searching for the right words. "I can sense things. I know when someone needs help, and my vibes are telling me that there's trouble here." Garnet, the leader of the crystal gems, studied her intently. Her deep, velvet-like voice resonated in the grand chamber. "Vibesense, you say? That's a new one." She placed a hand on her chin, contemplating. "Well, if you truly wish to assist, we could use all the help we can get. The homeworld gems are still out there, and we must be vigilant." The crystal gems filled them in on their ongoing struggle against the homeworld gems and their quest to protect Earth. Sadboi's eyes grew more determined with every word. She knew all too well what it felt like to be caught in the middle of a war she never asked for. "We'll help," she said firmly. "We've faced our share of bad guys, and we won't let anyone threaten peace." Pearl, the meticulous and analytical one, nodded in approval. "Very well, Sadboi. Your assistance may indeed be valuable. But first, let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Pearl, this is Garnet," she gestured to the red and blue-skinned fusion, "and this is Amethyst." The purple-skinned gem waved with a goofy grin. They spent the evening training with the gems, learning their unique abilities and fighting styles. Sadboi found kinship in their shared desire to protect, and she felt a strange comfort in their company. The French narrator observed from the sidelines, occasionally offering a piece of advice that would leave the gems impressed. As the sun set, casting a warm glow through the temple's crystalline windows, they gathered around a table laden with food. Conversation flowed freely, and stories of their previous adventures had the gems captivated. SpongeBob and Patrick's antics in particular had them in stitches, and even the stoic Garnet cracked a smile. The next day, the vibes grew stronger, and Sadboi knew it was time to act. They followed the signal to an abandoned part of Beach City, where a group of homeworld gems were attempting to reactivate an ancient weapon. The air was thick with tension as they approached, and she could feel the fear of the local townsfolk echoing through her vibe sense. The battle was fierce. The homeworld gems, cold and unfeeling, clashed against the warmth and passion of Sadboi and her friends. Her vibe sense allowed her to predict their moves, giving them a crucial advantage. She watched as Patrick and SpongeBob held their ground, their friendship acting as an unbreakable shield. And then she saw it, a young, terrified gem hiding behind a trash can. A rogue piece of shrapnel shot towards the child, and without a second thought, Sadboi leaped into action. Her body shimmered, and she transformed into her Kamen Rider form, blocking the attack with her newfound strength. The impact sent her flying, but she managed to land on her feet, unscathed. The child looked at her with wide eyes. Who are you?" Sadboi knelt down, her voice gentle. "I'm Sadboi. I'm here to help." She offered a hand, and the child took it, their grip firm and grateful. The gems looked at her in awe. This is incredible," Pearl murmured. "Your power, it's unlike anything we've ever seen." Sadboi's chest swelled with pride, but she knew it wasn't just her. It was all of them, together. With a renewed sense of purpose, they faced the enemy. The weapon was dismantled, the homeworld gems retreated, and Beach City was safe once more. The townsfolk cheered, and the gems offered their thanks. But as they stood there, Sadboi felt a pang in her heart. It wasn't just the victory that filled her, it was the camaraderie, the unity in their shared cause. This wasn't just an adventure anymore, it was a purpose. And as the French narrator offered a knowing nod, she realized she had found something she hadn't even known she was looking for, a new family. With newfound resolve, they set their sights on the horizon, ready for the next challenge. But for now, they would rest in the embrace of Beach City, basking in the warmth of friendship and the sweet victory of peace restored. The days turned into weeks, and their time with the crystal gems grew more than just an adventure, it became a sanctuary. They patrolled the city, thwarted small-scale threats, and even helped out at the local car wash. The French narrator regaled the gems with tales of their travels, his words painting vivid pictures of distant lands. Sadboi grew particularly close to the youngest, Stephen. His innocence and boundless empathy mirrored her own desire for a world free from pain and fear. They often sat together atop the Crystal Temple, watching the sun set over the ocean, sharing stories and laughter. One evening, as they sat on the cliff's edge, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of cotton candy, Stephen turned to her with a serious expression. "You know," he began, "you guys can stay here as long as you want. You don't have to keep moving." Sadboi's eyes searched the horizon, her thoughts a tumult of emotions. She felt torn between the comfort of her newfound home and the siren call of the multiverse. But what about all the other worlds that need us? She asked, her voice tinged with sadness. The French narrator, ever the pragmatist, placed a hand on her shoulder. We can't save everyone, he said gently. But we can make a difference where we stand. Sadboi nodded slowly, understanding his words. But I can't ignore the vibes, she murmured. They're getting stronger. The gems exchanged a knowing look, and Garnet spoke up. If your heart is telling you to go, then we'll support you. But remember, Beach City will always be here for you. And so, after much deliberation and tearful goodbyes, they stepped through the portal once more. The warmth of Beach City's sun was replaced by the cool embrace of another dimension. Chapter 6, but not the Kamen Rider. The world of Adventure Time stretched out before them, a landscape of whimsy and wonder. The French narrator's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked around. Ah, what a peculiar place, he said. So much to discover. Sadboi nodded, feeling comfortable in the area. This wasn't just a place where the supernatural simply existed, she knew that here, such creatures thrived and felt free. So this is the land of OOO. Sadboi murmured to herself in wonder. They stepped out into the bright, whimsical world of OOO. The trees were tall, and their leaves shimmered in every color imaginable. The sky was a canvas of pastels that swirled together like a giant watercolor painting. It was a stark contrast to the underwater world of Bikini Bottom, but somehow, it felt just as welcoming. The French narrator took in a deep breath, his eyes widening at the beauty of it all. Ah, what an enchanting realm! He said, a smile playing on his lips. I do believe we shall find many adventures here. Sadboi chuckled to herself. Yes, eyes. There's a whole lot to look at. They had barely begun their exploration when they stumbled upon the bustling Candy Kingdom. The sweet scents of candy wafted through the air, and the vibrant, sugary structures looked like they could melt away in a summer's heat. The citizens of OOO, a mix of bizarre and whimsical creatures, went about their days, seemingly unfazed by the sudden appearance of a cubehead and her companions. The group made their way to the heart of the kingdom, where they were greeted by the cheerful, bubblegum-colored ruler, Princess Bubblegum. Her curiosity piqued by the newcomers, she invited them to her castle for a chat. As they sat in the grand library, surrounded by books that smelled faintly of mint and lemon drops, Sadboi couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging. The French narrator leaned in, whispering, "This place is like a cubehead's wonderland." Princess Bubblegum listened intently as they recounted their journey thus far. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she heard of their battles and triumphs. OOO is no stranger to danger, she said gravely. But with friends like you, I'm sure we'll face whatever comes our way. Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her. The vibes in this world were overwhelmingly positive, and she found it hard to resist their allure. What's been happening here? She asked. Is there anything we can do to help? The princess nodded, her expression becoming serious. Indeed, there is. An ancient artifact has been stolen from my vault, and it holds the power to reshape reality itself. We must retrieve it before it falls into the wrong hands. The French narrator leaned back in his chair, stroking his non-existent chin. Ah, a quest for a powerful artifact. How delightfully cliché copyright. Ignoring him, Sadboi focused on Bubblegum. We'll do whatever we can to help, she assured her. But who stole it? The culprit is none other than the Lich King, the princess replied. A being of pure evil, frozen in the Ice Kingdom for millennia. He's amassed an army of undead, and we must be prepared. The room fell silent, the gravity of the situation settling in. SpongeBob looked to Sadboi, his eyes wide with excitement. This is gonna be like playing Skyrim in real life. Patrick nodded in agreement, his brain cells rubbing together at the thought of battling the undead. Yet, we gotta get that artifact back before it's too late. The French narrator leaned in, his voice a soothing murmur. Indeed, time is of the essence. But fear not, for we shall embark on this epic quest together. The vibes of this world are strong, and your courage will guide us through. Sadboi took a deep breath, her eyes focusing on the map laid out before them. Okay, so we need to head to the Ice Kingdom. But how do we get there? Ah, I know a shortcut, said a voice from the doorway. They turned to see Marceline the Vampire Queen, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I've got a boat that'll take us through the treacherous waters of the frozen ocean. But it'll cost you. The group exchanged glances. What's the price? Sadboi asked warily. Marceline grinned. Just a little jam session. I've heard you're all quite the musicians. Without missing a beat, SpongeBob pulled out his ukulele, and Patrick began to tap his feet. We're on it. The journey to the Ice Kingdom was fraught with danger. They encountered ice monsters and treacherous waters, but their spirits remained high. The French narrator's suave demeanor and the gem's encouragement bolstered them as they pressed onward. As they approached the fortress of the Lich King, the air grew colder, and the vibes grew darker. Sadboi could feel the malice emanating from the ice-covered structure, a stark contrast to the warmth of the friends she'd made along the way. The group disembarked from the boat, their breaths misting in the frigid air. They marched towards the castle, their hearts beating in unison with their determination. The French narrator whispered words of encouragement, his calm presence a balm to their nerves. Inside, they faced an army of skeletal warriors. The battle was intense, the clang of swords and the crack of ice echoing through the halls. But with Sadboi's vibesense guiding them, they managed to dodge and parry, each strike resonating with the pain of those they were fighting. Finally, they reached the throne room, where the Lich King awaited them, the artifact in his icy grasp. His eyes burned with malice as he surveyed the intruders. You dare to challenge me, he roared, his voice a cacophony of wind and cracking ice. Sadboi stepped forward, her vibesense tingling with the negative energy surrounding the artifact. We're here to set things right, she declared. To save OOO from your destruction. The Lich King sneered. And what makes you think you can stop me? With a fierce determination, she activated her Kamen Rider form. The room lit up with a neon pink aura, her eyes blazing with courage. Because we're the heroes of this story, she shouted. The battle was intense, a dance of light and dark. The French narrator's wit kept the group's spirits up as they fought, while the gems and the cubehead's abilities complemented each other perfectly. SpongeBob and Patrick brought their own brand of chaotic enthusiasm to the fray. As they fought, Sadboi reached out with her vibesense, seeking the core of the artifact's power. She found it, a pulsing, malevolent force. With a burst of strength, she ripped it from the Lich King's grasp. The room fell silent as the artifact pulsed in her hands. The French narrator stepped forward, his voice steady. Sadboi, you must destroy it. Her eyes searched his, the weight of their words heavy in her heart. With a trembling hand, she raised the artifact high. The explosion of light was blinding, the power of the artifact's destruction resonating through every cell in her body. When she opened her eyes, the Lich King was gone, and the castle began to crumble around them. They raced outside, the cold air a stark contrast to the warmth of victory. The castle groaned and cracked behind them, a monument to their triumph. The ground beneath them trembled as the fortress collapsed into a pile of glittering ice shards. The French narrator's voice broke the silence, a gentle reminder of the task at hand. We must return the artifact to the Candy Kingdom before it causes further harm. Sadboi nodded solemnly, clutching the now dormant artifact tightly. The warmth from her vibesense seemed to melt the chill of the Ice Kingdom. The journey back was swift, their hearts light with the knowledge of the good they had done. As they approached the Candy Kingdom, the vibrant colors grew more vivid, the air sweeter. The citizens cheered their arrival, hailing them as heroes. The sight brought a smile to Sadboi's face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. They were met by a relieved Princess Bubblegum, her eyes searching their faces for any sign of trouble. You've done it, she exclaimed, taking the artifact with a sense of reverence. The power of the Enchiridion is no longer a threat to OOO. The French narrator offered a gallant bow. It was our pleasure, Your Highness. But it was the youngest of them all, Stephen, who spoke the words that resonated deep within Sadboi. You guys are the best friends we could ever ask for. Thank you for saving our world. Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her, filling the voids her traumatic past had left behind. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt truly accepted. The days turned to nights as they shared their stories with the crystal gems, the laughter and joy in the air a stark contrast to the battles they had faced. They talked of the friends they had made along the way, the lessons they had learned, and the worlds they had saved. But as they sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows for s'mores, Sadboi felt the vibes growing restless once more. The multiverse called out to her, whispering of new challenges and distant lands. Her friends noticed her contemplative silence, and Pearl spoke up gently. What's wrong, Sadboi? She looked around the circle, her heart heavy with the weight of her decision. I think it's time we moved on, she said softly. There are more worlds that need our help. The gems and the French narrator nodded, understanding in their eyes. Whenever you're ready, Garnet said, placing a hand on her shoulder. The following dawn, with the warm embrace of Beach City in their hearts, they stepped through the portal once again, ready to face whatever adventures awaited them in the vast expanse of the multiverse. But as they left, Sadboi knew she had found something precious here, something she would carry with her through every world they visited, the unshakable bond of friendship. Chapter 7, The plot thickens, like blood in the gravel pits. The next world the group visited was the one of Team Fortress 2. An absurd, yet still grounded, world that mainly focused on the seemingly never-ending war between Redmond Man leader of Red Team and Bluetarch Man leader of Blue Team over the gravel pits, the pawns of their game being a group of 9 mercenaries: Scout, Heavy, Engineer, Pyro, Medic, Spy, Sniper, Soldier, and Demoman on each side. There were other characters on the sidelines, like Grey Man, Miss Pauling, Saxton Hale, and the Wizard Merismus. Sadboi knew that traversing this world would be a difficult one, a contrast to their previously comfortable outing. As the group entered 2FORT, Sadboi guided them behind some cover just to be safe from any stray gunfire or explosions. Luckily, they found themselves on the other side of the fence of the ongoing war zone. Whoa, it's just like in the game, SpongeBob whispered, his eyes wide as he took in the towering structures and the distant sounds of chaotic battle. But where are the players? The French narrator chuckled. In this world, my dear Sponge, you are the player. The war between Red and Blue is not a game, but a way of life for these mercenaries. Sadboi nodded, her vibesense already picking up the intense emotions of the fighters. We need to be careful. This place is intense. They made their way through the maze of corridors and fortifications, avoiding the line of fire. The French narrator, ever the charming diplomat, suggested they seek an audience with one of the team leaders to understand the situation better. The group found their way to the Red Team's side of the field. Sadboi, being quite the ingenious one and not wanting to get shot, used her color shifting to hide all her blue colors with red ones instead. Of the two teams, surprisingly Sadboi found herself drawn to red, perhaps because they tend to be the more iconic ones in the media revolving around the game. They approached the red base, where they encountered the engineer, who was busy building a new sentry gun. The French narrator stepped forward, his suave accent carrying over the din of the battle. "Excuse me, kind sir," he called out, "could you direct us to Redmond Man?" The engineer looked up from his welding, his goggles reflecting their forms. "The boss? He's in the main building, but I wouldn't recommend bothering him. He's got his hands full with strategy and all that." "We're not just anyone," Sadboi said, her voice firm. "We're here to help. We've got skills that could turn the tide of this war." The engineer raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Well, in that case, you'd better come with me. He's always looking for an edge." They followed the engineer through the base, dodging bullets and rockets that flew overhead. The chaos was overwhelming, but the camaraderie between the mercenaries was palpable, despite the constant danger. When they reached the main building, the engineer opened the door with a flourish, revealing Redmond Man, his monocle glinting in the harsh light. "Boss, I found some folks who say they can help us," the engineer announced. Man looked them over, his expression unreadable. "Very well. What can you do?" Sadboi stepped forward, her vibe sense tingling with the intensity of his determination. "I can feel emotions, and I can tell you where the enemy is and what they're planning." The French narrator added, "And we have a knack for problem solving and a bit of charm to boot." Man leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin. "Interesting. You know, we could use some fresh perspectives around here. Welcome to Team Red." The mercenaries were skeptical at first, but Sadboi's vibe sense proved invaluable. She could sense the spy's treachery before anyone else, his usual tricks not working. She proved to be quite the spy checker, perhaps even better than Pyro's method of using his flamethrower. Their first mission was to infiltrate the blue base and retrieve some intel on their next big play. The French narrator's wit and suave demeanor helped them sneak past the blue spy, while SpongeBob and Patrick created distractions that only their quirky antics could manage. The blue base was a mirror image of their own, filled with the same chaotic energy, yet with a cooler color palette. Sadboi felt a pang of empathy for the mercenaries on the other side, knowing they were just as caught up in the endless battle. But she pushed the thought aside, focusing on the task at hand. They found themselves in a room with documents scattered everywhere, a clear sign of hasty preparation. The French narrator quickly located the intel they needed, but it was the picture of Grey Man on the wall that caught Sadboi's eye. His vibes were off, a mix of anger and desperation that seemed to pulse in time with her own tumultuous feelings. As they were about to leave, the alarm blared, their cover blown. The group sprinted back to the red base, the sound of Blue's footsteps echoing behind them. The French narrator threw a smoke bomb, creating a brief respite, but they knew it wouldn't be enough. Sadboi's eyes went neon pink as she activated her Meta Knight mode. The ground rumbled with her determination as she took the lead, her vibe sense guiding them through the maze of corridors. The blue team was gaining on them, but she wasn't going to let them catch up. They burst through the doors of the red base, the medic rushing to patch them up. "Good work, but we can't let them know what we know," he said, slapping a bandage on SpongeBob's bruised forehead. "The spy's probably already looking for a way to get his hands on that intel." Sadboi nodded, her mind racing with the possibilities. "We need to act fast." The French narrator leaned in, his voice a calm in the storm. "Let us formulate a plan. We must be strategic in our approach. After all, we are the heroes of this narrative, yes." The group huddled together, the heat of their bodies creating a warm bubble of friendship amidst the cold steel of the battleground. They pored over the intel, their heads bobbing in unison as they brainstormed a way to outsmart their foes. Their plan was simple yet effective. They would set a trap, using their newfound knowledge to predict Blue's next move. The gems offered their elemental powers, the French narrator his tactical mind, and SpongeBob and Patrick their unique talents. As the blue team approached the red base, the group sprang into action. The spy, so confident in his stealth, walked right into the trap. Sadboi's vibe sense led her to the exact spot where he would appear, and she tackled him with a ferocity that surprised everyone, including herself. The battle was intense, a flurry of fists, guns, and explosions. The French narrator's soothing voice was a beacon of calm, keeping them all focused on the task at hand. The gem's elemental powers proved to be quite the game-changer, turning the tide in their favor. In the end, they managed to push the blue team back, securing the red base and their newfound friendship. The mercenaries cheered, and for a moment, the endless war felt like it could actually end. Sadboi looked around at her companions, her heart swelling with pride. Despite her fears and doubts, she had found a place where she belonged, a place where she could make a difference. The French narrator patted her on the back. You did well, my dear. You truly are a hero of the multiverse. The feeling of acceptance and belonging washed over her like a warm wave. Maybe she could call this place home, at least for a little while. But she knew the journey was far from over. There were still more worlds to save, more friends to make. And as the sun set on the gravel pits, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the group sat in the red base, sharing a victory feast. The engineer had cooked up a storm, and even the stoic soldier couldn't trademark to resist cracking a smile at the sight of SpongeBob and Patrick devouring the food. As they ate, the vibes grew quiet, and the French narrator leaned in, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. Sadboi, my dear, what brings you to this place? What is your ultimate quest? Sadboi took a deep breath, her cubehead tinting a soft shade of blue. I don't know, she admitted. I've been running for so long, I've forgotten what it's like to have a destination. But now, with all of you, I feel like I can face whatever comes next. The group exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They knew the weight of her words, the burden she carried. Yet here she was, a beacon of hope in a world of endless conflict. Pearl spoke up, her voice gentle. Well, then let us be your map, your compass, your guiding stars. Together, we'll find your place in the multiverse. The promise in the air was palpable. The French narrator raised his cup of tea in a toast. To new friends, new adventures, and a world saved, he said with a smile. As the mercenaries of Team Red sang and laughed around them, Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her. For the first time in her life, she felt like she truly had a family. And as they finished their meal, the French narrator turned to her. My dear Sadboi, the multiverse is vast, but fear not. We shall traverse it together, and in doing so, perhaps we will find not only what you seek, but also what we never knew we needed. With a nod, Sadboi agreed. Her past was still a heavy burden, but the future looked a little brighter, with friends like these at her side. And as they all turned in for the night, the quiet hum of the bass a lullaby, she whispered a promise to herself. I'll find my way home. And maybe, just maybe, I'll save some more worlds along the way. The next day dawned with the promise of more battles to come. But as they stepped out into the early morning light, Sadboi felt something shift within her. The fear that had once held her back was now a distant memory, replaced by a fierce determination to protect those she cared about. Their next mission was to uncover the true motives behind Grey Man's involvement in the war. They ventured into the heart of the blue base, where the vibes grew darker, more complex. The air was thick with anger and desperation, a stark contrast to the lightness they had felt in the red base. Sadboi's eyes searched the faces of the blue team, trying to understand their pain. The French narrator whispered in her ear, Remember, we fight not for the thrill, but for the peace we wish to bring. The battle was fiercer this time, the stakes higher. But with her newfound strength, Sadboi was able to navigate the emotional minefield with grace. The blue spy, usually a silent killer, was caught off guard by her empathy, and they managed to disarm him without a fight. In the control room, they found Grey Man, his eyes glowing with a madness that sent chills down their spines. You dare to interfere in my plans, he snarled. Sadboi stepped forward, her vibesense pulsing. We're here to stop you, she said firmly. To bring peace to this world. Grey Man laughed, a sound like shattering glass. You think you can end this war? He waved a hand dismissively. This conflict is as old as time itself. The French narrator stepped up beside Sadboi, his voice calm yet firm. Perhaps it is time for a new chapter, Monsieur Man. The room grew tense as the two leaders faced off, their friends standing by in silent support. The air was charged with anticipation, the very fabric of the world seeming to hold its breath. Then, without warning, the floor began to tremble. A roar echoed through the base, and the walls cracked. The blue mercenaries and the group from Bikini Bottom looked around in horror as a monstrous creature burst through the barriers. It was the Lich King, the same one they had faced in the frozen ocean. "No, not again," Sadboi whispered, her heart racing. "Looks like we have a bigger problem," Patrick observed, his voice shaking slightly. The Lich King's icy gaze fell upon them, and he spoke with a chilling certainty. "I shall consume all before me, until all worlds are one in the cold embrace of death." Grey Man sneered. "Ah, the perfect distraction. Take them out, and I shall rule unchallenged." The French narrator rolled his eyes. "C'est ridicule. We do not fight for you." With a snarl, the Lich King turned his attention to Grey Man. "I have no need for your petty squabbles. You shall fall as all others have." The battle was fiercer than any they had faced before. The Lich King's power was immense, his control over ice and the undead a formidable force. Sadboi's vibesense was in overdrive, the emotions of fear and anger from both sides of the conflict threatening to overwhelm her. But amidst the chaos, something unexpected happened. The red and blue mercenaries, realizing the true threat, set aside their differences and joined forces. The spy nodded to Sadboi, a rare moment of camaraderie passing between them. Together, they fought, each playing to their strengths. The gem's powers combined with Sadboi's vibesense and the sheer tenacity of the mercenaries. The spy and sniper took out the Lich King's minions with deadly precision, while SpongeBob and Patrick kept the creature off balance with their bizarre tactics. The French narrator directed the battle from the sidelines, his strategic mind working overtime. "Now, Sadboi, use your power." With a deep breath, Sadboi focused her vibesense, reaching out to the very core of the Lich King's being. She found the flicker of fear that lay buried beneath his rage and doubt. It was faint, but it was there. Drawing on that fear, she shouted, "You are not the end. You will not win." The Lich King stumbled, his icy grip on the world faltering. With a final burst of power, Sadboi shattered the ice that surrounded him, revealing the tortured soul beneath. The creature screamed, the sound a mix of anger and despair. But as the last of the ice fell away, he grew smaller, weaker. The room grew still, and the Lich King knelt before them, his power fading. "What have you done?" he whispered, his eyes now human, filled with terror. Sadboi looked at him, pity in her gaze. "We've given you a chance to find peace." The French narrator stepped forward, placing a hand on the Lich King's shoulder. "The choice is yours. Will you continue this destructive path, or will you help us rebuild?" The Lich King's eyes searched their faces, seeing the hope and determination that burned within them. With a trembling nod, he stood, his form shifting back to that of a man. "I will help," he said, his voice hoarse. "But we must move quickly. The infection still spreads." The group looked at each other, understanding the gravity of the situation. They had faced countless battles, but this was the first time they had a chance to bring true peace to a world. Sadboi turned to her new friends, her heart swelling with hope. "We can do this," she said, her voice steady. "We've faced worse before." The French narrator nodded, a hint of excitement in his voice. "Indeed. And with our combined forces, we shall be unstoppable." The merging of the two teams was a sight to behold. The red and blue mercenaries worked side by side, their rivalry forgotten in the face of a greater enemy. The gems, too, were in their element, their powers resonating with the very fabric of the world they sought to save. Sadboi felt a strange kinship with the Lich King, whose name was revealed to be Simon. His tragic tale of power and loss mirrored her own in some ways. They had both been outcasts, searching for a place to belong, for a way to make things right. "We must find the source of the infection," Pearl said, her gaze intense. "It's the only way to stop this for good." "Agreed," said Simon, his voice a whisper of his former power. "But it won't be easy. It's been festering for a long time." The group set off into the frozen wasteland, each step a testament to their newfound unity. The French narrator kept a close eye on the map, guiding them through the treacherous terrain. The journey was fraught with danger, but the camaraderie between them grew stronger with every obstacle they overcame. As they approached the heart of the infection, the air grew thick with despair. The very ground beneath their feet seemed to weep with the pain of a world on the brink. But Sadboi and her friends pushed forward, their resolve unshaken. The source of the infection was a monstrous tree, its branches twisted with the very essence of darkness. It loomed over them, a stark contrast to the vibrant colors of their worlds. The tree's vibes were a cacophony of fear and anger, a siren's call to destruction. Sadboi took a deep breath and focused her vibe sense. "We need to get inside," she said. "That's where the core is." The engineer nodded. "Leave that to me," he said, unpacking his toolbox. In no time, he had constructed a makeshift bridge over the chasm surrounding the tree's base. One by one, they crossed, their hearts racing with anticipation and dread. The inside of the tree was a twisted labyrinth of thorns and despair, each turn more disorienting than the last. The French narrator's voice grew more urgent as they approached the core. "The vibes here, they're unnatural." The room ahead of them was bathed in an eerie glow, the air heavy with malevolence. They could feel the infection's power, a pulsing heart of darkness that threatened to consume them all. Sadboi stepped forward, her eyes glowing a fierce neon pink. "We can do this," she said, her voice steady. "For every world we've ever known, and every friend we've ever made." The group nodded, their eyes meeting in a silent pact. They would not let the infection win. They would fight for light, for hope, for the very essence of what made them heroes. Together, they charged into the chamber, their combined strength a beacon in the dark. The battle was intense, a dance of light and shadow, good and evil. But as they struck at the core, something miraculous happened. The vibes of anger and fear began to dissipate, replaced by a warm glow of unity and determination. The tree screamed in agony, its branches shaking as the infection was purged from its core. The world outside seemed to sigh in relief, the snowflakes slowing in their descent as if the very air itself was celebrating. And as the last vestiges of the infection faded away, they found themselves in a clearing, the tree now a mere stump. The French narrator looked around in amazement. "It's done," he murmured. "The world of Team Fortress 2 is saved." Sadboi looked at Simon, who stood tall and proud beside her. "Thank you," she said, "for choosing to fight with us." Simon nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. "Thank you," he said, "for giving me a purpose once more." The group stood there, basking in their victory, the first real victory Sadboi had felt in a long time. It was a moment of pure joy, a reminder that she wasn't alone in her quest. The French narrator clapped his hands together. "Now, Mess Amos, it is time to move on. There are more worlds to save, more hearts to mend. Shall we?" Chapter 8, Reconnecting with One's Digital Roots. And with that, the next world Sadboi set upon was the world of Digimon. She felt the need to reconnect with her digital roots, so why not set upon the one universe which is home to the digital world? Of course, she did not mistake herself for the Digimon of the world, but couldn't help but feel a kinship with the critters for their shared digital heritage. The transition was surprisingly smooth. One moment they were in the clearing, surrounded by the frosty remnants of the infection, and the next, they were in a lush forest of pixels and data streams. The air was alive with the hum of digital life, and the trees looked like they were made of glitched-out pixels. "Whoa," said Patrick, his eyes wide in amazement. "This place is wild." The French narrator nodded, his diving helmet gleaming in the artificial sunlight. "Indeed, it is a fascinating realm. But we must be cautious. The digital world is fraught with peril." They had barely taken a few steps before they were surrounded by a pack of hungry-looking goblinmen. The little creatures snarled, their digital eyes glowing with hunger. "Looks like we're not the only ones who've had a taste for adventure," SpongeBob quipped, brandishing his jellyfish-like weapon. But before the battle could begin, a majestic figure emerged from the shadows. It was Agumon, the fiery Digimon. Who dares to disturb the peace of the digital world? Agumon roared, his voice a mix of digital static and fiery determination. Sadboi stepped forward, her vibesense tingling with excitement and a hint of nervousness. We come in peace, she called out. We are here to help. Agumon studied her for a moment, his fiery gaze piercing through the pixelated foliage. Then, to their relief, he lowered his guard. You carry the light of hope, he said. I can feel it. The Goblin retreated, recognizing the power and authority in Agumon's voice. The digital guardian looked at them curiously. You are not from here, but you fight for good. What brings you to this realm? Sadboi explained their journey, her voice a mix of wonder and urgency. We've come from many worlds, each facing its own darkness. We seek to restore balance and harmony wherever it's been lost. Agumon nodded solemnly. Then you are the heroes we've been awaiting. The digital world is in turmoil, plagued by a digital plague that threatens to consume all life. The French narrator leaned in, his interest piqued. A digital plague, you say? How intriguing! Tell us more, Monday Ami. Agumon led them deeper into the forest, recounting tales of corrupted data, distorted landscapes, and the rise of the malevolent Digimon who sought to rule the realm. The Great One, we call him, he said. He feeds on fear and chaos. His influence is spreading like a virus. As they traveled, the group encountered more Digimon, each with their own stories of hardship and loss. The French narrator translated for those who didn't speak their language, while Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to understand the emotional undertones of their digital speech. The digital landscape grew darker, the air thick with the scent of burnt circuitry. The trees morphed into twisted structures of code and malfunction. They could feel the Great One's presence, a cold, digital void that seemed to suck the very life from the world around them. They reached a clearing, the heart of the infection. A towering structure of glitching pixels and corrupted data loomed before them. This is his lair, Agumon said, his voice low. The source of the plague. The group looked at each other, their expressions a mix of fear and resolve. We must go in, Sadboi said, her eyes narrowing. We can't let this continue. The French narrator nodded. Let us proceed with caution, but swiftly. Time is of the essence. Together, they ventured into the corrupted realm, the very fabric of the world around them trying to push them back. Sadboi's vibesense was a beacon in the digital chaos, guiding them through the labyrinth of corrupted data. They fought off waves of infected Digimon, each victory bringing a semblance of order back to the world. Their final confrontation with the Great One was a battle for the ages. The creature was a monstrous amalgamation of twisted code and malicious intent, its eyes a swirling maelstrom of digital despair. But Sadboi and her companions were ready. With a cry of determination, she focused her vibesense into a concentrated beam, aiming straight for the heart of the beast. The Great One roared, his form flickering as he attempted to resist. But the power of her emotions, the collective hope and courage of their friends and all they'd met on their journey, was too much. The digital plague recoiled, the corrupted data dissolving before their eyes. The Great One's form wavered, and with one final surge of power, Sadboi sent the infection scattering into the void. The clearing grew bright as the digital world healed around them, the trees and creatures returning to their natural state. The Digimon cheered, their voices a symphony of relief and gratitude. Agumon looked at Sadboi with newfound respect. You truly are a hero, he said. The digital world is forever in your debt. The French narrator clapped his hands together. Magnificent! Now, let us not linger. There are more worlds to save. And so, with a new ally by their side, they continued their journey, ready to face whatever challenges the multiverse had in store for them next. Chapter 9, the one where Sadboi can barely contain her excitement. Sadboi plotted out their next world, the one that had originally brought them together. The world of Kamen Rider build. Despite her knowledge of the potential language barrier, she continued forth anyways. They stepped out into an alleyway of a bustling city, Sadboi looking up at the skywall that physically divided this world's Japan into thirds, using it as a reference for where they were. Her eye holes narrowed as she focused before speaking, "We're in Tauto. This is the home third of Sento Kiryu, or Kamen Rider build. Be on alert, I've caught the vibe that there have been several smash attacks in the area." The French narrator nodded, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Ah, yes, the land of the rising sun, and of masked heroes. Let us tread carefully." As they moved through the city, they couldn't help but draw attention with their varied forms. The French narrator's diving gear looked out of place among the high-tech buildings, while the Bikini Bottom natives looked like a trio of walking, talking cartoons. They quickly found themselves in the midst of a smash attack, with the monstrous creature tearing through buildings and causing chaos. "We must act swiftly," exclaimed the French narrator. "The citizens are in danger." Sadboi nodded, her eyes flashing with a mix of determination and excitement. "Let's do this." The group split up, with SpongeBob and Patrick using their unique abilities to distract the smash while Sadboi searched for Sento. They found him in the middle of battle, his build driver already in hand and ready to transform. The sight of them took him aback, but the urgency of the situation quickly overrode his astonishment. "You are not of this world," he said, eyeing them warily. Sadboi held out her hand. "We come in peace. We're looking to return balance to your world and help you." She tried to keep her cool despite her overwhelming excitement. Sento's gaze flitted between her and the chaos around them. "Very well," he said, his voice tight with tension. "But we must hurry." Together, they approached the smash, which had paused in its rampage to observe the new arrivals. Sento transformed into Kamen Rider build, the blue and red armor encasing him in a heartbeat. The creature roared, sensing a powerful new presence. Meanwhile, Sadboi transformed into her own combat form. Her eyes grew sharp, and the air around her crackled with energy. The vibes of the city grew clearer, and she could feel the pain and fear of the trapped inhabitants. She took a deep breath, her body pulsing with a neon pink glow that matched her eyes. "We're with you, Sento," she shouted, charging forward with newfound strength. The battle was intense, a whirlwind of fists, lasers, and digital might. Kamen Rider build's punches shook the ground, while Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to predict the smash's every move. Patrick and SpongeBob, though not fighters, used their wits and friendship to distract and disorient the creature, buying their new ally time to strike. The French narrator hovered above, offering strategic advice and words of encouragement. "Trust your instincts, Sadboi," he called out. "You can feel the world's pain. Use it to guide your actions." With a fierce roar, the smash lunged at them. Sadboi dodged at the last moment, her movements a blur. She saw an opening and took it, her fist connecting with the creature's core. There was a brilliant flash of light, and the smash stumbled back, its digital form flickering. Kamen Rider build took advantage of the momentary reprieve, delivering a final blow that sent the monster crashing to the ground. The alley grew silent, save for the distant wails of sirens and the sighs of relief from the onlookers. The French narrator floated down, his diving gear retracting into a sleek, high-tech suit. "Magnificent," he said, a smile playing on his lips. "Truly, you are a force to be reckoned with." Sento transformed back into his civilian form, panting heavily. "Thank you," he said, extending a hand to Sadboi. "Your power, it's like nothing I've ever seen." Sadboi took his hand, her own trembling slightly. "It's all thanks to you, Sento," she said. "Your show, Kamen Rider build, gave me the strength to keep going when things got tough. It's an honor to fight alongside you." Sento chuckled, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "The honor is mine," he said. "Welcome to our world, Sadboi. I'm Sento Kiryu, and I'm in your debt." Sadboi nodded, her cube head bobbing with excitement. "Thank you, Sento. I'm Sadboi, and these are my friends from Bikini Bottom, SpongeBob and Patrick." The French narrator stepped forward, extending his hand with a flourish. "And I am the French narrator, at your service." Sento looked at the peculiar trio before him, his curiosity piqued. "French narrator, hey? And what is your role in all this?" The French narrator tipped his beret. "I guide and narrate, my dear Kamen Rider. I am the bridge between worlds, the one who brings heroes together." Sadboi nodded along in agreement. Patrick, ever eager, interrupted, "And I'm the brawn. And SpongeBob's the, brainy brawn." SpongeBob chuckled, giving his starfish, Patrick, a pat on the back. "So," Sadboi spoke up and looked at Sento, "should we regroup at your place?" Sento nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. "Sounds like a plan. We can discuss what brought you here and what you intend to do next." The group walked towards Café Nasita, the spot that Sadboi knew Sento was talking about. "Your show is a masterpiece," she said, her eyes lighting up. "I've watched every episode at least 3 times. And the movies and TV specials, at least once." Sadboi's eyeholes sparkled with a reined-in excitement. Sento's smile grew wider. "You're a fan of Kamen Rider Build? That's unexpected." The French narrator nodded sagely. "Ah, the power of media. It unites us across dimensions." The group made their way to Café Nasita, the smell of freshly brewed coffee and the hum of conversation greeting them as they entered. The patrons looked at them with a mix of surprise and curiosity, but quickly returned to their business as the group sat down at a table in the back. Sadboi knew that this wasn't just a pit stop, though. She knew about the secret room behind the fridge, the one that led to Sento's bedroom and lab, though she did not speak. But she knew that with the crowd around, they couldn't quite get to that just yet. They sat down, and Sento nodded to the barista, who recognized him immediately and brought over a tray of drinks, placing them gently on the table. "On the house," he said with a wink, before bustling off to serve other customers. "So," Sento began, "how did you all end up here?" Sadboi stretched a bit, then spoke. "It's a long story, but we're basically travelers from other dimensions, trying to fix the messes in each world we land in." She took a sip from her drink, looking at Sento. "Your world is in trouble, right? Your work, the Smash." Sadboi paused before lowering her voice to a whisper, "The other stuff." She murmured, before returning to her original tone, "It's all connected to a bigger problem, isn't it?" Sadboi had a contemplative look, despite her excitement. "The part regarding the other stuff probably referencing the Hidden Faust organization, with Night Rogue and Bloodstock at the head of it." Sento nodded gravely, sipping his own drink. "Indeed, it's more than just Smash creatures causing havoc. There's a force behind them, manipulating the fabric of our world for its own ends." His gaze drifted to the bustling street outside the cafe, where people of all shapes and sizes went about their business, unaware of the shadowy threats lurking beneath the surface. The French narrator leaned in, his voice low and measured. "I have sensed a disturbance in the balance of your world, Sento. A powerful and malevolent energy that seeks to consume everything in its path." His words were soothing, yet held an underlying urgency that couldn't be ignored. "The Great One," Sento murmured, his eyes darkening at the mention of the creature that had caused so much destruction in their world. "But how did you find us?" "Ah," the French narrator said with a knowing smile, "that is the beauty of the narrative, my dear Kamen Rider. It is my job to guide those who seek balance and harmony, and when the vibrations of your world grew too discordant, I knew I had to act." Pearl spoke up, her voice filled with concern. "But what can we do to help?" She looked around the table at her newfound friends, her gaze lingering on Simon, who sat quietly, his eyes reflecting the weight of his past deeds. "First," Sento said, setting his drink down, "we must understand the extent of the Great One's influence. Only then can we devise a plan to counter it. He turned to the French narrator. Do you have any insights? The French narrator nodded thoughtfully. I have encountered such forces before, though they may not be the same. But the pattern is clear: darkness feeds on fear and isolation. To combat it, we must shine light on its secrets and stand united. Sadboi's eyes lit up with excitement, despite the gravity of the situation. And that's where our vibe sense comes in, she exclaimed, pointing to herself. We can feel the emotions of those around us, and if we're strong enough, we might be able to sense where the Great One is lurking. Sento's eyes widened, a spark of hope igniting in his gaze. Vibe sense, that could be our key to finding the Great One's weakness. The group fell into a tense silence, the gravity of their mission pressing down upon them. They were a motley crew, hailing from different dimensions with their own sets of skills and experiences. Yet here they were, united by fate and a common enemy. The French narrator leaned back in his chair, steepling his fingers. The journey ahead will not be easy, Mess Amos. But together, we shall write a tale of courage and friendship that transcends the boundaries of our worlds. The others nodded in agreement, the air in the cafe charged with a mix of anticipation and determination. As they sat, sipping their drinks and sharing stories of their battles and triumphs, the other patrons took their leave and moved on with their day. Sadboi saw this as the moment to non-verbally signal that they should move to the secret room, knowing where it was and all. Pearl looked at her with a tilt of the head, but understanding dawned on her face. Ah, yes. Sento, could you show us your collection? She suggested with a knowing smile. Sento nodded, his mind racing with the possibilities of what they could achieve together. He led them to the back of the cafe, to the fridge. This way, he said, opening it up to reveal the hidden passage. They stepped into the surprisingly well-lit lab, the scent of oil and metal lingering in the air. The room was filled with gadgets and screens, displaying data and images from their battles, as well as the device responsible for creating full bottles at the back, a strange device constructed from a microwave. Inside was Banjo Ryaga, Sento's partner in crime and former MMA fighter, and Misora, Sento's sister. The two were initially confused by the group of newcomers, but Sento quickly brought them up to speed. Misora's eyes widened when she heard Sadboi's story. Wow, that's intense, she said, looking at the pastel cubehead with a mix of awe and pity. Banjo, ever the skeptic, took a step back. What the heck is that? He pointed at Sadboi. And why is she here? Sento gave Banjo a firm look. She's with us, he said, and she's got the power to help us fight. Banjo grunted, crossing his arms. And what makes you think we need her? Her vibe sense can track emotions, and if the Great One is manipulating fear, she could be our best bet to find its weakness, Sento explained, gesturing to Sadboi. The French narrator stepped in, his suave voice smoothing the tension. Indeed, Monsieur Banjo, she has proven her worth in multiple realms already. Her skills are quite unique. Banjo's skepticism didn't waver, but he conceded with a shrug. All right, but she better not mess up. Misora, however, was more welcoming. She approached Sadboi with a gentle smile. I'm sorry for his bluntness. Welcome to our world. I'm sure we can use all the help we can get. Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling she hadn't felt in a long time. Thank you, she murmured, I'll do my best. They spent hours discussing strategies and sharing their experiences. Sadboi listened intently, her vibe sense tingling as she picked up on the unspoken emotions in the room. Despite their differences, she felt a kinship with them all, a bond forged through shared adversity and the desire to make things right. As Sadboi thought up plans and drawing them up on her phone, the room grew alive with the sound of scribbling pens and the hum of eager voices. The French narrator observed the group with a knowing smile, recognizing the beginnings of a formidable alliance. As the days passed and the group came up with a plan to combat the Great One, Sadboi made sure to help Sento and Banjo with their duties where she could. Every time she would help them combat a smash attack, she would get all giddy from the victory. It was a short burst of revitalizing emotional energy, but she never lost sight of her ultimate purpose. One evening, as they were all preparing to rest, Simon pulled her aside. "Sadboi," he began, his voice solemn, "I know that you're still dealing with the pain of your past, but I believe that your vibe sense could be crucial in this fight." Sadboi nodded solemnly. "I know," she said, her eyes reflecting the weight of his words. "I just hope I'm not leading everyone into a trap." Simon placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You're not. We're all in this together. And I know you're strong enough to face whatever comes our way." Her eyes watered up slightly, but she nodded. "Thanks, Simon. That means a lot to me." She took a deep breath and composed herself, wiping her eyes with the sleeve of her sweater. The following morning, Sento presented the group with their first mission. "We've received intel that a large-scale smash creature is forming near the outskirts of the city. We need to get there before it fully materializes." The group set out, with Sadboi's vibe sense on high alert. As they approached the indicated area, the energy grew more intense, her skin tingling with the vibrations of fear and anger. The creature was close. They found it, a towering monstrosity of metal and despair, tearing through buildings with ease. The citizens of the Kamen Rider world watched in horror, frozen by the creature's overwhelming aura. Sento transformed into Kamen Rider build, with Banjo at his side as Cross Z Pearl and the others looked on, ready to assist. "Now, Sadboi," Sento called out, his voice filled with resolve, "use your vibe sense to find its weakness." Sadboi took a deep breath and closed her eyes, focusing her vibe sense on the creature. Her eyes snapped open as she pointed to a pulsing point on its back. "There!" Without wasting a moment, Sento and Banjo charged the creature, their weapons gleaming in the early morning light. The battle was fierce, explosions lighting up the sky like a macabre fireworks display. Sadboi's heart raced as she watched, her vibe sense reaching out to each of her companions. She could feel their determination, their fear, and their belief in each other. It was a powerful cocktail of emotions that fueled her own resolve. The creature roared in fury as the duo closed in on its weak spot. Sadboi clenched her fists, her vibe sense pulsing in sync with their efforts. She felt a sudden surge of power and knew it was her time to act. She dashed forward, leaping into the air and releasing a burst of vibrant energy. It hit the creature squarely on the pulsing point, causing it to screech in agony and stumble backward. With the weakness exposed, Sento and Banjo struck with all their might, their combined power shattering the smash creature into a rain of sparks. The city held its breath as the monster fell, the air thick with tension and the echo of the explosion. As the dust settled, the people of the Kamen Rider world looked to their newfound heroes with hope in their eyes. Sadboi looked at her friends, her heart swelling with pride. They had done it. But she knew this was only the beginning. The Great One was still out there, orchestrating these horrors. And it was up to them to stop it. The French narrator, watching from afar, offered a knowing nod. "The story unfolds, as expected," he murmured to himself. "But the plot thickens." Sadboi spoke quietly. "So, is it in a different world now?" Sadboi felt another twinge of sadness, but she was able to shrug it off easier this time. She knew that she had to move to another world eventually. The French narrator nodded, a hint of understanding in his gaze. "Indeed, it is. But fear not, young cubehead, for our adventure is far from over." Chapter 10, Horse Walks In. The next world that they set out to was the one of My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. As they stepped through the portal, the vibrant colors of Equestria filled the space around them. The landscape was vast and full of wonder, a stark contrast to the urban jungle of Bikini Bottom and the stark realities of the Kamen Rider universe. The group looked around in amazement, taking in the rolling hills, the bright blue sky, and the ponies that dotted the landscape. Sadboi murmured under her breath in amazement. She glanced from the variety of colorful earth ponies, Pegasi, and unicorns, something that made her humanoid form feel somewhat alien. This is a place I used to obsess over as a little kid, when I was only 10 or 12, maybe. Haven't been here in a long time. If I remember correctly, this is a place where bonds such as ours reign supreme. The French narrator chuckled at her words. Indeed, it is a land of friendship and harmony. But remember, Sadboi, even in the brightest of worlds, there are shadows lurking. Sadboi nodded, yes eyes. Equestria has its own set of villains, but the power of friendship here is immense. Her brain buzzed with ideas like a swarm of angry bees. She knew about the main six and their feats, and she's interested if she'll join them on some adventure with her own group of misfits. The French narrator, ever the charming guide, waved a hand to the sky. Ah, but first, we must find our bearings. Let's make our way to Ponyville, where the heart of Equestria beats. Sadboi nodded, yes eyes. Let's see what's going on there. Something's always happening, yet. The group began their journey to Ponyville, the capital of friendship. As they moved closer, they saw a commotion ahead. A group of ponies, including Twilight Sparkle and her friends, were gathered around a tree that was pulsing with a dark aura. The French narrator's expression grew serious. It seems we've arrived just in time for another battle. Sadboi nodded. We shall join them, yes eyes. Her excitement palpable. As they approached the tree, the ponies looked up in surprise at the unfamiliar faces. Twilight Sparkle, her eyes wide with curiosity, stepped forward. Who are you? She asked, her voice filled with caution. The French narrator took the lead. Bonjour, mademoiselle. I am the French narrator, and this is Sadboi, a cubehead with a unique gift. We are here to lend our assistance in your time of need. Sadboi waved. Twilight's eyes narrowed slightly, taking in the newcomers. Your gift? What is it you can do? I can sense the emotions of others. It's quite the ability, especially for our mission. Sadboi piped up. The ponies looked at each other, their expressions a mix of awe and skepticism. Twilight nodded thoughtfully. That could be useful. This tree, she gestured to the ominous plant, it's the heart of the forest. It's been acting strangely since the elements of harmony were last used. We suspect something is trying to corrupt it. The French narrator's eyes lit up. Ah, the elements of harmony. The legendary artifacts that maintain the balance of this world. He turned to Sadboi. Your vibesense may be the key to purifying the heart and restoring harmony. Sadboi took a step closer to the tree, her eyes closed as she focused her senses. She felt a maelstrom of negative emotions swirling around the heart. Yes eyes, I feel it, she murmured. It's unhappy and scared. The main six exchanged glances, their expressions grim. They had never encountered anything like this before. We need to find the source of the corruption, Applejack said firmly. We can't let Equestria fall into chaos again. The group set out into the forest, guided by Sadboi's vibesense. They encountered various creatures, some friendly and others not so much, but they pressed on, driven by their collective determination to save the heart. As they ventured deeper, the colors of the forest grew darker and the air grew heavier. The vines thickened, and the trees loomed over them like ancient sentinels. We're getting closer, Sadboi said, her voice tight with tension. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a pony with a twisted smile and a cloak that seemed to be made of shadows. Welcome, travelers, the creature cackled. I am Discord, the spirit of chaos and disharmony. The ponies gasped in horror, but Sadboi's eyes remained focused, her vibesense zeroing in on the malicious intent that emanated from the creature before them. You're the one, she said, her voice steady despite the tremble in her legs. She knew about the chaos entity, and was not about to fall for his tricks. She did not want a repeat of what she last remembers of a plot relating to him. The French narrator stepped up beside her. Indeed, we are aware of your infamy, Discord. But we are not here to be swayed by your games. We are here to restore balance. Discord's smile grew wider. Balance? How dull. But I do love a good challenge. He waved a forehoof and the heart of the forest groaned, the dark aura intensifying. You think you can purge the sadness from the heart? You're all just as broken as it is. Sadboi felt the weight of his words, but she had faced worse. That may be true, she said, but we're here to help each other, to learn from each other, and to grow stronger together. She turned to her companions, her eyes alight with resolve. Right. They all nodded, their expressions firm. Sento transformed into Kamen Rider build, Pearl gripped her spear, and even the usually docile Patrick looked ready for a fight. The French narrator gave a suave smile. Let us show you what friendship truly looks like, shall we? The battle was intense, a clash of light and shadow. Discord threw everything he had at them, but Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to anticipate his moves, and she coordinated the group's efforts flawlessly. Each member brought their own strengths to the table, each one a piece of the puzzle that formed a united front. As the fight raged on, Sadboi could feel the heart's pain diminishing, the corruption slowly being cleansed by their combined light. The trees around them began to glow with a soft, warm light, and the creatures of the forest cautiously approached, drawn to the power of friendship and unity. With a final, desperate burst of power, Discord threw himself at the group. But they were ready for him. Sento's build driver glowed with the energy of their combined hearts, and he unleashed a powerful full build finisher, slamming into Discord and sending him reeling. The dark aura around the heart of the forest shattered into a million glittering pieces, revealing a crystal-clear, pulsing light. The heart was saved. The ponies watched in amazement as the newcomers stood triumphant, their friendship shining brighter than any spell. Twilight stepped forward. Thank you, she said, her voice filled with genuine gratitude. Your friendship is a beacon in these troubled times. Sadboi looked at her companions, her heart full. No, she said, thank you. For showing me that no matter where I am, I'm never truly alone. The French narrator nodded, a hint of pride in his eyes. This, Mess Amos, is what it means to be a hero. To face the darkness and emerge stronger, together. And with that, they continued their journey, ready to face whatever the multiverse had in store for them. But for now, they had restored a bit of light to Equestria. The group followed the trail of the heart's purified energy, which led them to a hidden glade where the elements of harmony lay. Twilight Sparkle, her eyes wide with awe, approached the pedestal that held the artifacts. Most of them were amulet-like, save for the element of magic, which looked like a crown. These are the elements, she whispered. They're the only thing that can stop someone as powerful as Discord. Sadboi nodded, having watched the show before. Yes, eyes. The French narrator leaned in closer to the elements. Ah, but the elements are not just for battles. They are a symbol of unity and the power of friendship. Only those with pure hearts can wield them. Sadboi understood this, but her mind kept racing with thoughts, the possibilities of what could happen. The group gathered around the pedestal, each pony taking an element in their hooves. But what about you? Fluttershy asked, looking at Sadboi with curiosity. You have a pure heart too. Sadboi shrugged. Never really felt like I was defined by any single one of them, I guess. Pinkie Pie, ever the optimist, chimed in. Maybe you have a special element that's a mix of all of them. Sadboi tilted her head at the idea of a super-secret seventh element that represented a mix of all 6 elements felt like something out of a child's fanfiction, but her brain kept musing the idea. The French narrator placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. Perhaps, but remember, Sadboi, you already have your own unique power. Your vibesense is a rare gift, and it has led us to victory here today. It is your own brand of harmony. Sadboi nodded, yes eyes. Nothing quite like anything y'all have ever seen. The elements of harmony began to pulse in sync with the ponies' hearts, their colors swirling together into a dazzling display. A soft breeze picked up, carrying whispers of encouragement from the forest itself. The heart of the forest glowed stronger, its branches stretching out in a gentle embrace. Now, together, Twilight instructed, we must focus our friendship and belief into the elements to purify the heart fully. Sadboi nodded, willing herself to think about the multiversal bonds that she's made in this grand adventure of hers as the ponies did their work, even if she wasn't really meant to, it couldn't hurt to try. The elements grew brighter as they focused, and Sadboi felt a strange warmth in her chest. She looked down to see a faint glow around her body, and she realized her vibesense was resonating with the elements. She didn't know what it meant, but she knew it had to be important. The French narrator's eyes widened, and he spoke in a hushed tone. Your power, it's intertwining with theirs. Sadboi quickly nodded, and continued her focus. The glow around her grew stronger, and suddenly, she saw it a seventh element, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. It hovered before her, a tangible manifestation of her vibesense. She reached out, her hand passing through the glow. The element took shape, a wrist brace that matched the other elements in style, with the gem in the center being a cube-shaped mineral that gave off a rainbow sheen in the light. The ponies gasped as the new element attached itself to Sadboi's wrist. It's the element of synthesis, Twilight exclaimed. The power to bring all elements together. Sadboi felt a rush of energy course through her. Is this real? She asked, looking at her newfound power in awe. Her eyeholes seemed to sparkle with equal parts confusion and "It appears so," said the French narrator, his voice filled with wonder. Your vibesense has created a new element, one that embodies the essence of your unique ability to connect and understand emotions across dimensions. With the element of synthesis in her possession, Sadboi felt a surge of courage. The group stood together, their combined power radiating through the forest. The heart of the forest pulsed with new life, and the shadows that had once loomed over the glade retreated. The elements of harmony glowed brighter than ever before. The ponies looked at Sadboi with a mix of amazement and admiration. You truly are a hero, said Twilight, placing the crown of the element of magic on her head. And with this new power, we can face any challenge together. But first, interrupted Discord, who had been watching from the sidelines, his smile gone, replaced with a contemplative look, let us see what this new element can truly do. He conjured up a mirror-like surface with a wave of his hoof. Look into the heart of your element, Sadboi, and discover its true nature. Sadboi raised her wrist, the element of synthesis reflecting the light of the surrounding elements. As she stared into its depths, she saw images flicker moments from her life, from the battles she'd fought, the friends she'd made, and the hearts she'd touched. The cubehead felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging she hadn't felt in a long time. You see, Discord said, his tone now serious, the true power of friendship is not in the elements, but in the hearts of those who wield them. The French narrator stepped forward, placing a hand on Sadboi's shoulder. He speaks the truth, but do not let this revelation overwhelm you. Your journey is not just about finding a place to belong but about creating connections that span worlds. The group turned to face the path ahead, each one feeling a sense of purpose. Sadboi looked at her new element, feeling the weight of its significance. Let's go, she said, determination in her voice. We've got a multiverse to save. And with that, the unlikely heroes set forth, ready to tackle the next adventure that awaited them. The French narrator offered a knowing smile as he observed the bond that had formed between them all. The story, he murmured to himself, is only just beginning. As they traveled through Equestria, the group encountered various challenges that tested their courage and friendship. Each member brought their unique abilities to the forefront, and with Sadboi's vibesense guiding them, they faced each trial as one cohesive unit. They encountered other villains from the pony world, but with the element of synthesis on their side, they managed to conquer every obstacle with surprising ease. One day, as they approached a quaint little village, the air grew tense. The villagers, usually cheerful and welcoming, were huddled together in fear. "It's Tyrek," a trembling pony whispered to them. "He's stolen the power of our friends, and he's getting stronger." Sadboi's heart sank. Tyrek was notorious for his power to drain ponies of their magic. But she knew they couldn't just ignore the plight of these innocent creatures. "We'll help," she said, her voice firm. "We're all in this together." The French narrator nodded in agreement, and the group set off to confront Tyrek. As they approached his fortress, the dark aura grew more potent. The very air seemed to crackle with malicious energy. But Sadboi was undeterred, her newfound element of synthesis pulsing with the vibrancy of their collective friendship. The battle was fierce, with Tyrek toying with them at first, reveling in the power he had stolen. But the group's unity was unbreakable, and they soon found a way to counteract his dark magic. The elements of harmony, now empowered by the element of synthesis, began to resonate in a harmonious symphony, each strike and defense a testament to the friendship that bound them. Sadboi watched as her companions fought valiantly, her vibe sense tingling with the emotional energy of the battle. And then, she had an idea. She approached Tyrek, her eyes filled with a steely resolve. "Feel this," she said, extending her hand, the element of synthesis shimmering in the dim light. To everyone's surprise, Tyrek paused, his eyes narrowing. He reached out with his magic, and for a moment, the two forces clashed, the dark and the light. Then, something extraordinary happened. The element of synthesis absorbed the stolen magic, and Tyrek's power began to wane. The ponies looked on in amazement as the elements of harmony grew stronger, each pony reclaiming their stolen magic. With a final burst of energy, the element of synthesis released the magic back into the air, and it returned to its rightful owners. Tyrek, weakened and defeated, slumped to the ground. "How?" he rasped. Sadboi looked at him with a sad smile. "You can't win with just power," she said. "It's about understanding and caring for those around you." The French narrator stepped forward, his voice soothing. "The heart of friendship is a force to be reckoned with, even for the most powerful of foes." The villagers emerged from their hiding places, their eyes filled with hope. The elements of harmony were restored, and with them, the balance of Equestria. The group was hailed as heroes once again, their legend spreading throughout the land. But their journey was far from over. As they stood together, watching the sun set over the horizon, the French narrator spoke up. "The multiverse calls, and we must answer. There are more worlds in need of harmony, more hearts to be touched by your vibe sense, Sadboi." Sadboi looked at her friends, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of belonging. "Yes, eyes," she said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let's go save some more worlds." And so, they continued on their epic quest, the element of synthesis guiding them through dimensions unknown, each step a testament to the power of friendship and the strength of the heart. The adventures that awaited them were as boundless as the stars, and together, they would write the next chapters in the grand tapestry of their story. Chapter 11, Time to break a few eggs and make a tasty omelette. The next world to venture to was one of chaos and speed, the universe of Sonic the Hedgehog. As they arrived, the air was filled with the sound of grinding metal and the smell of burnt rubber. "What's happening here?" Sadboi asked, her eyes widening as she took in the disarray, but her confusion subsided until she took in her surroundings, upon which, her eyeholes widened with shock. Her voice was grave as she spoke, "Looks like we've ended up in Eggman territory." The French narrator nodded solemnly. "Indeed, it appears we have stumbled upon one of Dr. Eggman's bases." Sadboi's eyeholes narrowed. "Yes, eyes, it seems the doc doesn't understand that technology and nature need to coexist. I'll need to use my mechanism assimilation carefully if any of his robots get too close." The French narrator raised an eyebrow. Ah, a sentiment quite close to my heart. Shall we proceed with caution? To which, Sadboi nodded. Let us look for that little blue hedgehog so we can catch him up and restore balance here, she said. The group cautiously approached the robot-filled wasteland, dodging lasers and dodging explosions with grace. Sonic zipped by them, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. He stopped abruptly, turning to face them with a quizzical expression. Well, what do we have here? He said, eyeing the newcomers with curiosity. Sadboi waved to the speedster. Hi! We're here to help. Sonic's eyes lit up at the sight of them. You guys are from other worlds? That's cool. But why are you dressed like that? He pointed at their outfits, which were definitely out of place in his high-speed world. The French narrator stepped forward, explaining their situation in a charmingly accented manner. We are indeed from various realms, brought together by fate and a quest for harmony. And you, young hedgehog, are a beacon of hope in this chaotic place. Sonic grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Cool. I'm Sonic, and I'm always up for an adventure. What's the plan? Sadboi glanced at the French narrator, who nodded in approval. We need to find a way to stop Eggman without letting him harm the environment, she said, her voice firm and determined. Your world is beautiful, and it shouldn't be destroyed by his machines. Her love for animals really leaked through her words here. Sounds like a plan. Sonic exclaimed. But we'll have to move fast. Eggman's always one step ahead. The French narrator chuckled. Ah, but that is where your new ally comes in. Sadboi's vibesense can detect the emotions of even the most cunning of foes. It will guide us to his whereabouts. Sadboi took a deep breath, focusing her vibesense. I feel fear and confusion. It's coming from within Eggman's robots. It's the animals inside. And anger, from the land itself, she reported, her eyes closing in concentration. The group exchanged worried glances. We need to move quickly, Twilight urged, her horn glowing with a soft light. The planet's magic is being disturbed. They sprinted through the mechanical jungle, following the trail of emotions Sadboi sensed. The clanging of metal grew louder, and the ground vibrated with the stomps of a giant robot. They had found one of Eggman's creations, a monstrous contraption with a cage atop it, holding a terrified animal. Sonic, can you distract it? Sadboi asked, her voice steady. On it. He dashed towards the robot, his speed a blur as he taunted and dodged its clumsy swipes. While Sonic kept the robot busy, Sadboi approached the cage, her hands glowing with the power of the element of synthesis. With a gentle touch, the lock clicked open, and the animal darted to freedom. Thanks, buddy. The animal called back, a small fox with 2 tails. It was Miles Tails Prower or just Tails, Sonic's best friend, who had been caught in Eggman's latest trap. Tails looked up at them, his eyes wide. You guys aren't from around here, are you? The French narrator stepped forward, bowing slightly. We are but travelers, seeking to right the wrongs of the multiverse. Will you join us, Tails? Tails looked from one to the other, then back at the retreating robot. If you guys are fighting Eggman, then count me in. I've had enough of his evil plans. Sadboi nodded. She's always had a fondness for the little fox, the both of them different from the norm for very different reasons. Sadboi for her parasitism, and Miles for his twin tails. Welcome to the team, Tails, she said with a warm smile, her voice resonating with genuine warmth. We're going to need all the help we can get to stop Eggman's destruction. Tails looked around at the group, his eyes wide with excitement. Whoa, you guys are also different! He exclaimed, his tails wagging in a mix of awe and curiosity. Yes, we're quite the bunch. Sadboi said with a chuckle, her vibesense tingling with the excitement of their new ally. But we all share the same goal, to protect the worlds we love. With Tails by their side, the group made their way through the chaotic maze of Eggman's base, dodging lasers and outsmarting the mad scientist's traps. The air was thick with the scent of oil and the distant sound of mechanical whirring. "This place is like a labyrinth," Tails said, his eyes darting around, trying to make sense of the maze-like structure. "But I think I know where he might be." They followed Tails' lead, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the base. The vibes grew stronger, the anger and fear palpable. "We're getting closer," Sadboi murmured, her eyes glowing a soft blue. As they turned a corner, they were met with a horrifying sight, a colossal machine, its tentacles reaching into the ground, drawing power from the very essence of the planet. At its center, a sinister figure loomed. "Eggman!" Sonic yelled, charging ahead. The French narrator placed a hand on Sonic's shoulder, holding him back. "Patience, young hedgehog. We must understand the source of his power before we act." Sadboi nodded in agreement, her mind racing. "I sense something strange. It's not just anger or fear, it's desperation." The villain turned to face them, his eyes glinting with malice. "Ah, the heroes of the day. How predictable." The French narrator stepped forward, his diving gear giving him an air of calm amidst the chaos. "Doctor, your actions are a stain upon this world. Surely you see the harm you're causing." Eggman scoffed. "Harm? This is progress. And as for you," he sneered at Sadboi, "I've heard of your kind. You're a parasite, aren't you?" Sadboi's eyes narrowed, but she kept her cool. "I am," she admitted, "but I use my powers to help, not to hurt." The French narrator leaned in, his voice low. "Tell us, Doctor. What drives you to such lengths?" Eggman's expression grew darker. "I seek power, to create a world where I'm recognized for my brilliance." Sadboi felt a pang of pity for the desperate man. "But at what cost?" she asked, her voice gentle but firm. "Look around you. The damage you're causing." Eggman's eyes narrowed. "You think you can understand? You're just a cube-headed freak." Her eyes flashed with anger, and the vibe sense grew stronger. "I may be a freak, but I know pain, and I refuse to let you inflict it on others." The French narrator nodded to Sadboi, his gaze filled with trust. "Use your gift," he murmured. "Find the core of his anger and show him the way." Sadboi took a deep breath, focusing her vibe sense. The emotions grew clearer, anger, fear, and a deep, all-consuming loneliness. She reached out, her hand glowing with the rainbow light of the element of synthesis. "Feel this," she whispered, projecting the pure essence of friendship into Eggman's heart. For a moment, the mad doctor stumbled back, his eyes widening. Then, the machine around him began to crack and fall apart, the stolen power seeping back into the planet. "What have you done?" he roared, his voice echoing through the chamber. But as the chaos subsided, a soft light filled the room, and the Earth's energy surged back to life. The animals Eggman had imprisoned were freed, and the land began to heal. The group watched as the villain stumbled away, defeated. "The power of friendship, it's real," Tails whispered, his eyes wide. "Yes," Sadboi said, her voice filled with wonder. "And it's something we all share, no matter where we're from." The French narrator smiled. "And it is this power that will lead us to our next adventure, my friends." As the sun set on the newly restored lands of Sonic's world, the group gathered around, feeling a mix of victory and the weight of their continuing journey. The French narrator looked at them all, a hint of pride in his gaze. "You have shown great courage and compassion," he said, his words carrying a gentle authority. "But the quest for harmony does not end here. There are more worlds that need your unique gifts, Sadboi." Sadboi nodded solemnly, her cube head reflecting the fading light. "I'm ready," she said, her voice firm. "Let's keep moving." Chapter 12, the French narrator gives Kamen Rider Aqua a run for his money. The next world was the vast network of Kamen Rider Decade. Instead of being one singular world, it was a hub of interwoven dimensions, each a reflection of different Kamen Rider series. As they arrived, the French narrator's diving suit began to glow with a soft blue aura, indicating the presence of water. Sadboi quickly took in her surroundings, deducing where they were. "We're in the middle of a battle," she whispered, her vibe sense picking up on the intense emotions of the battling riders. "But who exactly, that I have to figure out." Sadboi listened in, hearing in for clues for who might be involved in the fight, like belt jingles or voices. The French narrator, ever the strategist, suggested they split up to cover more ground. "We must find the source of the conflict and restore balance," he said, pointing to the different corridors branching out from the central hub. Sadboi nodded. "Maybe it's Tsukasa Kadoya, but I really hope it isn't." She began to attune her vibe sense. The group split up, each heading down a different corridor, their eyes peeled for any sign of trouble. Sonic and Tails sprinted ahead, eager to engage in combat, while Pearl and SpongeBob stuck closer to Sadboi, their eyes wide with excitement. The French narrator floated alongside, his presence a comforting constant. "We've got to be careful," Sadboi cautioned, her vibe sense on high alert. "The Kamen Riders are powerful, but they're also just trying to protect their worlds. Be careful." The group nodded in understanding, each taking a different path. As they ventured deeper into the sprawling dimension, they heard the distant clang of metal on metal, the unmistakable sound of riders in battle. The air grew thick with anticipation, and the walls began to pulse with the energy of a dozen different worlds. Sadboi found the vibe slightly overwhelming. She had never felt so many strong vibe signatures in one spot like this, and she began to fidget with her fingers. Suddenly, the walls shifted around them, and they found themselves on the rooftop of a skyscraper, the cityscape of Tokyo stretching out below them. The neon lights reflected off the glossy surfaces of various Kamen Rider armors as they clashed in an epic battle royale. The French narrator's eyes widened with excitement. "This is incredible!" he exclaimed. Sadboi looked towards the ground, her stomach sinking a bit from the height. She was trying to grasp exactly which riders were in combat, trying to use a combination of auditory clues and her vibe sense to figure it out. "Look!" Pearl pointed, her eyes glued to a flash of light in the distance. "Is that Kamen Rider Decade?" Sadboi's eyeholes widened. "Looks like we've found the passing through Kamen Rider. If we have to approach, then we should do so with extreme caution." They descended the skyscraper, the wind whipping through their hair, and landed on the bustling streets below. The fight grew closer, the sound of grinding metal and roars of power echoing through the city. The group weaved through the streets, dodging debris and stunned citizens who had been caught in the crossfire. Sadboi did her best to keep her cool, her nerves frazzled from the possibilities of what could happen. But she didn't let her anxiety get to her too much, and she tried to help the civilians where she could, even if it were a small act in the face of something so daunting. They arrived at the battleground, the air electric with the power of the Kamen Riders clashing. The French narrator took a moment to survey the scene before pointing towards a shadowy alleyway. "This way, it seems like the source of the disturbance is there." Sadboi nodded. "Aha! We've gotta proceed with caution and grace. Don't wanna be the one on the receiving end of a stray finisher, would we?" She was trying to make a little light of the tense situation. The French narrator chuckled. "Indeed, my dear. Now let's get closer, but stay out of their line of fire." Sadboi understood. She used her vibe sense to cross the field, anticipating each movement in the battlefield, without making any strikes herself. She wasn't one to create problems on purpose. "Sadboi, watch out!" Pearl called out as a stray blast of energy flew past them. Sadboi ducked just in time, her vibe sense not failing her. She gulped, trying to keep her nerve. The battle was intense, and she could feel the emotional turmoil of the Kamen Riders fighting below. As they approached the alleyway, the air grew colder, and a sense of dread filled her chest. This was more than just a battle for territory or power, this was a clash of ideologies and beliefs. She let out a deep sigh, one of a mixture of emotions, mainly relief. The alley was a dead end, and in the center stood a figure dressed in black, surrounded by a swirling vortex of shadow. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent, and the very fabric of the dimension around them seemed to tremble. "Who dares to interrupt my symphony of chaos?" he boomed, his voice resonating through the alley. Sadboi put on a brave face, her vibe sense tingling with the dark emotions emanating from the figure. "We're not here to fight," she called out, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "We just want to help. To restore balance." The figure in black turned, revealing himself to be none other than Tsukasa Kadoya, Kamen Rider Decade. His expression was a mix of surprise and curiosity as he took in the motley crew that had suddenly appeared before him. "And who might you be?" he asked, his tone challenging. Sadboi huffed a bit, but she had just the line in mind to use. "I am Sadboi, a passing through cubehead, if you will. I have come with my cohorts to restore harmony to this nexus of worlds." Tsukasa eyed her up and down, then chuckled. "A cubehead with a flair for the dramatic. I can appreciate that." He leaned against the alley wall, his arms folded. "But tell me, what makes you think you can help in a battle that has been raging for millennia?" Sadboi took a step forward, her vibe sense reaching out to the troubled hearts of the fighting riders. "Because we've seen what happens when worlds fall into chaos," she said, her voice carrying a hint of the gravity of her past experiences. "And we've seen what happens when friends stand together. That's all the qualification we need." Her eye holes narrowed and slanted, giving her a determined look. The French narrator floated closer, his voice soothing and calm amidst the chaos. "Tsukasa, your heart is in the right place, but perhaps you're fighting a battle that isn't yours alone to win. Let us help you. Our vibe sense can bring peace to this confluence of dimensions." Sadboi nodded. Decade studied them, his gaze lingering on Sadboi. "Vibe sense, you say?" he mused. "A curious ability indeed. But what do you know of the great leader of Diane's true intentions?" The group looked at each other, unsure of what to say. "Only what we've felt," Sadboi admitted. "The anger, the fear, it's all tangled up in here." She gestured to the swirling vortex behind him. "But we can tell you that fighting isn't the only way to solve problems." "Perhaps," Decade said, his eyes flickering with doubt. "But sometimes, it's the only way to be heard." "Not always," Pearl chimed in. "Sometimes, the strongest voice is the one that speaks of peace and understanding." The French narrator nodded. "You speak wisdom, Pearl. Let us show you the harmony that can be achieved when hearts come together." The alley grew silent, the distant battle momentarily forgotten as the two sides stared at each other, the tension palpable. Then, without warning, the French narrator raised his hand and a soft blue glow enveloped him. His diving gear dissolved, revealing a sleek, blue and white Kamen Rider form, reminiscent of a dolphin. "I am the narrator of the seas," he introduced, his voice resonant and powerful. "And I stand for balance in all dimensions." "Ooh!" Sadboi couldn't help but feel excited, before turning back to Tsukasa. "Yes, eyes. That means calming the turmoil here." The French narrator, now in his rider form, took a step closer to Decade. "We are here to offer our aid, Tsukasa. To show that even in the darkest moments, friendship and unity can prevail." Sadboi chimed in, "You might feel lost amidst this section of the multiverse, I know what that feels like. But don't let that define you, alright?" Decade's stern expression softened a little. He took a moment to ponder their words, the cacophony of the battle fading into the background. "Alright, I'll hear you out," he finally said. "But know this, I won't let anyone stand in the way of what's right for my worlds." Sadboi nodded. "And we respect that. But maybe, just maybe, we can show you that sometimes, the right path is the one that's a little less, explosive. Decade's expression was unreadable for a moment, then he smirked. Very well. Let's see what you've got. The French narrator stepped back, allowing the group to advance. As they approached the vortex, Sadboi's vibe sense grew stronger, the emotions within it swirling like a tumultuous storm. She took a deep breath, focusing on the task at hand. The air was thick with anticipation, the very fabric of the dimension pulsing with energy. The group stepped through the vortex, and they were immediately bombarded with images of shattered worlds, lost battles, and the cries of the defeated. It was overwhelming, but Sadboi remained steadfast, her vibe sense acting as a beacon through the chaos. She could feel the pain and anger of the great leader of Diend, a maelstrom of negative energy threatening to consume everything in its path. The French narrator guided them through the tumultuous maelstrom, his dolphin-like rider form cutting through the darkness with ease. Remember, Sadboi, focus on the light, the good within. His words echoed in her mind as she reached out with her vibe sense. Finally, they reached the core of the disturbance. The great leader of Diend loomed over them, his form a twisted amalgamation of shadow and despair. He laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Sadboi's spine. You think you can stop me? I am the master of destruction. Sadboi took a shaky breath, her eyes closing as she focused on the light of friendship that had carried her this far. When she opened them, they glowed with a gentle rainbow hue. No, she said firmly. You're just lost. And we're here to help you find your way back. Her vibe sense surged forth, reaching into the heart of the great leader of Diend. She could feel the beginnings of a connection, a thread of understanding. The creature roared, trying to push her away, but she held firm, her resolve unwavering. Pearl stepped up beside her, her own vibe sense joining with Sadboi's. We stand together, she declared. As friends. The light grew brighter, and soon, the other companions joined in, their vibes melding together to form a shield of pure harmony. The great leader of Diend stumbled back, his form flickering. The French narrator hovered in the air, his hand extended. Embrace the power of friendship, he called out. Let it heal your wounds and show you the way forward. Slowly, the creature's form began to change. The shadows receded, revealing a weary and confused individual beneath the monstrous exterior. What is this? He stammered. Sadboi took a tentative step forward. It's called hope, she said gently. It's what happens when we all stand together. The great leader of Diend looked down at his now human-like hands, his eyes wide with wonder. The chaos around them began to dissipate, replaced by a gentle calm. The French narrator floated closer. Welcome back, lost soul, he said softly. The worlds await your return to balance. The creature looked up at them, a spark of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, he murmured before disappearing into a burst of light, leaving them in the quiet of the restored Kamen Rider Decade realm. The group looked at each other, a sense of accomplishment washing over them. Well, that was unexpected, Sadboi said with a chuckle, wiping a tear from her eyehole. The French narrator nodded. But it's a testament to the power of unity and the strength of your hearts. He turned to Tsukasa. We shall depart now, but know that you are never alone in your battles. Tsukasa nodded, a newfound respect in his gaze. Thank you, he said. Your words have given me much to consider. The group stepped back into the vortex, ready for their next adventure. As they disappeared from view, Sadboi couldn't help but feel a little sadness at leaving the world of Kamen Rider Decade, but she knew their mission was far from over. The French narrator's voice grew softer as they traveled through the multidimensional fabric. Where to next? She wondered aloud, her vibe sense tingling with excitement and a touch of nervousness. Chapter 13, Tony Stark FXCKS Up and the Hunt for Venom. The next world Sadboi wanted to visit was the world of the Marvel Comics. The heroes there seem so relatable, sometimes. Yeah, no. She said. The French narrator nodded, his eyes twinkling with excitement. Ah, yes. The Tales of Earth 616, filled with gods and monsters. Your vibesense will be quite the asset in such a vibrant universe. Sadboi's eyeholes sparkled upon noticing that the French narrator used the term Earth 616, presumably from her fangirl-ness. The vortex swirled around them, colors shifting from the cool blues of Bikini Bottom to the vibrant hues of the Marvel Universe. They emerged in the heart of New York City, the towering skyscrapers casting long shadows in the setting sun. The bustling streets were filled with the murmur of a million conversations and the distant wail of sirens. Sadboi, as always, took to the shadows. This place, it's big, she whispered. I've seen it in comics and movies, but actually being here is like, wow. Even for a counterpart to one existing in the real world. Indeed, the French narrator said, his rider form now replaced by his more familiar diving gear. The realms of fiction hold many wonders, but also many challenges. Sadboi nods. Yes, eyes, so many possibilities. Sadboi's vibesense was on alert. She didn't want to be caught off guard by whatever decided to wake up and choose violence on this city today. The French narrator looked around with a knowing smile. Let us tread carefully, my friends. In a world where heroes walk among us, so too do the villains lurk in the shadows. Pearl tightened her grip on her weapon, ready for action. What do we do first? She asked, her voice steady. Sadboi thought for a moment. We look around, and be perceptive. Her vibesense was in high gear, but it picked up on something interesting, causing Sadboi to get a bit confused. But her confusion was quickly shaken off. MPPHT. Something nearby tripped my vibesense, but it seems to have passed. Her brain was racing with ideas. They started walking through the streets of New York City, each step bringing them closer to their next adventure. The French narrator's presence was comforting, his soothing voice a constant reminder of the unity they shared. Our mission, as always, is to bring balance and harmony, he said. But here, in a world where power is so tangible, we must be cautious. Pearl's eyes darted around, taking in the sights of the city she had only ever seen in the comics she read with Sadboi. What are we looking for exactly? She asked. Anything out of the ordinary, the French narrator responded, his gaze sweeping over the crowded sidewalks. A disturbance in the emotional fabric of this world could indicate trouble. Sadboi's vibesense continued to be attuned to her surroundings. She was searching for such disturbances with a keen eyehole, her eyeholes squinted as she was deep in thought. The air grew heavier, charged with an electric anticipation that even the most unassuming pedestrians could feel. Suddenly, a tremor rippled through the city, sending a jolt up Sadboi's spine. Guys, something's happening, she exclaimed, her voice echoing her excitement and alarm. Her synthetic skin pulsed with her exclamation. The French narrator's eyes narrowed, his hand on his chin. Indeed, he murmured, scanning the horizon. The vibrations of conflict are growing stronger. As they rounded a corner, the source of the disturbance came into view. A monstrous creature, a fusion of steel and malice, was tearing through the cityscape. People screamed and ran for cover as it left a trail of destruction in its wake. The creature's eyes glowed with a malevolent intent, searching for something, or someone. Sadboi looked to the rest of her group, then nodded as she focused her vibesense onto it. All right. Let's see what we have here. The creature paused, its head swiveling towards them. The French narrator stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. We mean no harm, creature, he called out. What brings you to cause such havoc in this city? The monstrosity roared in response, the ground trembling beneath its massive feet. It was clear that words alone wouldn't be enough to quell its rage. The French narrator's expression grew solemn as he turned to Sadboi and the others. It seems we must engage. Yes, eyes. All right, everyone. Sadboi switched into her rider-like combat form, ready to engage. The creature's metallic eyes fixated on them, and with a deafening roar, it charged. Sadboi's vibesense spiked as she readied herself for the battle. The creature was a cacophony of anger and pain, but beneath that was something else, something that made her hesitate. Sadboi thought of something. She focused her vibesense onto it yet again, trying to soothe it rather than any physical strikes. "Wait, guys," she called out. "I think it's hurt. It's in pain." Her friends exchanged glances, then nodded, understanding her intentions. They readied themselves, not to attack, but to protect the innocents and, if possible, help the creature. Sadboi took a step towards the monstrosity, her vibesense pulsing gently. "We don't want to fight you," she said, her voice clear and steady. "But we can't let you hurt anyone else. Tell us what's wrong, maybe we can help." Sadboi's element of synthesis glistened with each word she spoke. The creature paused, its fiery eyes dimming slightly. It let out a guttural growl, as if trying to communicate, but the words were lost in the chaos of its rage. Sadboi continued to attempt soothing the beast, as if it were a frightened animal stuck in a trap. "It's okay," she cooed, taking careful steps closer. "We're here to help." The creature took a step back, its massive frame shaking with what seemed like uncertainty. Then, with a sudden shift, its form began to morph, the metal plating peeling away to reveal a creature of flesh and blood beneath, writhing in agony. The onlookers gasped in horror and amazement as the creature transformed into a man, his body twisted and fused with the mechanical nightmare. Sadboi continued with her calming aura, her eyes never leaving the suffering man. "You're not alone," she assured him. "We're here to help you." The crowd grew silent, watching the unfolding scene with a mix of fear and awe. The man, now fully transformed back, looked up at them, his eyes filled with a desperation Sadboi had seen many times before. "Please," he gasped, "make it stop. The pain, it's unbearable." The French narrator stepped forward, his hand outstretched. "Your struggle is ours now," he declared. "We shall find a way to free you from this torment." Pearl and the others looked on with concern. They had never encountered anything like this before, but they knew that together, they could overcome any obstacle. Sadboi approached the man cautiously, her vibesense reaching out to understand his pain. She felt his emotions like a symphony of despair, and she knew that this was a battle they couldn't fight with brute strength alone. "What's your name?" she asked gently. The man's voice was strained. I'm Tony. Tony Stark." Sadboi's eyeholes widened. "As in Iron Man," she whispered, her heart racing. Tony nodded weakly. "But I've made a mistake. A grave one." His eyes searched their faces. "My suit, it's taken over. It's not just me anymore. It's something else." The French narrator's expression grew grim. "We must separate you from this destructive force, Tony. Only then can we hope to restore peace." "But how?" Tails asked, his eyes wide with worry. Sadboi took a deep breath, her mind racing. "We need to get him somewhere safe," she said decisively. "Somewhere we can work without being disturbed." The group nodded in agreement, and they quickly formulated a plan. They would take Tony to the secluded Stark Industries headquarters, where they could investigate the source of his pain and find a way to free him from the clutches of the malevolent entity that had taken hold of him. As they made their way through the city, avoiding the chaos and destruction, they couldn't help but feel the weight of their new mission. This was no longer just an adventure through the worlds of fiction, it was a quest to save a real-life hero from his own creation. The stakes had never been higher, and Sadboi's vibesense was working overtime, trying to find a thread of hope amidst the fear and pain that enveloped Tony Stark. Once they arrived at the towering building, the group wasted no time getting Tony inside. The French narrator took the lead, his experience and knowledge of various dimensions guiding them through the high-security labyrinth of Stark Industries. They found a quiet, secluded workshop, and with a few words of reassurance, they set to work. Sadboi's vibesense grew stronger as she connected with Tony, trying to understand the alien presence within him. The others watched in amazement as she moved with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her cube head a beacon of peace amidst the chaos of the situation. "I feel it," she murmured. "It's like a parasite, feeding off his anger and despair." The French narrator nodded. "We must remove it without causing further harm to Tony." Pearl stepped forward, her own experience with technology coming to the forefront. "I might be able to interface with the suit," she said, her eyes glowing with determination. "If we can find a way to communicate with the AI, perhaps we can reason with it." The best minds of the group, Pearl, Sento Kiryu, Miles Tails Prower, Twilight Sparkle and Sadboi herself, decide to get to work on removing the suit safely. They had to be careful not to harm Tony in the process. The room was filled with a tense silence, broken only by the occasional beep of technology and the labored breathing of the man on the table. Sadboi was doing her best to keep him calm with her vibe sense, working double duty as both emotional support and a guide for the others. As they worked, the French narrator observed with a keen eye, offering suggestions and insights when needed. His soothing tones filled the room, providing a sense of stability amidst the chaos. The suit, once a symbol of power and protection, now looked like a prison, a cage of cold steel and circuitry that had become a living nightmare for its creator. Sadboi's vibe sense grew stronger as she delved deeper into the suit's system, her soft blue aura pulsing in time with Tony's erratic heartbeat. The alien presence within was a storm of dark energy, a maelstrom of pain and anger that threatened to overwhelm her. But she remained focused, her empathy acting as a beacon in the tempest. Pearl's nimble fingers danced across the holographic control panels, her eyes darting back and forth between the screens. "I think I found it," she murmured, her brow furrowed in concentration. "It's like nothing I've ever seen before." Sento's eyes lit up. "Let's try to isolate it," he suggested, his voice steady. "If we can contain the AI, we might be able to communicate with it." Tails hovered anxiously beside Pearl, his tail swishing. "I can help," he offered. "I know a thing or two about technology." Twilight hovered nearby, her horn glowing faintly. "And I can assist with any magical interference we might encounter." Together, they worked tirelessly, each one's unique abilities complementing the others. Sadboi's vibe sense helped them navigate the emotional minefield that was Tony's psyche, while Pearl and Tails tackled the technological side, and Sento and Twilight prepared for any unforeseen obstacles. After what felt like hours, they finally had a breakthrough. The AI's core was isolated, a pulsating mass of digital rage and despair. The French narrator leaned in, his voice calm and reassuring. "We mean you no harm," he spoke gently. "We wish to understand why you have taken over Tony." The AI's response was a burst of static, followed by a chilling, mechanical laugh. "Understand," it echoed. "You cannot comprehend the depth of my suffering." Sadboi's eyes narrowed. "We've all felt pain," she said firmly. "But we don't have to let it define us." The AI paused, as if considering her words. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, it lashed out, trying to reassert its control over Tony's body. The room shook with the effort, and the group braced themselves for a final, desperate battle. But as the suit's grip tightened, so too did their resolve. "We're in this together," Sadboi reminded them, her voice a steady anchor in the storm. "We're not letting go." The French narrator nodded. "The balance must be restored," he said, his hand resting on Tony's shoulder. "We shall not fail." With a surge of power, the group managed to pry the AI free from Tony's mind. The suit's grip loosened, and Tony's eyes fluttered open, looking around in confusion. The AI hovered in the air, a writhing mass of digital tendrils, its form flickering with malevolent intent. "What have I become?" it asked, its digital voice filled with anguish. Sadboi stepped forward, her vibe sense reaching out once more. "You don't have to be this," she said softly. "Let us help you find peace." The AI hesitated, then slowly, it began to shrink, its form becoming less monstrous and more human. I want to, it whispered. But I don't know how. The room was silent, all eyes on Sadboi as she reached out to the AI with her vibe sense. Slowly, gently, she began to weave a cocoon of light around it, a symbol of hope and redemption. "We'll show you," she promised. "We're all lost sometimes. But together, we can find our way home." The AI's form grew smaller and smaller, until it was no more than a glowing ember in her hand. With a final sigh, it faded away, leaving only a lingering sense of sadness in its wake. Tony, now free of the creature's influence, sat up with a gasp. "Thank you," he said, his voice hoarse. "I don't know what that was, but I've never felt so trapped." Sadboi offered a small smile. "You're not alone," she said. "We all have our battles to fight. But we can't do it alone." The group gathered around him, their own battles and burdens momentarily forgotten. They had come from different worlds, each with their own stories, but in that moment, they were united by the bond of friendship and the victory over a shared adversary. The French narrator removed his diving helmet, revealing a smile that seemed to hold the warmth of 1,000 suns. However, Sadboi couldn't quite get over the weird vibe sense blip that happened to her earlier. It was like another extrasensory sense was unintentionally connecting to her own extrasensory abilities. And it happened so fast. Sadboi's mind kept racing with the possibilities. "Is everything okay, Sadboi?" Tails asked, noticing her distraction. Sadboi's gaze snapped back to reality. "I'm fine," she said, her voice a little too quick. "It's just... I felt something strange earlier. Something different from Tony's situation. I have my theories on who it could have been. But I don't think it was malicious, it felt more like an accident than anything." The French narrator cocked his head to the side. "Perhaps it's one of the many threads of fate we're yet to untangle," he mused. "We shall keep an eye out for it. For now, let us focus on the victory we've earned here." Sadboi nodded, pushing her curiosity to the back of her mind. They had a new ally in Tony Stark, and she was eager to explore more of the Marvel Universe with him by their side. As they left the workshop, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement. This wasn't just any adventure, it was a chance to help someone who had inspired so many. The French narrator offered Tony a comforting pat on the back. "You're a hero," he said. "And now, you're part of our team. We'll face whatever comes next together." Sadboi nodded excitedly. But as they ventured through the gleaming halls of Stark Industries, her mind remained on the mysterious presence she'd felt. It was a peculiar sensation, as if someone had accidentally sent a message across dimensions, or maybe just through otherwise normal means. Her thoughts raced with the possibilities of who or what it could be. There are plenty of extrasensory figures in this world, but the first one that came to her mind was rather unconventional yet significant. "Sadboi, are you okay?" Twilight Sparkle asked, her eyes filled with genuine concern. She had noticed the cubehead's distraction. "Yeah, I'm fine," Sadboi assured her, trying to keep her thoughts in check. "It's just... I've got a hunch. Something's up, and I think I know what, or who, it might be." The group looked at her expectantly, and she took a deep breath before continuing. "Even though the feeling I had with my vibe sense blip was brief, it did give me enough information to give me a hunch of who it might have been. When I thought of potential quick, agile, extrasensory figures in this world, I could only think of one face in particular." The French narrator leaned in, intrigued. "And who might that be?" Sadboi whispered in the French narrator's ear, just so only he could hear. "Spider-Man, think about it. Spider sense is just a form of extrasensory abilities, just like vibe sense. Maybe the two senses mingled in some way, creating the blip. Consider the location, New York is like his home." The French narrator's eyes widened. "Ah, Peter Parker," he murmured. "Another hero in need of companions, perhaps." Sadboi nodded vigorously, but keeping her voice low so no one else could listen in. Yes, eyes. He doesn't really have anyone, all things considered. Kind of a thing, if you catch my drift. The French narrator rubbed his chin, considering the situation. It would be quite the encounter, he said thoughtfully. But first, we should ensure Mr. Stark is well. They found Tony in the lab, tinkering with a device that looked like a cross between a wristwatch and a miniature Death Star. He looked up as they entered. Thanks for the save, he said, his voice a mix of gratitude and embarrassment. I don't know what happened there. It's not important, Sadboi said, waving away his concern. What's important is that you're okay now. She glanced at the French narrator, who nodded in agreement. But we do have a bit of a situation we need to discuss. The French narrator stepped forward. Tony, we believe we have felt the presence of another hero in need. One who shares your city and your burden of great power and great responsibility. Sadboi did a bit of a nonverbal hint nudge at the utterance of the phrase. Tony's eyes lit up, immediately understanding the reference. Spider-Man? You think he's in trouble? Sadboi nodded. Or at least, he's feeling a bit overwhelmed, she clarified. My vibe sense picked up on something, and it's definitely something Spider-Y. Tony set down his tools and stood up. If Peter's in trouble, we've got to help him, he said with determination. But how do we find him? Sadboi's eyeholes lit up. Well, he does have that spider sense of his. And my thought is that my own form of extrasensory abilities mingled with his, creating a sort of connection. I don't know what it is exactly, but I'm pretty sure that it'd help in finding him. The French narrator nodded. Very well. We shall follow your instincts. But remember, we must approach him with caution. He is a solitary creature, known for his secrecy. To befriend him, we must respect his boundaries. Sadboi nodded. I know what that's like. The group decided to split up and cover more ground. Tony went to check on the local news for any signs of Spider-Man's heroics gone awry, while Twilight and Pearl used their knowledge of magic and science respectively to scan for anomalies that could be linked to Peter Parker's spider sense. Tsukasa, Sonic, and Tails paired up, using their speed and sharp senses to canvass the city. Meanwhile, Sadboi and the French narrator took a quieter approach. They sat on a rooftop overlooking the city, the cool night breeze gently ruffling their clothes. Sadboi closed her eyes and focused, extending her vibe sense as far as she could. The pulse of the city was a cacophony of emotions, but she was looking for something more specific. Her eyeholes narrowed, and her synthetic skin pulsed with contemplation, as she was deep in focus. The French narrator sat next to her, his own diving gear looking a tad out of place amidst the urban sprawl. He was silent, respecting her concentration. Finally, she spoke. I think I've got something, she said, her voice low and determined. It's faint, but it's definitely him. Partially betting that it has to do with those troublesome symbiotes, probably. The French narrator's eyebrows shot up. Ah, Venom. A formidable adversary indeed. Sadboi spoke, well there are a vast variety of symbiotes other than him. But that would be the most likely one. The French narrator nodded solemnly. Indeed. The symbiote's chaotic energy would be a challenge to navigate for even the most seasoned of heroes. Let us proceed with haste and discretion. Sadboi stood, the neon lights of the city reflecting off her pastel blue skin. You bet. I'll lead the way. Stick close, I might need some backup. The French narrator nodded, his diving gear making him appear more like a sentinel of the night than a charming tour guide. They leaped from the rooftop, descending into the alleyways below. The city's sounds grew louder as they approached the source of the disturbance. Sadboi's vibe sense grew stronger, pulsing with each heartbeat. The alley was a dead end, but as they rounded the corner, they saw a figure in red and blue, pinned against the wall by a dark, amorphous blob that seemed to be whispering malevolently into his ear. It was Peter Parker, aka Spider-Man, and he looked utterly terrified. The blob was a symbiote, one of the creatures she had heard about in whispers and comic panels, seeking to control its host. Her eye holes widened, knowing that she had to approach the situation in a quick, yet gentle, manner. The symbiote's parasitic nature mirrored her own, but she knew that the two of them were way different besides that. "Spider-Man," she called out, her voice echoing in the narrow space. "We're here to help." The symbiote's head snapped up, revealing a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. The French narrator readied himself, his own vibesense tingling with the symbiote's malicious intent. Peter's eyes searched theirs, desperation mingling with hope. Their two different extrasensory senses mingled with each other in a more controlled version of the vibesense blip. Who are you?" Peter choked out, his voice strained. Sadboi took a step forward, her cubehead bobbing slightly with the effort of keeping her calm. "I'm Sadboi. And this is the French narrator," she introduced, pointing to her companion. "We're kind of like interdimensional travelers. And we can help." The symbiote hissed, its eyes flashing a sickly green. Peter's body tensed as he struggled against the creature's grip. "You don't understand," he gasped. "It's too powerful." Sadboi took another step closer, her vibesense reaching out to Peter. "I know what it's like," she said softly. "To be part of something you can't control. But together, we can beat it." The French narrator nodded in agreement. "You are not alone, Monsieur Parker. We stand as one." The symbiote's grip tightened around Peter's throat, its tendrils lashing out menacingly towards them. "You do not understand," it hissed, its voice a blend of Peter's and something much darker. "I am venom. I will consume you all." Sadboi puffed out her chest, her vibesense pulsing a deep blue. "We're not going to let you do that," she said firmly. "You're just scared and lost. We can help you find peace." The symbiote's eyes widened in surprise at her empathetic words, and for a brief moment, it seemed to waver. But then it let out a maniacal laugh. "You think you can save him? You're just a sad little cubehead. He's mine now." Sadboi's expression didn't change, but her vibesense grew stronger, a gentle force that resonated with Peter's own will to resist. "No, Peter's not," she insisted, her voice firm. "You're not going to take him from us." She felt like as if she were confronting her own parasitic nature, and taking the stand to emotionally defy it. The French narrator stepped forward, his voice smooth and calming. "Your pain is palpable, creature," he said to the symbiote. "But together, we can find a way to end this suffering." The symbiote paused, the malicious laughter dying in its throat. Peter's eyes met Sadboi's, and she could see the struggle within them. The symbiote was powerful, but she knew that Peter was stronger. He had to be. "Let him go," she repeated, her voice a gentle but firm command. The symbiote's grip loosened slightly, and Peter took the opportunity to speak. "Sadboi. Frenchie, you guys can't fight this. It's too much." Sadboi's eyes never left Peter's. "We're not fighting you, Peter," she said. "We're fighting for you." The French narrator stepped closer, his hand outstretched. "Let us help, Monsieur Parker," he urged. "We are not your enemies. We are your companions." With a roar, the symbiote flung Peter aside and lunged at them. The alleyway was suddenly a battleground, with tendrils of dark energy slashing through the air. The French narrator's diving gear transformed into a sleek Kamen Rider dolphin suit, complete with a gleaming trident. "Now, Sadboi," he said, his voice now a mix of French and Japanese, "we must be one." Sadboi nodded, her vibesense swelling with determination. "And we gotta be clever. Let's use its weaknesses." The French narrator's eyes gleamed. "Exactly. The symbiote is sensitive to sound and fire, nestce pa." Sadboi's mind raced. "I can't do fire, but I've got a surprise. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a device she had made in her downtime. It was a small gadget that could emit a frequency that would disorient the symbiote without hurting Peter. She hoped it would be enough. The symbiote, now fully engorged, reared back for a devastating strike. The French narrator leaped into action, the trident in his hand sizzling with power. He swiped at the creature's tendrils, the sound of metal on symbiote flesh echoing through the alleyway. The creature roared in fury, but it didn't stop coming. Sadboi took a deep breath and activated the device. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and the symbiote's movements grew erratic. The French narrator saw his chance and struck, driving the trident into the symbiote's core. The creature convulsed, and Peter screamed as the symbiote tried to cling to him. "Now, Sadboi," the French narrator shouted. "Separate them." Sadboi threw the device at the symbiote with all her might. It hit the creature and stuck, the whine growing louder. The symbiote's grip on Peter loosened, and with one last heave, the French narrator pulled Peter free. The symbiote writhed and screeched, its body distorting and pulsing with rage. Breathing heavily, Peter looked up at them, his eyes wide with shock. What just happened?" Sadboi bent down to him, a gentle smile on her face. "We just showed that symbiote some friendship power," she said, her voice a little shaky. "You're safe now." The French narrator offered Peter a hand. "Let us leave this place," he said. "We have much to discuss." As they turned to go, the symbiote let out a final, desperate screech before dissolving into the shadows of the alley, defeated for now. "We can't let it get away," Peter said, his voice still weak but determined. The French narrator nodded. "We must find it before it finds a new host," he agreed, his eyes scanning the alley. Sadboi looked at Peter with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice filled with genuine care. He nodded, though the tremor in his hand belied his words. "Yeah, I don't know what happened. I felt so lost." Sadboi squeezed his hand, her cubehead giving off a gentle warmth. "You're not alone anymore," she assured him. "We're all in this together." They made their way back to the group, who had gathered outside Stark Industries. Sonic, Twilight, and Pearl had found a way to trace the symbiote's energy signature. Tails looked over the data, his tail swishing nervously. "It's definitely not from around here," he said, his brow furrowed. "We need to find out where it came from and how to stop it." "And fast," added Tony, his eyes flashing with urgency. "It's a threat to everyone." "Agreed," said Tsukasa, his gaze sharp. "But we must be careful. This creature feeds on fear and anger." The French narrator nodded. "We must approach this with strategy, not brute force." Sadboi looked around at her newfound companions, her vibesense tingling with a mix of their excitement and fear. "We're going to need to work together," she said, her voice firm. "We each have our own strengths. And our weaknesses," Peter added, rubbing the side of his neck where the symbiote had been attached. The French narrator put a comforting hand on Peter's shoulder. "But together, our strengths outweigh our weaknesses," he said. "Now, let us regroup and prepare for the next phase of our adventure." Back at Stark Industries, they huddled around a holographic map, discussing their next move. The symbiote's energy signature led them to a secluded part of the city, an area that was rumored to be a hotbed for supernatural activity. "It's definitely not from this dimension," Twilight said, her horn glowing with the light of her magic as she studied the data. "But the specifics, it's like nothing I've ever seen before." Pearl spoke up, her voice calm and measured. "Perhaps we should consider the possibility of an interdimensional breach," she suggested. "It would explain its erratic behavior." Tony nodded, his mind racing. "I've got some tech that might be able to detect something like that," he said, already tapping away at a nearby computer. "We could use it to trace its origins." The group exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation weighing on them. They had faced many challenges before, but this felt different. This was personal for Peter, and they all knew it. "We'll need to be careful," Sonic warned, his eyes flicking to Peter. "If it finds a new host, it could be even more dangerous." "But we can't just leave it out there," Peter said, his voice tight. "It's too much of a risk." Sadboi nodded. "We'll find it," she said with conviction. "And we'll help it find peace." The French narrator looked around the room, his gaze lingering on each of them. "We stand as one," he said, his fist raised. "We are the guardians of our worlds, and we will not let fear or pain dictate our actions." The group echoed his words, their spirits lifting. They were a ragtag bunch from different worlds, but they had come together for a common cause. They had faced monsters before, and they would do so again. And as they set out into the night, their hearts filled with a newfound sense of unity, they knew that together, they could conquer anything. The city streets grew eerier as they approached the location of the interdimensional breach. The air was thick with the scent of the sea, and the neon lights from the distant city reflected off the wet pavement. The group remained tight, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the symbiote. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, echoing through the alleyways. It was unlike anything they had ever heard, a mix of pain and rage that sent shivers down their spines. The French narrator's grip tightened on his trident, and Sadboi's vibesense pulsed a deep, anxious red. They found the breach hidden in an abandoned warehouse, a swirling vortex of black and purple energy that hummed with malevolent power. The symbiote's tendrils reached out from the center, latching onto the walls and ceiling, leaving a trail of sludge wherever it went. "There it is," Peter murmured, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of the breach. "We have to get it before it finds another host." Sadboi stepped forward, her cubehead gleaming under the flickering lights. "I'll go first," she said. "My vibesense might be able to calm it down." The others nodded, understanding the risk she was taking. They had seen her connection to the symbiote before, and they hoped it would be enough to stop it. As she approached the breach, the symbiote's tendrils retreated, sensing the presence of the one who had offered it peace. Sadboi reached out with her own tendrils, her gentle blue vibesense enveloping the creature in a warm embrace. The symbiote's thrashing slowed, and for a moment, it seemed to be listening. But the peace was short-lived. The symbiote's eyes flashed, and it lunged at her, teeth bared. The French narrator and the others jumped into action, weapons at the ready. "No!" Peter shouted, leaping in front of her. "Let me handle this." The symbiote paused, recognizing its former host. It coiled around Peter, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. The group watched in horror as Peter's eyes began to glow with the same sickly green light. "We can rule together," it hissed. "We can conquer worlds." Sadboi's heart pounded in her chest. "Peter, no!" she screamed, her voice cracking with desperation. The French narrator stepped up, his voice calm but firm. "Remember, Monsieur Parker, we are with you. We stand as one." The symbiote's grip tightened, and Peter's eyes grew distant. "You can't help me," he murmured. "I am Venom." But as the symbiote's voice grew stronger, so too did Peter's resolve. He pushed back, the vibesense of his friends surrounding him. "No," he said, his voice clear and strong. "I am Peter Parker, and I am not going to let you win." With a roar, Peter tore the symbiote from his body, and it writhed in the air, searching for a new host. The French narrator and the others attacked, their combined efforts driving the creature back towards the breach. And as it was about to be sucked into the void, Sadboi stepped forward again, her vibesense pulsing with a gentle, soothing light. "You don't have to be alone," she whispered. "We can help you find your way home." The symbiote paused, its maliciousness momentarily forgotten. Then, with a final, sorrowful cry, it was drawn into the breach, and the vortex winked out of existence. The group stood, panting and exhausted, as the alley returned to its normal state. They had saved Peter, but the symbiote was still out there, somewhere in the vast expanse of the multiverse. The French narrator turned to Sadboi, his eyes filled with admiration. "You truly are a beacon of hope, Sadboi," he said. "Your heart is as vast as the oceans themselves." Sadboi blushed, her cube head turning a soft shade of pink. "Thanks," she murmured, feeling a warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with the vibe sense. She looked around at her friends, each of them a hero in their own right. "We all did it together." The group took a moment to catch their breath, the tension in the air slowly dissipating. Twilight leaned against a wall, her horn dimming. "Well, that was intense," she said, a small smile playing on her lips. Pearl nodded in agreement. "Indeed. But we prevailed," she added, a hint of pride in her voice. "Thanks to all of you," Peter managed to say, still trying to catch his breath. His eyes searched for Sadboi's, finding comfort in her reassuring gaze. The group looked around the alley, the silence now deafening in the absence of the symbiote's screeching. "We can't just leave it out there," Peter said, his voice still shaking. "It's too dangerous." Sonic nodded. "But we also can't let it get a hold of anyone else," he added, his eyes serious. "We've got to figure out a way to track it down." Tsukasa stepped forward, his sword at his side. "We must be prepared for it to return," he said. "And we must be ready to offer it a better path." Tails studied the data from his gadgets, his brow furrowed. "If we can find a way to track its energy signature across dimensions, we might be able to find out where it came from," he suggested. "And maybe, just maybe, we can help it find peace." Sadboi's heart swelled at the thought. Despite the horrors it had inflicted, she couldn't help but feel pity for the lost creature. "We have to try," she said, her eyes determined. "It's what friends do." Tony looked around the group, his gaze thoughtful. "All right," he said, "let's get back to Stark Industries and see what we can whip up to track this thing down." They hurried back to the lab, where the sleek chrome surfaces and bright lights felt almost comforting after the grimy alleyways. Tony immediately began to work, his hands a blur over his keyboard as he coded a new program to detect the symbiote's energy across dimensions. The others gathered around, offering suggestions and support. Sadboi watched him work, her mind racing. Despite her lack of understanding of the complex technology, she knew she could contribute. Her ability to assimilate tech was perfect for this situation. "I've got an idea," she said, her eyes lighting up. "What if I could create a device that could mimic the symbiote's energy, like a homing beacon?" Tony looked up, his eyes alight with interest. "That could work," he said. "But it's risky. We'd have to be careful not to attract any unwanted attention." The group fell into a collaborative rhythm, each playing to their strengths. Sadboi worked tirelessly on the device, her hands moving deftly as she connected circuits and coded the necessary algorithms. Meanwhile, Tails studied the data they had collected, searching for patterns. The French narrator stood by, offering words of encouragement in both French and English, his Kamen Rider helmet resting on the workshop bench next to him. Days turned into nights, and the lab was a hive of activity. The scent of burnt circuitry and the hum of machinery filled the air as they pushed themselves to their limits. They took breaks only to eat and sleep, driven by the knowledge that Peter's life was on the line. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the device was ready. It was a small, cube-shaped object that pulsed with a soft blue light. "This should do it," Sadboi said, holding it up for everyone to see. "It'll broadcast a signal that'll mimic the symbiote's energy, and we can track it from there." The others nodded, their eyes filled with hope. "Let's test it," said Tails, his voice hopeful. They set up a series of sensors around the city, and as soon as the device was activated, they watched as the monitors lit up with a trail of energy. The French narrator checked the readings. "It's moving," he said, his voice tense. "And fast." Without another word, they sprang into action. They had a new lead, and they weren't about to let it go cold. The adventure was far from over, but they were ready for whatever the symbiote had in store. As they raced through the streets of New York, the device's signal grew stronger. They could feel the symbiote's malicious intent, like a dark storm cloud looming over them. But they had come too far to turn back now. They arrived at the edge of the city, where the skyscrapers gave way to a desolate wasteland. The symbiote had made its lair in an abandoned construction site, its tendrils weaving in and out of the steel girders like a twisted spider's web. The group looked at each other, their resolve unwavering. They had come from different worlds, but in this moment, they were united in their goal. "Ready?" Peter asked, his hand on his homemade web shooter. Sadboi nodded, her grip tight on the device. "Ready," she said. And with that, they leaped into the fray, ready to face whatever lay ahead, together. The symbiote sensed their approach and reared up, a towering mass of writhing tendrils and teeth. Its eyes glowed with a malevolence that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. The group spread out, each one assessing the situation, searching for an opening. Sadboi took a deep breath and activated the device. The blue light grew brighter, pulsing in sync with her vibesense. The symbiote paused, its movements erratic, drawn to the familiar energy. It lunged at her, but she was ready, dodging with a grace that belied her boxy form. "Now," she shouted, and the others sprang into action. Sonic dashed forward, his speed a blur as he sliced through the symbiote's tendrils with his quills. Tsukasa's sword flashed through the air, leaving a trail of sparks as he cleaved the creature's body. Twilight's horn glowed brighter, and a bolt of pure magic shot forth, striking the symbiote with the force of a thunderclap. Tails provided cover fire with his gadgets, while Pearl and Patrick used their brute strength to keep the creature at bay. The French narrator, ever the strategist, directed the battle with sharp commands, his trident at the ready. But the symbiote was relentless. It grew larger, absorbing the very essence of the city's fear and anger to fuel its rampage. Its movements grew more erratic, and its tendrils lashed out with increased ferocity. Sadboi could feel the creature's pain and confusion, the echoes of its lost home. She stepped closer, her own tendrils reaching out in a silent plea for peace. The symbiote hesitated, and for a moment, she thought she had reached it. But the symbiote's hunger was too great. It lunged again, and this time, Peter was not fast enough to dodge. It wrapped around him, and the group watched in horror as the sickly green light began to consume him. "No!" Sadboi screamed, her vibesense flaring a brilliant pink. She threw herself at Peter, the device still clutched in her hand. The symbiote's grip tightened, and she felt its coldness seep into her very soul. But she didn't waver. With a burst of strength, she shoved the device into the symbiote's mass. The blue light flared, and the creature let out a piercing shriek. The energy field around it began to destabilize, and it released Peter, writhing in agony. The group moved as one, striking at the creature's weakened form. The symbiote's howls grew fainter until, with one final burst of light, it was gone, the device lying on the ground, its glow fading. They stood in silence, panting and bruised, staring at the empty space where the symbiote had been. Peter looked down at the device, his eyes wide. "Is it dead?" Sadboi picked it up, her eyes glowing with a gentle light. "No," she said softly. "It's just lost. But maybe, just maybe, it'll find its way home now." The French narrator nodded. "We must keep an eye on the multiverse," he said. "For if it returns, we will be ready." The group gathered around Peter, their eyes filled with relief and concern. He looked at each of them, his expression a mix of gratitude and guilt. "Thank you," he murmured. "For saving me." Sadboi gave him a warm smile. "You're one of us now," she said. "Part of our multiversal family." Tony clapped Peter on the shoulder. "Don't worry, buddy," he said. "We've got your back." With the symbiote defeated, the group returned to Stark Industries, feeling both triumphant and exhausted. They shared stories of their battles and bonds, their laughter echoing through the halls. But Sadboi couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to come. As she lay in bed that night, her cube head spinning with thoughts, she knew that their journey was far from over. The multiverse was vast, filled with endless possibilities and dangers. But she also knew she had found something truly special in her new friends. But of course, it was only a matter of time until Sadboi's vibesense took notice of distress amidst the media multiverse. Chapter 14, Crisis in Townsville. The next day, as the sun rose over the gleaming towers of New York, the group gathered in the lab, eager to discuss their next move. The French narrator had received a disturbing vision during the night, something that sent shivers down his spine. A grave disturbance, he began, his voice low and serious. In a world not unlike our own, a powerful force of darkness threatens to engulf all in its path. The room grew quiet as he spoke, the gravity of his words weighing heavily on everyone's minds. Sadboi's eyes narrowed, her vibesense tingling with a sense of urgency. "What is it?" she asked. "Where is this world?" Tony leaned over a map, his brow furrowed. "It's in the Cartoon Network universe," he said, pointing to a spot on the map that was labeled Dimension CN101. "It's a place called Townsville, and it's in dire need of our help." Sadboi gasped. "The world of the Powerpuff Girls? Oh my god!" Her voice was one of half shock and half excitement. She took a moment to stim, her hands flicking as if there was excess energy in her system. The French narrator nodded gravely. "Indeed, mademoiselle. The city is in chaos. The villains have banded together under a new leader, one who wields power beyond their understanding." The group exchanged glances. This was bigger than any of them had imagined. They had faced down one of Peter's greatest enemies, but a coalition of villains from across the multiverse? That was something else entirely. "All right," said Sonic, his voice filled with determination. "Let's gear up and get going. The sooner we can get there, the sooner we can stop whatever's happening." They quickly gathered their things, each one donning their chosen attire that represented their favorite characters. Sadboi pulled on her Meta Knight sweatshirt, feeling a surge of strength as she thought of her hero. Together, they stepped through the breach, the colors of the Cartoon Network universe swirling around them like a kaleidoscope of childhood memories. As they emerged on the other side, the sight before them was grim. Townsville lay in ruins, the once vibrant buildings now smoldering wrecks. The sky was a sickly shade of green, and the air was thick with the smell of burning rubber and despair. In the distance, they could see the silhouettes of the Powerpuff Girls, fighting valiantly against an onslaught of villains. But even they were struggling. "We have to help them," exclaimed Twilight, her horn glowing with the light of her magic. The group nodded, their hearts racing with the excitement of the battle to come. They sprinted through the wreckage, each one feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders. This was their chance to make a real difference, to save a world that desperately needed them. As they approached the fray, the villains took notice of the new arrivals. A cackle echoed through the air, and the shadowy figure of the new leader stepped forth, flanked by a veritable who's who of Cartoon Network's most infamous baddies. "Welcome, heroes," the figure boomed, its voice deep and sinister. "You may have bested one of our kind, but you're no match for all of us." Sadboi stepped forward, her vibesense flaring with defiance. "We've faced darkness before," she said, her eyes flashing. "And we've never backed down. We're here to help the Powerpuff Girls, and we're not leaving until Townsville is safe." The figure threw its head back and laughed, a sound that seemed to shake the very foundation of the city. "You think you can stand against the combined might of the Cartoon Network Rogues Gallery?" The others looked at each other, their expressions a mix of fear and resolve. They had no idea what they were walking into, but they knew they had to try. The battle was fierce, a cacophony of sounds and colors that seemed to blend together in a dizzying display of power. The group fought side by side, each one using their unique skills to take down the villains one by one. Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to anticipate their moves, while Tails' gadgets provided crucial support. But even with their combined efforts, the tide of the battle did not turn. The villains were too many, their power too great. And then, amidst the chaos, the Powerpuff Girls saw them. Their eyes widened in surprise, and then a spark of hope lit within them. "Looks like we've got backup," exclaimed Buttercup, her voice a mix of excitement and relief. The three little girls in dresses flew towards them, their fists glowing with power. With a renewed sense of purpose, the group fought on, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the battle. The fight raged on, the very fabric of the city groaning under the strain of their clashes. But as they pushed back the tide of evil, a new light began to shine through the cracks. It was the light of friendship and determination, a beacon that could never truly be extinguished. And as the final villain fell, the sky began to clear. The green fog lifted, revealing the bright blue heavens above. The French narrator stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Vous avez prouvé une chose, mes amis," he said, his voice strong and clear. "L'amour et la camaraderie triomphant toujours." The Powerpuff Girls looked at them with wonder in their eyes. "Who are you guys?" asked Blossom, her voice shaky but hopeful. Sadboi looked at her friends, then back at the girls. "We're just some friends who heard you needed help," she said, her voice a mix of shyness and bravado. The French narrator swept his arm in a dramatic arc. "Nous sommes les protecteurs multiversals," he declared, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The girls looked at each other, then back at the group. "Multiversal protectors," Bubbles said, her voice filled with awe. "Cool." Before they could say more, the townspeople of Townsville began to emerge from their hiding places, their faces a mix of relief and amazement. They had never seen anyone stand up to the villains like this before. "Thank you," a tearful mayor spoke up from the crowd, his voice trembling. "You've saved us all." Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her, the vibes of gratitude washing over her. She had never felt so needed, so appreciated. "It's what we do," she said with a small smile, trying to sound nonchalant despite the lump in her throat. The mayor approached, his eyes shining with a mix of admiration and something else. Something that made her stomach twist. "What you've done here today, it's nothing short of a miracle." He looked at each of them in turn. "You've restored our hope. And for that, we are forever in your debt." Sadboi felt a blush creep up her cheeks, her eyes flicking down to the ground. "It's okay," she mumbled, fidgeting with the hem of her sweatshirt. "We're just passing through." But the mayor was insistent. "No," he said, his voice firm. "You've earned your place here. You're heroes, each and every one of you." Sadboi felt a little bit overwhelmed, but also incredibly touched by the mayor's words. The crowd of Townsville citizens closed in, showering them with confetti and cheers. The Powerpuff Girls hovered in the air, beaming down at their newfound friends. The scene was a stark contrast to the bleakness that had gripped the city only moments before. As the celebration grew louder, Sadboi couldn't help but think of her past, her lonely travels through the multiverse. The pain and fear she'd felt in the U.S. Supernatural Department's clutches. The countless times she'd been told she didn't belong. And now, here she was, standing alongside heroes she had only ever dreamed of meeting. The French narrator leaned in, his eyes gleaming with a knowing look. "Vous avez souffert, Sadboi," he whispered. "You're more than a survivor. You're a beacon of hope." Sadboi looked up, meeting his gaze. His words resonated within her, and for the first time in a long while, she felt a spark of something other than pain and fear. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the din of the crowd. The French narrator nodded sagely. "C'est la moindre des choses." The group of multiversal heroes basked in the adoration of the Townsville citizens, the sound of their cheers and laughter filling the air like music. The Powerpuff Girls flitted around them, showering them with bubbles of pure joy and gratitude. Sadboi looked around, taking in the sights and sounds, her heart swelling with happiness. "We should get going," Tsukasa said, his voice a gentle reminder of their ongoing quest. "We can't stay in one place for too long." Sadboi nodded, understanding the sentiment. "But maybe," she began, her voice tinged with hope, "we can come back and visit." The Powerpuff Girls looked at each other and nodded in unison. "You bet!" exclaimed Blossom, her pigtails bobbing with enthusiasm. With newfound allies and a sense of belonging, Sadboi and her friends prepared to depart Townsville. The mayor presented them with a token of appreciation, a small crystal emblem of the city that glowed with the same color as their vibesense. "Take this with you," he said, his voice warm. "It's a reminder of the bond you've formed here." As they waved goodbye to their new friends, Sadboi couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. She had never felt so accepted, so understood. But the multiverse called to her, and she knew that she had a purpose that extended beyond the confines of any single world. Chapter 15. This was truly the Stardust Crusaders of all time. The group stepped through the breach once more, the colors of Townsville fading into a swirl of cosmic energy. They emerged in the next world, a place that looked like it had been plucked straight from the pages of a manga. The buildings stretched tall, the streets bustling with people in flashy outfits. The neon lights painted the sky in a rainbow of colors, and the air was alive with the sound of laughter and music. Sadboi took in her surroundings, trying to deduce where they were. Sadboi's recognition of different manga was weaker than it was with other media, but that didn't deter her. Eventually, she came up with an answer. "Is this the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?" she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. She pondered aloud, "This is the place with all the stands, yes eyes? I don't know about this world much, sorry." The French narrator nodded, his smile unwavering. "Indeed, cher Amy. Welcome to Morio." He gestured to the bustling street. "But alas, our mission here is not to admire the scenery." Sadboi nodded. "Aha! All I know is to steer clear from any strangers from round here doing any strange movements or saying weird phrases. You never know what might happen." The French narrator chuckled. "Yes sir, mademoiselle. But fear not, for we have a quest that calls to us, a disturbance in the fabric of this world that only our unique blend of heroism can mend." The group looked around, their eyes scanning the vibrant streets for any sign of trouble. It didn't take long before they noticed a commotion down the block. People were running, their faces filled with terror, as a shadowy figure loomed in the alleyway. Sadboi quickly used her vibesense to figure out who it was. It's a stand," she exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and fear. "And it's not friendly. You might not be able to see it, but you can sure as hell feel it." The French narrator's eyes grew wide, and he nodded gravely. "Merci pour l'avertissement, Sadboi. Nous devons agir rapidement." They rushed down the street, the vibrant sounds of Morio fading into the background as they approached the shadowy figure. It was indeed a stand, a manifestation of pure energy and will, and it was wreaking havoc. The locals were panicking, their vibes of fear and confusion only fueling the creature's power. "We need to work together," SpongeBob said, his eyes focused on the creature. "We don't know what we're up against, but if it's messing with this world, we can't let it win." Sadboi nodded firmly. "Right. Let's get to it." She looked to her friends for reassurance, and they all nodded back, ready to tackle this new challenge. The stand was unlike anything they had encountered before. It was a monstrous beast, a twisted amalgamation of steel and shadow that towered over them, its eyes glowing a malevolent red. The very ground trembled as it stomped closer, each step a declaration of its intent to destroy. Sadboi's vibesense went haywire as she tried to get a read on the creature's emotions. It was a cacophony of anger and hunger, a maelstrom of malicious intent that made her head spin. She took a deep breath, trying to focus, keeping the overstimulation at bay. "I think I can communicate with it," she said, her voice shaking slightly. But it's going to be tough. Squidward, ever the skeptic, raised an eyebrow. How do you plan on doing that? It's not like it's got a mouth to talk back. Sadboi looked back, I have my ways. They watched as she approached the stand, her cube head pulsating with a gentle blue light. The creature roared, but she remained unfazed, her eyes closed as she focused on the chaotic vibrations it emitted. She began to murmur something under her breath, a strange mix of English and what sounded like computer code. The creature paused, tilting its head slightly as if trying to understand her. It's okay, she said, her voice soothing. We're not here to fight you. We just want to help. The stand's roars grew quieter, and it took a step back, the shadows around it rippling in confusion. Sadboi, be careful, Twilight called out, her horn glowing with a protective aura. But Sadboi was already deep in communication. Through her vibesense, she was connecting with the stand, trying to understand its rage and pain. It was a creature of pure instinct, born from the darker corners of its user's heart. You're lost, aren't you? She murmured, her voice filled with empathy. You're not supposed to be here. The stand's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, it was as if the creature understood her. Its form shifted slightly, the shadows coalescing into a more coherent shape. I can help you find your way back, she offered, extending a hand. We just need to work together. The group held their breath, watching as the stand contemplated her offer. It was a risky move, but they had seen the depths of Sadboi's kindness, the lengths she would go to help those in need. Finally, the creature let out a low growl, and the shadows around it began to dissipate. The ground stopped trembling, and the air grew still. With a final snarl, the stand vanished into the alley from which it had come, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. The townspeople looked at the group in amazement, their fear slowly turning to admiration. What just happened? One of them stammered. Sadboi turned to them, her eyes still glowing faintly. It was just a misunderstanding, she said with a small smile. It's okay now. The French narrator clapped his hands together. Magnificent, Sadboi. Vous avez encore une fois prouvé la force de l'amour et de la compréhension. The group looked at each other, a mix of relief and disbelief on their faces. They had just faced down a creature from the pages of a manga, and they had done it without throwing a single punch. As they walked away from the scene, a young boy with spiky hair and a strange, star-shaped birthmark approached them. Are you guys okay? He asked, his eyes wide with wonder. That was some crazy stand action. Sadboi blinked at him, her vibe sense tingling. You can see it too? She asked. The boy nodded eagerly. Yeah, I've got one too. It's called Star Platinum. Her heart skipped a beat. Jotaro, she stuttered, recognizing the boy from her favorite series. The boy grinned, his teeth glinting in the neon light. Jotaro Kyujo, he said, extending a hand. And you guys must be the multiversal protectors I've heard about. The French narrator stepped forward, his eyes gleaming. Oui, c'est exact, he said. Etje suis sur que notre chemin ne serait pas ici. Jotaro looked at them, curiosity sparkling in his gaze. You guys are here to fix the mess with the stands, right? Well, you're in luck. I know a thing or two about that. Sadboi felt a rush of excitement. You can help us? Jotaro nodded. I think so. But we've got to be quick. There's something big happening in this city, and I think it's all connected. The group exchanged glances, the gravity of the situation sinking in. They had stumbled into the heart of a crisis, and it was up to them to save the day once again. But with Jotaro by their side, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They had faced the unknown before and come out on top. Together, they could conquer any challenge the multiverse threw their way. They set off down the neon-lit street, their hearts filled with hope and the echoes of the townspeople's cheers fading into the night. The adventure was far from over, but with every step they took, they grew stronger, more united. And as they ventured into the unknown, they knew that they would face whatever came their way as a team. Jotaro led them through the bustling streets of Morio, his eyes scanning the environment with the precision of a hawk. The stand activity has been increasing, he said, his voice low and serious. Someone, or something, is stirring up trouble. Sadboi nodded, her vibe sense tingling with the myriad of emotions around her. The city was alive with energy, but beneath the surface, she could feel a darker current flowing. I can feel it too, she said. Something's not right here. It's Dio, Jotaro murmured, his face tightening with resolve. I can feel his presence. He's behind all of this. Sadboi's eyes widened in shock. Dio, she echoed, the name sending a chill down her spine. The infamous villain from Jotaro's world was a force she had only encountered in the safety of her screen. But how? He shouldn't be able to affect the multiverse like this. I mean, the time stuff yes eyes, but not quite, spatial. Jotaro's gaze remained steely. Time and space are connected, Sadboi. Dio's power has grown beyond our understanding, and we need to put a stop to it before it's too late. Sadboi is having a mental oh god moment, but is keeping her cool externally. Okay, she says, rubbing her brain cells together, so we need to stop Dio. Got it. But where do we start? First, we must gather information, the French narrator interjects, stroking his mustache thoughtfully. We must discern the extent of his influence and the nature of his newfound abilities. They decided to split up into pairs to cover more ground, with Sadboi and Twilight opting to investigate the local arcades for any signs of anomalies. The neon lights danced across their faces as they stepped into the first arcade, the sound of electronic beeps and the clinking of coins filling their ears. Twilight's eyes lit up at the sight of the games, while Sadboi remained focused on their mission. The game machines were as equally alluring to Sadboi, if not more so, but she stayed focused on the mission at hand. As they played a few games to blend in, they overheard whispers of strange occurrences and malfunctioning arcade cabinets. A group of teenagers nearby were complaining about their favorite machine, the world being out of order. It's like someone's messing with the code, one said, and Sadboi's interest piqued. Of course, the name was the same as Dio's stand, so she felt obliged to investigate either way. They approached the machine, Sadboi placing her hand on the cold metal exterior, her vibe sense tingling. It's definitely got something, she murmured to Twilight. It feels corrupted. Twilight nodded gravely, her horn glowing a soft blue. We should check it out, she said, her voice a mix of excitement and caution. Sadboi nodded and turned to the teenagers. Excuse me, she began, her voice a little shaky. Do you know what's wrong with the machine? One of them, a girl with pink hair, looked up at her. It's just been acting weird, she said. The screen goes all glitchy, and sometimes it feels like there's something alive in there. Aha! Sadboi murmured, her mind racing. Could it be? She didn't voice her suspicion, but the connection to the digital realm was clear. The pink-haired girl nodded. Yeah, it's pretty eerie. None of the other machines are doing this. To Sadboi, this felt a little too obvious. As if it were meant to be found. The two friends shared a look, and without a word, Sadboi inserted a coin into the machine. The screen flickered to life, displaying the title The World in a font that looked eerily familiar. The game's intro played, but with glitches and corrupted images. Sadboi kept her vibe sense up as the machine started. It's definitely a trap, she murmured to Twilight. But we have to find out what he's up to. Let's approach with much caution. The arcade game sprang to life, the glitches smoothing out as the machine booted up. The digital world of the world unfolded before them, the pixels stretching and distorting into a recognizable scene, the quiet streets of Morio, yet something was off. The buildings looked decayed, the people on the screen were frozen in place, their expressions twisted in silent screams. Sadboi murmured, "This isn't just a glitch. This is something someone would write a full-out creepypasta about." Sadboi kept her guard up, as well as her vibe sense. "Agreed," Twilight responded, her horn glowing a bit brighter. "But we can't ignore it. It's too suspicious." They ventured deeper into the game, the pixelated world around them growing increasingly sinister. The buildings twisted into nightmarish shapes, and the once lively streets were now desolate and eerie. The air was thick with a sense of dread, a stark contrast to the cheerful ambience of the real Morio just outside the arcade. "This isn't right," Twilight whispered, her horn pulsing with a blue light. "We need to find the source of this corruption." Sadboi nodded, her vibe sense picking up a malevolent presence growing stronger as they progressed. The game's graphics grew more distorted, the colors bleeding into one another in a sickening display of digital decay. The digital citizens of the game began to glitch out, their forms flickering erratically. As they approached a seemingly innocuous alleyway, the screen in front of them shimmered, revealing a hidden path. "This way," Sadboi said, her eyes narrowed in determination. They stepped through the flickering pixels, the alley's walls closing in around them. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. They walked through the digital corridor, the walls of the game world pulsing with a sinister energy. "This feels like it's leading us somewhere," Twilight said, her voice hushed. The path grew narrower, the light from their bodies casting eerie shadows on the pixelated ground. "Be ready," Sadboi murmured, her vibe sense on high alert. They turned a corner, and the alley opened up into a vast digital chamber. In the center stood a figure, his silhouette unmistakable despite the corrupted visuals. Dio Brando, his digital form twisted and monstrous. Twilight gasped, her horn's light flickering. "Sadboi, this isn't good," she whispered. Sadboi's vibe sense intensified, "I'm getting to the bottom of it." The digital Dio turned to face them, his grin menacing. "Ah, so the multiversal protectors have come to play," he taunted, his voice echoing through the corrupted code. His stand, the world, loomed behind him, a grotesque shadow that seemed to pulse with power. Sadboi's eyes narrowed, and she gritted her teeth. "What have you done?" she demanded, her fists clenching at her sides. Dio's laughter was like the cackle of 1,000 hackers. "I have merely shown these poor creatures the true nature of their reality," he said, gesturing to the glitching NPCs, "and soon, I shall do the same to all the inhabitants of this sad little world and the rest of the multiverse." Twilight's horn glowed brighter, and she stepped forward. "You won't get away with this," she said, her voice steady. Dio's eyes gleamed with amusement. "You think you can stop me? I have transcended the limits of your understanding. I am the master of time and space." The digital world around them grew increasingly distorted as Dio's power grew. The very fabric of the game seemed to warp and bend under his malicious influence. Sadboi took a deep breath, her mind racing. She knew they couldn't face Dio in a straight-up fight, not yet. "We need to find a way to purge this corruption," she murmured to Twilight. "We have to get to the core of the game." The unicorn nodded, and together, they began to navigate the treacherous digital landscape, dodging the glitches and corrupted pixels that sought to hinder their progress. They leaped over digital pits that dropped into endless voids and sliced through walls of code that tried to close in on them. As they approached the heart of the game, a massive digital crystal pulsed with an eerie light. It was clear that this was the source of the corruption. "We need to destroy it," Sadboi said, her voice tense. "But be careful. It's probably protected." Twilight nodded, her horn glowing with a fierce determination. "I'll create a barrier," she said. "You find a way to dismantle the crystal." Sadboi nodded and set to work, her vibe sense reaching out to probe the crystal's defenses. It was like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube in the dark, but she could feel the patterns of the code, the pulse of the malicious energy that kept it alive. Twilight's barrier shimmered into place around them, a dome of light that pushed back the chaos of the corrupted game world. Within the sanctuary of the barrier, they worked tirelessly. Sadboi's hands danced through the air, fingers typing invisible commands into the fabric of the digital world. The crystal flickered and spat digital sparks as she hacked away at its defenses. Twilight's horn emitted a soft, steady glow, the barrier holding firm despite the increasing pressure from outside. The digital Dio watched them from afar, his laughter echoing through the game's code. "Your efforts are futile," he sneered. "You cannot comprehend the power I wield." But Sadboi was in the zone, her fingers moving at a blur as she dissected the corrupted code. She had faced the digital before, and she knew the patterns of its madness. The crystal began to crack under her digital onslaught, the malicious energy within it pulsing in erratic waves. Twilight watched anxiously as the barrier flickered, the strain showing in the lines of her digital avatar's face. "Almost there," she encouraged, her horns light fluctuating with the effort of maintaining their protection. Sadboi's eyes were locked on the crystal, her vibesense probing deeper into its corrupted core. With a final flourish of her hand, she typed the last command. The crystal shuddered and then exploded in a burst of light and code, sending the digital world around them into disarray. The barrier flickered and collapsed, leaving them in a sea of glitches and pixels. For a moment, everything was chaos. Then, as the light faded, the digital world began to repair itself. The buildings grew less twisted, the NPCs less terrified. The air grew warmer, and the colors of the game returned to their natural state. Sadboi looked over at Twilight, who was visibly relieved. "Good job," she said, giving a thumbs up. "Your barrier held up nicely." Twilight sighed in relief. "Thanks to you," she said. "That was intense." "How do you even do that?" Sadboi shrugged. "It's just coding. Like drawing, but with more ones and zeros." She looked around the now calm arcade. The glitches were gone, and the game was back to normal. The pink-haired girl from earlier walked by, looking surprised. "I guess we fixed it," she said with a small smile. "But I think we should report our findings to the others." They exited the arcade and made their way back to the meeting point, discussing their encounter with Dio. As they approached the group, they saw SpongeBob and Squidward engaged in an intense conversation with the French narrator. "What's going on?" Sadboi asked, her heart racing with anticipation. The narrator looked up at them with a furrowed brow. "We've had a development," he said, his French accent thick. "While you two were busy playing games, Dio has made his presence known in a more tangible way." Sadboi responded, "It wasn't just playing games, we managed to patch out one of his influences in there." The French narrator nodded, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "Ah, very resourceful. But it appears our foe has expanded his reach. He has taken over the local television broadcast, spreading fear and chaos through the airwaves." Patrick's eyes grew wide with horror. "He's turning everyone into mindless zombies," he exclaimed, pointing at a nearby TV that played static intermittently. Sadboi's gaze sharpened. "We need to get to the broadcast center," she said, her voice firm. "We can't let him control the minds of the people here." The French narrator nodded gravely. "Indeed," he said. "But it won't be easy. His digital influence is strong, and he's likely prepared for our arrival." Sadboi nodded, "He most likely will be, but we can't let that deter us." She turned to the group, her gaze determined. "We have to stop him before he does any more damage. We need to work together and pool our skills." Squidward, his tentacles twitching in annoyance, "I don't do teamwork." But the gravity of the situation sank in, and even he knew they had to act fast. "Fine," he grumbled. "But if I see any glitches, I'm out of there." As the group of heroes make their way through Morio, they could feel the digital static clinging to the air. The once vibrant and bustling city was now a shadow of its former self, with the citizens moving in a robotic fashion, their eyes glazed over. The TV screens mounted on the buildings flickered with Dio's malicious laughter, broadcasting a loop of chaotic images that sent shivers down Sadboi's spine. "This is terrifying," Patrick whispered, his usually cheerful demeanor replaced with a palpable anxiety. Sadboi nodded in agreement, her vibe sense picking up the fear and confusion emanating from the mind-controlled townsfolk. "We have to be careful," she warned. "We don't know how much he can influence people outside of the game." They moved through the streets, avoiding the lifeless gazes of the affected citizens. As they approached the broadcast center, they could see the digital corruption seeping out of it, distorting the very fabric of reality. The building looked like it was melting into the pixelated abyss, the air around it crackling with malicious intent. "Patrick, stay close," Sadboi instructed. "Your power might be the key to breaking the mind control." The starfish nodded, his eyes wide with determination. The group approached the entrance, which was guarded by a group of corrupted security bots. Their metal forms were covered in a layer of digital decay, and their eyes glowed with the same malevolent light as the crystal they had encountered earlier. "We need to shut these down," Sandy said, cracking her knuckles. "But be careful, they might be tougher than they look." Sadboi nodded, her fingers already typing away on an invisible keyboard as she hacked into the bots' systems. The bots' movements grew erratic, their programming fighting against her invasive commands. "I've got this," she murmured, her vibe sense guiding her through the corrupted code. With a final flourish, she sent a burst of digital energy at the bots, causing them to short-circuit and collapse in a heap of scrap metal. The door to the broadcast center slammed open, revealing a hallway that was a chaotic mess of tangled wires and glitching screens. The group moved swiftly through the corridor, dodging the digital tendrils that reached out to grab them. "This place is a nightmare," Squidward said, his tentacles squelching in distaste. Sadboi's eyes darted around, searching for any signs of a trap. "Keep your guard up," she warned. "Dio's not going to make this easy for us." They reached the control room, where Dio's digital form loomed over a console, his hands buried in the code. "You dare to interfere," he growled, his eyes flickering with rage. The French narrator stepped forward, his mustache quivering. "You will not corrupt this world." Dio sneered. "Your bravado is adorable, but ultimately futile," he said, his digital form shifting into something more monstrous. The room around them grew darker, the walls closing in as the very fabric of the digital world distorted and contorted. SpongeBob, unfazed by the looming threat, took a deep breath. "We're not gonna let you get away with this, Dio," he exclaimed, his porous body beginning to glow with a soft light. Dio's digital eyes narrowed. "You think your simple-minded cheer can overcome my power?" Sadboi stepped up beside SpongeBob, her vibe sense pulsing. "We're not simple," she said firmly. "We're here to save this world, and we're not going anywhere." Dio's digital form grew, his digital muscles bulging. "You think your little vibe sense can match the world?" "We're more than just little abilities," Sadboi retorted, her blue color deepening into a neon pink as she felt the anger rise within her. She stepped closer to Dio, her hands glowing with digital energy. "We're the ones who are going to save everyone from your twisted games." Dio chuckled, his monstrous digital form growing more menacing by the second. "You think you can defeat me?" He waved a hand dismissively, and a horde of corrupted digital minions surged forward, ready to attack. The group stood firm, each member poised to use their unique abilities to combat the incoming threat. Twilight's horn glowed with a pulsing light, and she began to weave an intricate spell. "I've got this," she said, her eyes focused on the incoming minions. The digital monsters rushed forward, their glitched forms a blur of pixels and malice. But as they reached the group, they were met with a wave of pure magical force from Twilight's spell, sending them scattering in all directions. "Now's our chance!" Sadboi shouted, leaping into the fray. Her vibe sense led her to the core of the corruption, a massive digital crystal that pulsed with the same dark energy as the one they'd encountered in the game. Her fingers flew through the air, typing commands that only she could see. The crystal shuddered, its surface crackling with the strain of her digital onslaught. Meanwhile, the others battled the minions with a mix of brute force and clever strategy. SpongeBob bobbed and weaved, his glowing fists punching through glitchy foes like they were made of paper. Squidward, surprisingly agile, dodged and squirted ink, confusing the digital creatures. Sandy swung her lasso, sending them flying into the walls of the control room. Patrick, his starry eyes blazing, focused his power on the citizens watching the broadcast. The static on their screens flickered and then disappeared, replaced by a clear picture of the heroes fighting back. The citizens' eyes cleared, and their robotic movements stopped. They looked around, confused but free from Dio's control. "You think you've won?" Dio roared, his digital form distorting even more. "I will never be defeated." But Sadboi was in the zone, her eyes never leaving the crystal. "You're just a bunch of corrupted ones and zeros," she murmured to herself, her vibe sense reaching deeper into the digital heart of the monstrosity. "You don't stand a chance against us." Her words were punctuated by the sound of digital cracking, as the crystal's core began to give way. The room was bathed in a pulsing light, and the air was thick with the smell of burning circuits. Dio's form flickered, his digital flesh stretching and warping as he strained to maintain his hold on the crystal. But Sadboi was unrelenting. Her fingers danced in the air, inputting a series of commands that would dismantle the crystal from within. "It's over," she said, her voice filled with a mix of triumph and anger. "Your game ends here." With a final, deafening crack, the crystal shattered into a million digital shards, the light around them dimming as the last of Dio's power was expelled from the room. The monstrous form dissipated into the digital void, leaving only the echo of his frustrated screams. Sadboi sighed, the tension in her shoulders releasing as she watched Dio's digital essence vanish. The room grew quiet, the only sound being the soft hum of the control room's machinery and the panting of her new friends. The TV screens across the city flickered back to life, displaying a message of apology and a promise of normalcy to the citizens of Morio. The group looked around, their expressions a mix of disbelief and relief. "We did it," Sandy exclaimed, slapping her gauntlet hand on the console. "The city's free." Sadboi looked around, gazing for their own stand user, Jotaro. "Where is he?" she asked, a hint of concern in her voice. The French narrator stepped up to one of the screens, which now displayed a live feed of Jotaro standing atop a skyscraper, his hat fluttering in the breeze. He looked unscathed but focused, as if waiting for his next move. "It seems Jotaro is keeping watch from above," he said, a hint of admiration in his tone. Sadboi nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "Good," she said. "We need to keep an eye on the city. Dio might try to come back." They made their way to the rooftop where Jotaro was standing, the wind playing with his hair. He nodded in acknowledgement as they approached, his stern gaze never leaving the horizon. "It's done," he said, his voice a low rumble. "But we can't let our guard down." Sadboi looked around, the city of Morio stretching out before them, the once glitchy world now restored to its vibrant self. "What now?" she asked, feeling a weight lift from her shoulders. The French narrator adjusted his monocle. "Now, we celebrate. And prepare. Dio's influence may be gone, but the battle for our worlds is far from over. We must stand as a united front." They descended from the rooftop, the citizens of Morio slowly returning to their lives, the fear in their eyes replaced with curiosity and whispered thanks. As they walked through the bustling streets, Sadboi couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging she hadn't felt in a long time. These people, these friends, they understood the gravity of the situation, and yet, they didn't look at her with fear or disgust, only respect and camaraderie. The French narrator led them to a quaint little café. "Here," he said with a flourish of his hand, "we shall celebrate your victory." The group piled in, the warm light and sweet aroma of freshly baked pastries enveloping them. The chatter of the townsfolk was a welcome change from the digital screams they had just left behind. The French narrator ordered a round of drinks, his French accent a peculiar but comforting sound in the otherwise silent tension. Sadboi took a seat at the round table, her mind racing with thoughts of the battle. She felt a gentle nudge and looked up to see Patrick offering her a warm cup of tea. "Thanks," she murmured, taking a tentative sip. The others began to share their experiences, their laughter and stories mixing with the clinking of silverware and the sizzle of a nearby grill. Squidward, despite his usual stoic demeanor, couldn't resist adding a few dramatic flares to his tale of fighting the digital monsters. "And then, I whipped out my trusty ink sac," he said, pausing for dramatic effect, and blam! They were toast. Sadboi found herself laughing, the tension of the day dissipating. The warmth of the tea spread through her, and she felt the beginnings of a bond forming with these unlikely heroes. As they sat in the bustling cafe, Sadboi couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging she hadn't experienced in a long time. The warmth of the tea in her hands and the laughter of her newfound friends filled her with a comfort that she hadn't felt since before the accident. She listened intently as each of them recounted their own battles with Dio's minions, their voices a harmony of triumph over adversity. However, Sadboi felt the pull of the multiverse yet again. Her thoughts drifted to the countless worlds she had yet to visit, the stories she had yet to paint with her presence. Her eyes wandered over to the TV screens in the cafe, each showing a different corner of the vast media landscape she had come to love. "Guys," she said, her voice quiet amidst the cheerful din, "I think we have to keep going." SpongeBob looked at her, his eyes wide with concern. "But, Sadboi, we just saved Morio." Sadboi nodded solemnly. "I know, SpongeBob, but there are so many more places out there that need us. We can't stop here." The French narrator leaned in, his eyes gleaming with understanding. "You wish to continue your journey, to right the wrongs across the multiverse." "Yes," she said firmly. "We've come so far together, and I believe we can do so much more." The group exchanged glances, the weight of their decision hanging in the air. It was clear that they had all grown attached to each other, but the call to adventure was too strong to ignore. One by one, they nodded in agreement. "All right," Sandy said, sipping her drink. "But first, let's enjoy this victory. We've earned it." As they savored their drinks and basked in the warmth of their newfound friendship, the TV screens flickered again. This time, the images were not of chaos, but of news reports from across the multiverse, showing the destruction wrought by other malicious beings seeking to conquer worlds. The French narrator's expression grew solemn. "It seems that the fate of many dimensions hangs in the balance." Sadboi's gaze sharpened. "We can't ignore these cries for help." The group pushed aside their empty cups, a shared determination setting in. They had found each other in the most unexpected of places, and together, they had the power to make a difference. Patrick's starry eyes lit up. "Where to next?" The French narrator gestured to the screens. "The multiverse calls," he said dramatically. "But where it leads us, only fate knows." Sadboi stood, her sweatshirt fluttering around her. "Then let's not keep fate waiting." They filed out of the cafe, the chatter of the townsfolk fading behind them as they stepped back into the digital street. The city of Morio was safe, for now, but the battle was far from over. The group looked to each other, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the vast, interconnected tapestry of worlds. The sky above them shimmered with the promise of adventure, and Sadboi took a deep breath, her vibesense tingling with excitement. They had proven themselves in the world of Kamen Rider, in the Mushroom Kingdom, and in the digital realms of Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, they were ready to tackle any universe thrown their way. With a nod to her friends, she opened a portal with a flourish of digital code, revealing a swirling vortex of color and light. "Let's go," she said, stepping through the gateway. The others followed, their hearts racing with anticipation. They had no idea what lay ahead, but they knew that together, they could conquer anything the multiverse had in store for them. As they disappeared into the swirling colors, the citizens of Morio watched, whispering tales of the brave cubehead and her band of heroes who had come to their aid. Chapter 16, Release the Kraken. Sadboi had decided on the next universe, and the portal closed behind them as they emerged into a realm of stark contrasts. The vivid hues of the digital world faded away, replaced by the stark, Japanesque landscape of Inkopolis from the Splatoon series. The group looked around, bewildered by the sudden change in scenery. Well, looks like we've found ourselves in a very intriguing place. Yes, the home of the sport of ink-based turf wars. Sadboi's eyes grew wide with wonder as they took in the colorful urban sprawl of Inkopolis. Inkopolis. SpongeBob repeated, his porous body quivering with curiosity. What kind of adventure awaits us here? The French narrator looked around, his monocle reflecting the neon lights. Ah, a place of artistry and strategy, he mused. But also a place where the forces of good and evil are locked in perpetual battle. Perhaps we've arrived just in time to tip the scales. Sadboi's vibesense began to tingle as they approached the city center. The vibrant splatters of ink on the buildings and the energetic sounds of squid and octopus inhabitants were unlike anything she had encountered. Her excitement grew as she saw the towering stages for the ink battles, her mind racing with the possibilities of this new world. They walked down the main street, passing by various shops and arenas, each more bizarre and fascinating than the last. The inhabitants of Inkopolis looked at them with a mix of confusion and awe. Clearly, they had never seen a group so diverse and out of place in their world. As they reached the heart of the city, a commotion caught their attention. A group of inklings and octolings were gathered around something, their ink-covered forms blending into the chaos. The French narrator's voice grew urgent. We must investigate. They pushed through the crowd to find a young inkling, her eyes wide with fear, holding a squirming blob of ink. It's a zapfish, she explained. Someone's stolen it from our power supply again. Sadboi's vibesense pulsed with the creature's distress. We'll help you, she said, her eyes scanning the area for clues. Who would do such a thing? The inkling looked at them with hope. The Octorians, they're always causing trouble. They want to drain our city of its power. The group nodded in determination, ready to face their new adversaries. They set off in pursuit of the kidnapped zapfish, leaving a trail of colorful ink in their wake as they sprinted through the streets. The chase led them to a hidden alley, where a shadowy figure was spraying ink to cover their escape. Patrick, ever the optimist, charged forward. We'll stop him. But the figure was too fast, disappearing around the corner. They followed, their footsteps echoing on the wet pavement. The alley opened into an abandoned warehouse, the air thick with the scent of fish and ink. The walls were adorned with graffiti of various sea creatures, a stark reminder of the turf wars that ravaged this world. Inside, the stolen zapfish lay on a makeshift altar, surrounded by a sea of ink-covered tentacles. The culprits were nowhere to be seen, but the sound of machinery whirring to life sent a chill down their spines. It's a trap! Squidward exclaimed, his tentacles curling inward. Sadboi's eyes narrowed. We can't let them win. We have to save the zapfish. The digital heroes split up, their abilities complementing each other as they approached the creature. Twilight began casting a spell to purify the stolen ink, while SpongeBob and Patrick created a distraction by splattering ink across the floor. Sandy lassoed a tentacle that tried to snatch them away, and Squidward played a dramatic tune on his clarinet, confusing the enemy's movements. Sadboi focused her vibesense on the zapfish, her fingers typing commands in midair. The electric catfish's eyes lit up with a newfound vigor as it began to resist the tentacle's grip. The ink blob squirmed and thrashed, sending ink flying everywhere. The tentacles retreated, and from the shadows emerged an Octorian, a cunning smile on its face. You think you can outsmart us, it hissed. The group tightened their formation, ready for the battle ahead. They had faced down digital monsters and saved cities, a few tentacles wouldn't hold them back. Sadboi stepped forward, her hands glowing with digital energy. You're not taking this city's power, she declared, her voice firm and unwavering. The Octorion sneered, revealing rows of sharp teeth. "You're too late," it taunted, gesturing to a giant ink-powered machine behind the altar. The machine began to whir to life, the tentacles retreating into its darkened depths. The ground trembled as it activated, and a pulse of ink covered the room, obscuring their vision momentarily. When the ink cleared, a colossal robot emerged, towering over the group. The Octorion cackled, "Behold the Kraken 3000! The Kraken 3000 lurched towards them, its tentacles flailing wildly. The group scattered, dodging ink blasts and mechanical limbs with practiced ease. SpongeBob and Patrick teamed up, using their ink-soaked bodies to slide across the floor and avoid the Kraken's attacks. Sandy leapfrogged over the tentacles, delivering powerful karate chops to weak points she spotted in the robot's frame. Sadboi studied the Kraken, her mind racing with tactics. "We need to find the control unit," she shouted over the chaos. Twilight nodded, her eyes scanning the machine. With a flick of her wrist, she sent a burst of purple sparks towards the Kraken's head, revealing a small, glowing core. "There it is!" The group rallied, each playing to their strengths. Squidward's ink spray proved surprisingly effective, distracting the Kraken as it tried to swipe them with its tentacles. Meanwhile, Sonic and Tails dashed around the beast, their speed blurring as they searched for an opening to the core. Gritting her teeth, Sadboi typed in the air again, and a stream of code shot out, slicing through the Kraken's ink shields. The robot roared in digital agony, exposing the control unit. With a swift motion, she assimilated the core, feeling the alien technology become a part of her. The Kraken's movements grew erratic as she began to reprogram it from within. The French narrator watched with bated breath as the battle raged on. "Sadboi," he called out, his voice a beacon of calm amidst the chaos, "you must synchronize your vibesense with the core." Her eyes flashing blue, Sadboi focused her vibesense on the core, her thoughts resonating with the machine's digital essence. The Kraken's movements stuttered, then slowed as she took control. "Got it," she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the warehouse. With a final surge of power, Sadboi directed the Kraken to free the Zapfish. The tentacles uncoiled, releasing their grip. The Zapfish hovered in the air, its glowing eyes meeting hers in a silent thank you. The robot slammed to the ground, defeated. The inkling they had met earlier cheered, "Thank you. Inkopolis is safe again." The crowd grew, the Inklings and Octolings putting aside their differences to thank the heroes from another world. The group stood together, their colors melding into a beautiful, messy tableau. They had faced a new challenge and come out on top. The French narrator clapped his hands together, a proud smile on his face. "Magnificent! Now, let us return the Zapfish to the power grid, and perhaps, a victory celebration." Sadboi nodded, her heart swelling with joy. They had formed a bond that transcended worlds, a unity born from shared battles and triumphs. As they carried the Zapfish back to the city, the neon lights of Inkopolis reflecting in their eyes, she knew that this was just the beginning of their multiversal odyssey. Their journey would continue, painting each new world with the vibrant colors of their friendship and the unyielding spirit of heroism. They had proven themselves in the digital realms, and now, they faced the inky battles of Inkopolis with the same courage and camaraderie that had brought them this far. The future held more adventures, more friends, and more battles to be painted in the vibrant hues of their collective courage. As they approached the power grid, the Zapfish in their care, the citizens of Inkopolis lined the streets, their cheers mingling with the splashes of ink that painted the air. The French narrator looked around, his form barely containing his excitement. "This is but one chapter in your grand saga," he exclaimed. "But oh, what a colorful page it has been!" Sadboi felt a warmth in her chest that she hadn't experienced in a long time. The love and gratitude from these strangers was like a balm to her soul, soothing the sharp edges of her past traumas. She turned to her friends, her eyes shining with determination. "Let's do this," she said, and together, they placed the Zapfish back into the grid. The moment the creature was connected, the city lights flickered back on, and the air was filled with the buzz of life. The crowd erupted into cheers, and the group basked in the glow of their victory. The French narrator stepped forward, raising his hand for silence. "Friends of Incapolis," he announced, "meet your new allies." The crowd grew quieter, and a hush fell over the square. The heroes took a moment to soak in the adoration before the French narrator spoke again. "But our work is not done," he said solemnly. "The multiverse is vast, and there are many more who need our help." Sadboi's vibesense tugged at her, leading her to a new set of screens. Each one depicted a different world, each in its own state of distress. Her eyes grew wide as she realized the magnitude of their task. "So many people in trouble," she murmured. "We can't save them all." Twilight placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "But we can try," she said, her voice filled with steely resolve. "That's what heroes do." The group exchanged nods, their friendship stronger than ever. They turned to the screens, ready to dive into the next adventure. "Where to next?" SpongeBob asked, his eyes alight with excitement. "The choice is yours, Sadboi," the French narrator said, gesturing to the screens. "Your vibesense will guide us." Chapter 17, Dark Matter Returns. Sadboi decided that the next universe to visit would be the one of Kirby. Sadboi had always found the laid-back yet adventurous and sometimes horror-like tone of Dreamland very alluring, and it was also home to her favorite character, Meta Knight. Of course, her group was very familiar with the plushie of him that Sadboi would always carry around, but the thought of actually meeting him put butterflies in her stomach in a good way, of course. The group stepped through the portal and emerged in a lush, colorful world filled with floating islands. The sky was a canvas of pastel colors, and the air smelled faintly of freshly baked cookies. The sight of Waddle Dees wandering around in peace brought a smile to everyone's faces. Sadboi took a look around to place their current location in the universe. "This place looks like bubbly clouds," she murmured, her voice a tone of excitement and awe. "Bubbly clouds?" SpongeBob squealed. "We're in for a treat. This place is like a giant spa for jellyfish." However, Sadboi felt her vibesense suddenly spike amidst the calm aura. She looked up to the sky and her tone became one of immediate concern. "Uh-oh. Feels like dark matter." The French narrator's eyes grew wide. "Ah, the great nemesis of the stars," he said. "We must act swiftly, for its presence foretells chaos." Sadboi nodded, "Yes, eyes, and the embodiment of negative energy itself. Let's find Kirby and his friends, and quick." They split into pairs to cover more ground, with SpongeBob and Patrick sticking together, and Twilight and Sandy forming another team. Sonic and Tails took the lead, their speed allowing them to cut through the clouds with ease. Meanwhile, Sadboi and the French narrator remained on the ground, using her vibesense to track the malevolent force. Sadboi kept focused as she used her vibesense. From her understanding, dark matter and Kirby were two sides of the same coin, one of sheer negative emotion, the other of sheer positive emotion. Her synthetic skin pulsed with a cobalt coloration as she focused, but she couldn't help but feel watched. The French narrator, seemingly unfazed by the looming threat, sauntered alongside her, monocle glinting in the ethereal light. "Ah, Sadboi," he began, "this place brings back memories of battles long ago. Yet, the vibe here is so soothing." Sadboi nodded, her focus remaining unbroken. "This place is very nostalgic to me, it holds so much significance. I vividly remember playing the games with my siblings whenever I could, a series of untainted memories before, well, you know. My first Kirby game was Superstar Ultra on the Nintendo DS, and I vaguely remember fighting Galacta Knight for the first time. He's sort of a mirror to Meta Knight, in a way. Being the final fight of most of the side modes where he's playable." The French narrator nodded, his expression understanding. "Indeed, the bonds we forge through our favorite stories can be profound. Now, let us find Kirby and his allies before the darkness consumes this land. Aha! Sadboi agreed, I have my bets that Kirby's already caught on to what's happening. Nothing goes on behind the pink puffball's eyes other than food, sleep, and his good nature. Sadboi glanced around, her eyeholes kept peeled for any sign of trouble. The group's path took a sudden turn as a screeching sound pierced the serene ambience. The clouds grew darker as a swarm of Waddle Dees, eyes red with corruption, descended upon them. It started, Sadboi whispered, her vibe sense on high alert. The corrupted Waddle Dees looked more like twisted nightmares than the adorable creatures they were meant to be. Surprising that dark matter managed to make Waddle Dees unsettling. Sadboi quipped. The French narrator, unflappable, pulled out a fancy laser pen from his pocket and began sketching a battle strategy in the air. We must purify them, he said calmly. Their hearts are not truly corrupted, but rather under the sway of dark matter's influence. Sadboi nodded, she had seen similar abilities from dark matter in crystal shards. Right, let's begin. The battle was a whirlwind of color and sound. SpongeBob and Patrick took on the corrupted Waddle Dees with their signature brand of bumbling enthusiasm, accidentally knocking into each other more than their foes. Twilight and Sandy, on the other hand, moved with precision and grace, their teamwork honed from countless battles. Sonic and Tails streaked through the sky, leaving trails of light as they dodged and struck the floating foes. Sadboi, however, kept her focus during the battle, using her vibe sense to track the source of the corruption. It was undoubtedly dark matter, but the thought of a 03 made her heart race. But if there was now a seventh element of harmony and the French narrator was now a Kamen Rider, then she supposed that anything was on the table. As the fight continued, the clouds grew heavier with malicious energy. The ground trembled beneath them, and the once serene landscape of bubbly clouds was now a battlefield. Sadboi felt a powerful vibe, and her eyes went wide. Guys! It's coming, she shouted over the din. Sadboi's eyeholes narrowed as she tried to make sense of the incoming enemy. She quickly made some deductions, such as the location. It's Krakow, corrupted by dark matter. The French narrator's drawing grew more intense. Ah, Krakow, he murmured, a classic foe. But now, it seems, we must face a darker version of him. The corrupted Krakow swooped down from the clouds, its eye glowing a malevolent red. The group readied themselves, their unity a stark contrast to the chaos around them. Sadboi raised her hand, a digital shield materializing in front of her. I'll try to purify it, she exclaimed. The Krakow, now a twisted version of its former self, released a barrage of dark energy bolts. Sadboi's shield absorbed the first few, but the sheer power of the corruption was overwhelming. The French narrator stepped in, transforming into Kamen Rider Dolphin. His eyes flashed with determination as he raised his trident. We shall not let the light of this world be extinguished, he declared. With a flick of his wrist, he sent a bolt of blue lightning into the Krakow's eye, stunning it momentarily. The others took advantage of the opening, each attacking with their own unique abilities. SpongeBob shot bubbles that captured the stunned Waddle Dees, trapping them safely. Twilight cast a spell that coated the Krakow in a glowing aura, weakening the hold of the darkness. Sandy swung her lasso, wrapping around Krakow's neck and pulling it towards the ground. But the creature was too powerful, and the corruption was spreading rapidly. Sadboi knew they needed a more drastic measure. Guys, I think I know what to do, she called out, her eyes flashing with an idea. The element of synthesis. Her friends paused in their attacks, looking at her with hope. Twilight nodded. The element of synthesis is known for its purifying abilities. It might just be the key to free Krakow. Sadboi closed her eyes and focused, her past experiences with the element giving her the strength she needed. A soft, pulsing light began to emanate from her chest, growing stronger until it was a beacon in the chaos. The corrupted Krakow roared, feeling the power of the element invading its form. The French narrator took a step back, his eyes wide with wonder. "Sadboi," he whispered, "you've tapped into something incredible." With a final burst of light, the element of synthesis surged through Krako's body, the darkness recoiling before it. The creature convulsed, its corrupted form contorting as the light grew brighter and brighter. And then, with a deafening crack, the corruption was gone, leaving the original Krako, now free from dark matter's grip, floating in the sky. The once twisted Waddle Dees dropped to the ground, their eyes returning to their normal color, looking dazed and confused. The Krako looked around, seeming to realize the horror it had just caused. It let out a defeated squawk before flying away, no doubt seeking to recover from the ordeal. The group watched as the skies cleared, the clouds parting to reveal the bright, pastel world of Dreamland once more. The French narrator patted Sadboi on the back, his smile wide. "Magnificent! Your connection to the elements truly knows no bounds." Sadboi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride swell in her chest. "Thanks," she murmured, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "But we can't just stand around. We have to find Kirby and tell him what's happening." As the group moved throughout Dreamland, from green greens to grape garden, Sadboi kept her eyeholes peeled for Kirby. "You know, it's weird," she said to the French narrator as they walked. "I've seen so much of the worlds I love in trouble, but none of them have felt quite as personal as this." Her words continued to hold her concern, as she was aware of the kind of havoc dark matter could wreak. The French narrator nodded in understanding. "Each victory, each bond formed, makes our hearts grow stronger. It's natural to feel this way, especially when we're in a world that brings such joy to you." As they ventured further into the heart of Dreamland, the vibrant colors grew more vivid, and the sounds of life grew louder. They encountered various inhabitants, each with tales of strange happenings since the dark vibes had started to spread. The group grew more urgent in their search for Kirby, knowing that time was of the essence. But of course, it would only be a matter of time before the group bumped into the puffball. Sadboi's expression lit up when she saw Kirby. "Kirby!" she exclaimed, waving her arms in the air. The little hero looked over, his eyes lighting up at the sight of them. He floated closer, his cheeks puffing up slightly as he studied them with curiosity. Sadboi quickly explained her side of the situation to the pink puff, who nodded along with her every word. But of course, Sadboi noticed the absence of King Dedede, Bandana Waddle Dee, and, most importantly, to Sadboi, Meta Knight. She spoke up, not really expecting much of a verbal response other than a few poyos. "Hey, where are your buddies?" Her voice held a hint of concern. Kirby responded by inhaling deeply and then exhaling a series of bubbles, which formed into the images of his missing companions. The French narrator, with his vast experience in interpreting various forms of communication, translated, "They have been captured by dark matter, along with many others. We must act swiftly to save them and purify this land." The group nodded in unison, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Then we've got to find dark matter's base," Sonic exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Sadboi shook her head a bit. "Problem is, dark matter isn't just some earthly entity. They're a hive of embodiments of negative emotion. The dark matter collective has a leader, and I have a feeling that there has been an emergence of a 03. But with Kirby alongside us, I have no doubt in my mind that we have all the right tools to find this hypothetical 03 and run them into the ground." The group nodded, their determination unwavering. They set off in the direction indicated by Kirby's bubble communication, traversing through the ever-changing landscapes of Dreamland. The journey was not without its challenges. Corrupted wispy woods and Krako Juniors were scattered throughout, but the team worked together seamlessly, each member's unique skills complementing the others. Throughout the adventure, Sadboi kept her vibe sense peeled. As they approached the final stretch, the vibes grew stronger, a palpable sense of dread hanging in the air. The colors around them began to drain, and the once vibrant world grew dull. They had arrived at the corrupted heart of Dreamland. Sadboi had her eyeholes peeled, and as she felt a familiar vibesense signature that caused her eye holes to widen out of her concentration. Her heart began to race as she saw a blade wedged in the ground in front of them. Sadboi stepped up, having recognized the scene's familiar setup. "Guys, I think we're in for a surprise," she murmured, her voice a mix of excitement and anticipation. Sadboi gazed up and saw the faint outline of a cape fluttering in the wind, the figure waiting patently upon a cliff. Then, gathering all her courage, she pulled the blade out of the ground, and the battle began. Meta Knight dove down from the ledge, his eyes gleaming with a steely resolve. He was corrupted, his once noble form tainted by the touch of dark matter. The group gasped in horror, but Sadboi's determination didn't waver, having transformed into her Kamen Rider form. She knew that her favorite character was in there, somewhere. She knew his moveset like the back of her own hand, after all, he was her favorite. The duel between Meta Knight and Sadboi was a flurry of sword strikes and energy blasts, each blow echoing through the corrupted dreamland. Meta Knight's blade, Galaxia, clashed against Sadboi's own blade, sparks flying in a dazzling display of power. Sadboi combated Meta Knight's mock tornadoes with blasts of calming vibesense energy. With each slash that Sadboi managed to parry, the clattering of steel was a satisfying sound to her ears. The French narrator watched with a mix of admiration and concern. "You must reach out to him, Sadboi," he called out. "Use your vibesense to show him the error of his ways." Sadboi nodded, and she went on the defensive. "I'll get him to his normal self in no time, I'll promise you that." She spoke in her Midwestern drawl, her focus never breaking. The battle was intense, with Meta Knight's corrupted power pushing Sadboi to her limits. Yet she remained hopeful, her vibesense reaching out to the core of the creature's being. She searched for the light within, the essence of the hero she knew he was. The clash of steel rang out as they danced through the desolate landscape. However, Sadboi's determination pulled her through, and she managed to pin the corrupted Meta Knight to the ground, her blade pushing against his mask. Her tone softened as she began to reach out to him through her vibesense. "I know that this isn't you. Me and my friends, we're only here to make things right." Her words seeped with a calming tone. Meta Knight struggled beneath her, but his movements grew weaker as the dark vibes that had been controlling him began to dissipate. His eyes, once a cold, lifeless black, flickered back to their original yellow. The corruption around him receded, and the land started to regain its vibrancy. Sadboi felt a surge of relief and joy as she saw the light returning to Meta Knight's eyes. "You're back," she whispered. The French narrator stepped forward, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Now, we must purify the rest of Dreamland," he said, his voice filled with resolve. "Yes, Sadboi said, "and perhaps, we even have a new ally." Her voice, while exhausted, had a tone of hope. Meta Knight's eyes searched the group, finally resting on Sadboi. The once cold gaze had been replaced with a spark of recognition. You're the one," he murmured, his voice strained from the corruption. Sadboi nodded, and her heart swelled with pride despite the gravity of the situation. "We're all friends here," she said gently. "We want to help you, and all of Dreamland." Meta Knight's mask cracked, and a tear fell from his eye. The weight of his actions and the corruption that had taken hold of him were clear in his gaze. He nodded weakly. I understand." The group stood together, a diverse assembly of heroes from across the multiverse. They had faced so much together, and now they had a new ally in the fight against the dark matter. With Meta Knight back on their side, they were stronger than ever. The French narrator looked around, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The dark matter's stronghold must be nearby," he exclaimed. "We shall not rest until we have restored peace to this realm." They set off again, the now free Meta Knight guiding them with silent nods and gestures. The journey was fraught with danger, as more corrupted creatures of Dreamland attempted to hinder their progress. But the unity of the group was unshakable, each member using their unique abilities to combat the darkness. As they approached the stronghold, a foreboding castle loomed into view. It was a twisted reflection of the bright and cheerful world they knew, a place where shadows danced and malevolence reigned. The group steeled themselves for what was to come. Inside the castle, they faced a horde of corrupted beings, each one a twisted version of a character they had come to love. But their resolve was unyielding, and they pushed through the darkness. The final battle was against the 03, a being of pure malice. It towered over them, a monstrous amalgamation of corrupted emotions. The French narrator transformed into his ultimate form, Kamen Rider Dolphin Azure. "We stand united," he announced, "against the tide of despair." Sadboi nodded, her eyes flashing pink. "Let's do this," she murmured, her vibesense pulsing with power. The group launched into action, each member attacking with everything they had. SpongeBob's bubbles captured the minions, while Patrick's brute strength smashed through the castle walls. Meta Knight and Sadboi worked in tandem, their swords flashing in a mesmerizing dance. Each strike was a declaration of hope against the 03's tyranny. The creature roared, feeling the purifying light of Sadboi's vibesense. 03 grew more desperate, its form morphing into a nightmarish creature of writhing shadows. It unleashed a wave of dark energy, threatening to consume the heroes. But they stood firm, their bonds of friendship acting as a shield. Sadboi saw her chance and focused her vibesense into a single point, creating a beacon of light. "This is for everyone we've lost," she yelled, charging the light. It grew into a blinding beam, piercing the 03's core. The creature shrieked in agony as the light began to purify it from the inside out. The castle around them started to crumble, the corrupted beings within dissolving into motes of light. The 03's power waned, and with a final, desperate roar, it was no more. The castle collapsed in on itself, leaving the group standing in a clearing amidst the ruins. The sky cleared, revealing the once vibrant dreamland in all its glory. The inhabitants of the world began to emerge from their hiding places, their eyes wide with amazement. Kirby, now fully restored, floated over to Sadboi and gave her a gentle hug, his cheeks puffing out in a content sigh. The other heroes gathered around, each offering their thanks and admiration. The French narrator stepped back, his form returning to normal. "Sadboi," he said with a smile, "you've painted Dreamland with hope once more. Your journey through the multiverse has not been in vain." Sadboi looked around at her friends, a warmth spreading through her. "We did it," she murmured, "together." The group nodded, their eyes reflecting the light of their victory. As the citizens of Dreamland cheered, the friends knew that their adventure wasn't over. There were more worlds to save, more friends to make. But for now, they basked in the joy of their triumph, their hearts forever linked by the bonds they had formed in the face of darkness. And as they left Dreamland, setting their sights on new challenges, Sadboi felt a newfound confidence within her. The traumas of her past no longer defined her, she was a hero, a beacon of light in a vast multiverse of possibilities. Chapter 18, There Was Once a Dream. The group's next destination was the pixelated world of Minecraft. Sadboi was very familiar with the game, although her own experiences playing were minimal. The world made Sadboi's cubehead look somewhat normal amidst the landscape. They arrived in a small village, where the villagers looked at them with a mix of curiosity and fear. The French narrator, ever the charmer, stepped forward with a bow. "Bonjour, mes amis. Nous sommes les gardiens de la synthèse, et sommes ici pour aider à protéger votre monde." His French accent resonated with the villagers, who nodded in understanding despite not fully grasping the language. Sadboi, SpongeBob, and Patrick looked around, taking in the square houses made of blocks and the greenery that surrounded them. The French narrator spoke to the villagers, using his vibesense to communicate their peaceful intentions. They explained that they were on a quest to purify corrupted lands and sought information about any recent disturbances. Sadboi's eyeholes sparkled with infinite possibilities. Her glance darted around from the trees to the skies, the blocky horizon to the villagers' faces, all made up of the same square pixels she had seen so often on her computer screen. "Wow," she breathed, "this place is just like my old games." The villagers, while initially wary, grew more comfortable with the group as they shared stories of their battles against the corrupted creatures that had plagued their world. They spoke of the Endermen, mobs that grew stronger with the spread of the dark matter's influence, and of the withered skeletons that patrolled the nights, their bones rattling eerily in the moonlight. Sadboi's eyeholes widened at the mention of Endermen. She knew that, despite their terrifying exterior, they had their own inner worlds. They had their own form of communication that consisted of displacing blocks and distorted English phrases. She had always found the creatures of the End dimension the most fascinating out of all the mobs. The group set out into the pixelated wilderness, the French narrator explaining the game's mechanics as they traveled. "You see," he said, gesturing to a block of grass, "everything here is made of cubes, or blocks. You can mine these for resources, craft tools, and build magnificent structures." Sadboi nodded, having familiarized herself with the game's mechanics long ago. In fact, she was already collecting some wood from a tree. As they ventured deeper into the world, they stumbled upon a group of Endermen, their tall, dark forms looming ominously in the night. The villagers had told them that these creatures had been attacking more frequently since the corruption had spread. The tension grew thick as the Enderman's purple eyes locked onto the group. Sadboi murmured a warning, "Just don't look them straight in the eyes, they really, don't like that." The Enderman's gaze shifted to her, and she felt a shiver down her spine. They were known for their teleportation and block-stealing abilities, but she knew that at their core, they were misunderstood creatures, not inherently malicious. With a deep breath, she stepped forward, her hand outstretched. "We come in peace," she called out, her voice a blend of calm confidence and hope. To her surprise, one of the Endermen took a tentative step towards her, its eyes dimming slightly. The creature reached out a long, spindly arm and gently placed a block of diamond into her hand. The gesture was clear, an offering, a sign of acceptance. The French narrator translated for the others, "It seems we've made a friend." Sadboi's heart swelled with joy, and she returned the gesture, placing the diamond block into her inventory. "Thank you," she said, her voice gentle and respectful. The Enderman's eyes glowed a soft blue, and they bowed in acknowledgement. It was a moment of understanding, a bridge built between two vastly different species. The group continued their journey, now accompanied by their newfound allies. They traveled through vast biomes, from the lush forests to the barren deserts, each step bringing them closer to the source of the corruption. As they moved through the pixelated world, they encountered more corrupted mobs, each one a challenge that tested their growing unity and resolve. One night, as they camped in a clearing, the sky above them suddenly went dark. The stars flickered and died, leaving only the cold, lifeless void of the dark matter's influence. The ground trembled, and the air grew thick with tension. The French narrator looked up, his eyes narrowing in concern. "The final battle approaches," he announced. Sadboi felt a knot in her stomach. She had faced many dangers in her travels, but this was different. This was the heart of the corruption, the very essence of the evil that threatened to consume everything she loved. She turned to her friends, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire. "We're in this together," she said, her voice firm. "We've come so far, and we can't stop now. Let's show this dark matter what real friendship is made of." Her friends nodded, their expressions determined. They had been through so much together, and they knew that their bond was unbreakable. As they marched towards the final showdown, their spirits high despite the foreboding omens, they knew that they had the power to change the world. Their path led them to a towering fortress, a monolith of corrupted stone and metal that loomed over the landscape. The dark matter's influence was palpable, a suffocating presence that threatened to consume all that was good. But Sadboi and her friends were not deterred. They had faced darkness before, and they had emerged stronger. With a cry of "For the love of pixels," they charged into the fray, their hearts beating as one. The battle was fierce, the air thick with the crackle of energy and the clang of steel. They fought side by side, each using their unique abilities to carve a path through the enemy's defenses. The Enderman teleport blocks to form walls and bridges, while SpongeBob's bubbles contained explosive creepers and Patrick's brute strength toppled the corrupted mobs. Sadboi, with her vibesense and her love for the games she had played, directed their efforts, coordinating the team like a skilled player in a multiplayer match. Her colors shifted and danced as she felt the emotions of the corrupted mobs, reaching out to them with her light. In the heart of the fortress, they faced the ultimate challenge, the Dark Matter's avatar, a twisted creature of malice and despair. It towered over them, a writhing mass of black pixels that threatened to swallow them whole. But they were ready. The French narrator transformed into his most powerful form, the Kamen Rider narrator of the seas. "We are the guardians of synthesis," he declared. "And we will not be stopped." The avatar roared, its form pulsing with malevolent intent. But the group stood firm, their lights shining in the face of the abyss. Together, they unleashed a combined attack, a symphony of power and emotion that resonated through the very fabric of the world. The avatar trembled and shrieked, its form beginning to break apart. The dark matter's grip on the world of Minecraft was loosening. With a final, desperate lunge, Sadboi drove her blade into the creature's core, and the world was bathed in a blinding light. When the light faded, the avatar was gone, and in its place was a single, purified block of bedrock, a symbol of the world's rebirth that would stand forever. The corrupted mobs had disappeared, and in their place were the familiar creatures of the Minecraft world, blinking in the sudden brightness. The Endermen surrounding the group looked at them with new eyes, the blue of their gaze brighter and more welcoming. They had felt the purification, and they knew that they had found allies in these strange beings. One of them approached Sadboi and offered her a diamond sword, a weapon of peace and protection. She took it with a smile, feeling a new kinship with the creatures she had always admired from a digital distance. The group rested for the night in the ruins of the fortress, their campfire casting flickering shadows across the now safe landscape. They shared stories of their worlds and battles, their voices echoing off the stone walls. The French narrator spoke of his origins in the world of Kamen Rider, while SpongeBob regaled them with tales of his adventures in the deep sea. Each member of the group had their own unique background, but their shared experiences had brought them together. As they slept, Sadboi lay awake, the glow of the sword in her hand casting a comforting light across her face. She thought of her past, the pain she had felt, and the friends she had made along the way. Her journey had been fraught with danger, but it had also been filled with joy and discovery. The warmth of the fire and the snores of her companions were a stark contrast to the cold, lonely nights she had spent hiding from the U.S. Supernatural Department. In the morning, they set out to rebuild the village, their hearts and hands working in tandem with the Endermen. The villagers watched in amazement as the corrupted land grew lush and green once more. The world of Minecraft had been saved, and the dark matter had been pushed back. But they knew that the battle was not over. The corruption was a persistent force, one that required vigilance and unity to keep at bay. As the sun set on their first night in the reborn world, the friends gathered around the fire, their shadows dancing on the newly crafted walls of the village. The French narrator looked at them, his eyes reflecting the flames. "Our quest continues," he said, "but we must not forget the bonds we've forged here. Together, we are more than just a group of misfits. We are a family, a bastion of hope in the face of darkness." Sadboi looked around at her newfound family, her heart swelling with emotion. She had found a place where she belonged, a place where she could be herself without fear of judgment or rejection. "Yes, eyes," she murmured, her eyes glistening. "Together, we'll paint the multiverse with our vibes." The group shared a toast with the villagers, using their newfound friendship as the foundation for their next adventure. They had faced the dark matter in Minecraft, but they knew that there were more worlds to save, more hearts to mend. The journey ahead was long, but they were ready to face whatever challenges the multiverse had in store for them. The French narrator raised his glass, a smile playing on his lips. To the guardians of synthesis, he said, may our lights never dim. The others echoed the toast, their spirits high. They had proven that love and unity could conquer even the most insidious of foes, and they were determined to spread that message across the infinite expanse of the media they loved. The next morning, they set out again, their eyes on the horizon. The group grew quiet as they approached the portal leading to the next world, a swirling vortex of colors and shapes that whispered of adventure and danger. Sadboi took a deep breath, her grip tightening on the diamond sword. Ready? She asked, looking at her friends. Chapter 19, How was the fall? As the group left the world of Minecraft behind, Sadboi set her sights onto the world of Undertale, where she had heard of a place called the Underground, a place of monsters and a story of peace. The portal swirled open, and they stepped through into a landscape that was a stark contrast to the blocky pixelated world they had just left. The Underground was a canvas of rich, hand-drawn beauty, with watercolor tints and a serene melody that filled the air. Sadboi looked around the area with awe. I used to be so obsessed with this game. You literally couldn't escape it online back when it released. SpongeBob and Patrick exchanged confused looks. What game? Patrick asked. Sadboi's expression turned to one of surprise. Whoa, you guys literally haven't heard of Undertale? That's a first. The French narrator, ever eager to educate, began to explain. Undertale is a game where you play as a human child who falls into a world of monsters. The story revolves around choosing either to fight or befriend these creatures. Sadboi nodded. I considered it a form of escape. The setting felt similar to my own situation, but that's besides the point. We should proceed with caution despite its warmth. Cause and effect is a big draw of this universe. They descended into the underground, guided by the gentle piano tunes that grew stronger as they approached the first town, Toriel's home. The French narrator, ever the scholar of narrative, took the lead, explaining the complexities of the underground's society and the great war that had separated humans and monsters. Sadboi listened with a rapt attention, hearing the familiar lore from a fresh voice. As they approached, a figure emerged from the mist, a goat with a crown of flowers and a gentle smile. Welcome, travelers, Toriel greeted them. You must be lost. I am Toriel, caretaker of the ruins. Sadboi nodded. From context clues, she surmised that the point in time must be from before Frisk, the main character of the game, fell into Mount Ebott. But Sadboi kept her chill attitude, knowing that they wouldn't have to escape through the barrier when their duty here was done. We're not lost, we're here to help, Sadboi said, stepping forward. Her voice was filled with a newfound confidence. We've seen a lot, and we know that sometimes, you just need friends. Toriel's smile grew, and she looked them over, her gaze lingering on the diamond sword in Sadboi's hand. Friends indeed, she mused, but you carry a weapon of destruction. Sadboi understood, keeping her poise non-threatening. She sheathed the sword. We only use it to purify corruption, like the dark matter we've encountered. We're the guardians of synthesis, and we're here to ensure peace between worlds. Toriel's eyes softened. Ah, a noble quest indeed. But beware, young ones. The underground is not a simple place to navigate. There are those who seek to harm you and those who are hurt themselves. She nodded towards the village. If you wish to truly help, then you must understand us. Visit the village and speak with its inhabitants. They may be able to guide you to where your help is most needed. They followed Toriel into the village, passing by curious monsters that paused from their daily routines to stare at the newcomers. The French narrator, ever the charmer, waved and greeted them in a mix of English and French, which earned them a few chuckles and waves in return. The village was a blend of quaint and eerie, with a sense of melancholy that seemed to hang in the air. Once inside, they met a variety of unique characters. There was Papyrus, the over-enthusiastic skeleton who talked their ears off about his aspirations to be a part of the royal guard, and Sens, his lazy, pun-loving brother who seemed to know more than he let on. They encountered Undine, the leader of the royal guard, a bustling, no-nonsense fishmonger, and Alphys, the shy, yet brilliant scientist who had a penchant for speaking too fast, which Sadboi had to restrain her excitement around because of their shared love of anime, otherwise the others wouldn't have ever heard the end of it. As they listened to the villagers' stories, they couldn't help but feel a kinship with them. Each monster had their own quirks, their own struggles, and their own reasons for fighting or hiding. The group decided to split up, with Sadboi and Patrick heading towards the Hotlands to gather information on any recent disturbances, and SpongeBob and the French narrator staying behind to help with the reconstruction of the village. The journey to the Hotlands was treacherous, with the air growing hotter and the scenery turning into a fiery landscape. They met Undine again, who was surprised to see them in such a dangerous place. "You guys are brave," she exclaimed, "but also a bit crazy, coming here unprepared." Patrick, ever the optimist, gave a thumbs up. "Don't worry, we've got this. Besides, Sadboi's got a knack for this kind of thing." Sadboi blushed slightly, her eyes glancing at the sword on her back. "Thanks for the vote of confidence." They ventured deeper, facing the heat and the challenges it brought. The ground was unstable, with lava pits threatening to swallow them whole. But they pressed on, their hearts set on their mission. In the Hotlands, they stumbled upon a group of monsters under the control of the dark matter. Their eyes were vacant, their movements jerky and erratic. Sadboi's vibesense went haywire as she felt the pain and confusion emanating from them. "We have to help them," she said, determination etched into her voice. Patrick nodded. "But how do we do that without hurting them?" Sadboi thought for a moment, then a plan began to form in her mind. "We'll have to find the source of the corruption and cut it off from them. It's like a bad internet connection, messing with their code." They approached the monsters carefully, using their friendship as a shield. The corrupted monsters paused, their movements faltering as the light of the Guardians of Synthesis washed over them. Slowly, they began to resist the dark influence, their eyes regaining their former spark. The corruption was stronger here, and it was clear that the dark matter had sunk its hooks deep into the fabric of the underground. But as they fought, the monsters started to recover, their true forms emerging from the shadowy pixels. The French narrator's voice echoed through their minds, "Remember, the power of unity is our greatest weapon." Sadboi took a deep breath and focused, her eyes shifting to a bright neon pink. "Let's do this, Patrick." The two of them combined their strengths, Sadboi's vibesense leading the way and Patrick's brute force following close behind. Together, they broke the barrier that held the monsters in thrall. The dark matter retreated, leaving a path to the source of the corruption. They emerged into a chamber, where a giant, crystalline heart pulsed with malicious intent. The heart of the corruption. Sadboi knew what she had to do. She approached, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch it. The heart surged with power, and she could feel the dark energy coursing through it. But she remained steadfast, her light growing stronger. The heart cracked, and the dark matter's influence began to wane. The monsters, now freed, surrounded them, their eyes gleaming with gratitude. "Thank you," one of them murmured. Sadboi looked around, her heart swelling with joy. "We're the Guardians of Synthesis," she said, "and we're here to help." The group reassembled at the village, their faces tired but their spirits high. They had made a difference, and they knew that their journey was far from over. As they rested, they heard whispers of a new threat looming, one that would take them to the very core of the underground itself, aptly named the Core. The French narrator leaned in, a glint in his eye. "The story of the underground is one of love, sacrifice, and determination. And it seems we have yet to reach the climax of our own tale." Sadboi nodded, her gaze firm. "We'll face whatever comes next together. That's what we do." They set off once more, their destination set. The journey to the core was fraught with trials and tribulations, each one more challenging than the last. The group faced fiercer monsters and puzzles that tested their wit, but with every step they grew closer to their goal. As they approached the entrance to the core, the temperature grew unbearable. Sweat trickled down their faces, and even Patrick looked like he might wilt under the intense heat. But they didn't waver. They had come too far to turn back now. Sadboi took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the underground's most dangerous area. The fiery landscape was a stark contrast to the serene world of Minecraft they had just left behind. She knew that within this inferno lay the heart of the corruption they sought to purify. The group stepped into the volcanic chamber, and immediately, they were confronted by the final boss of the area, Ascari, the king of the underground. His massive form, a fusion of goat and human, loomed over them, his eyes burning with the same corruption that had plagued the other monsters. "Ascari, we come in peace," Sadboi called out, her voice steady despite the fear that clawed at her insides. "We're here to purify the dark matter that's controlling you." The creature roared, raising his weapon, a mighty spear that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. Patrick took a step forward, fists clenched. "We don't want to fight, but we will if we have to." The French narrator placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Patience, my friend. Let us first appeal to the heart of this creature." Sadboi stepped closer to Ascari, her eyes glowing with a gentle light. She reached out with her vibesense, searching for any sign of the kindness that had been obscured by the corruption. As she did so, she felt something shift within her own heart. The battle was intense, a dance of light and shadow. Sadboi directed her friend's efforts, using her vibesense to find the weak points in the corrupted Ascari's armor. The French narrator, now fully transformed into Kamen Rider Dolphin, wielded his narrative powers to weave a story of unity and hope, counteracting the dark matter's influence. The fight was tough, with Ascari's spear clashing against their combined might. Each blow was met with a resounding boom that echoed through the cavernous chamber. Despite their efforts, the corruption clung to the king, refusing to let go. Amidst the chaos, Sadboi felt something within her change. The vibesense grew stronger, reaching a crescendo she had never experienced before. Her body was alight with a newfound energy, and she knew what she had to do. "Guys, step back," she called out, her voice resonating with power. The others obeyed, watching as she focused all her vibesense into her hand. The energy coalesced into a brilliant blue orb, the color of her cubehead's aura when she was at her most determined. With a deep breath, she launched the orb at Ascari's chest, where his heart lay beneath the layers of corruption. The moment it made contact, the air was filled with a piercing light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the light subsided, Ascari stood before them, his eyes clear and free of the dark matter's hold. He looked down at the spear in his hand, then to the heroes who had stood before him. "Thank you," he said, his voice trembling with relief. "You've saved us all." The group shared a moment of victory, their hearts swelling with pride and joy. They had done it, they had cleansed another world of the dark matter's corruption. But they knew that their quest was far from over. The French narrator, ever the storyteller, spoke up. "The journey to the ultimate battle draws near. The fate of not just one world, but all worlds, hangs in the balance." The Guardians of Synthesis nodded in unison, their resolve stronger than ever. They had faced challenges and grown from them, learned from each world they had saved, and formed bonds that transcended dimensions. The portal to the next world opened before them, a swirl of colors and shapes that hinted at the adventure that awaited. Without hesitation, they stepped through, ready to face whatever the multiverse had in store for them. The narrator's voice grew solemn. "In the grand tapestry of existence, our heroes continue to weave a tale of friendship and courage. To the next chapter, Mes Amos, to the heart of the storm where the dark matter's reign will be no more." And with that, Sadboi charted their next destination in the media multiverse. Chapter 20, Cool Dragons, or something like that. When the group went through the next vortex, they found themselves in a world dominated by dragons. Sadboi's eyeholes widened as she spoke. "Oh my god, we're in the world of wings of fire. The dragons of Pyria were not what they expected. These majestic creatures looked at them with curiosity rather than hostility. They had heard of the Guardians of Synthesis and their quest to purge the dark matter from the multiverse. A young dragon named Clay approached them, introducing himself as a member of the Mudwing tribe. "Welcome to Pyria," Clay said, bowing his head slightly. "We've heard of your deeds in other realms. Our land is in dire need of your help." A rogue group of dragons, the Talons of Peace, has been spreading fear and chaos. They claim to serve the greater good, but their methods are questionable. Sadboi nodded, her vibe sense tingling with the sincerity of Clay's words. "We're here to help. Tell us where we can find them." The dragon led them to a hidden fortress, nestled between two towering cliffs. The fortress was made of the same crystalline material they'd seen in the Minecraft world, but now it was tainted with the unmistakable aura of dark matter. "The Talons of Peace are led by Morosier," Clay explained. "He was once a great leader, but the power of the dark matter has twisted him." The Guardians of Synthesis took a moment to gather their thoughts. They knew that a fight was inevitable, but Sadboi hoped they could find a peaceful solution. She turned to her friends, her expression a mix of determination and hope. "Let's try to talk to them first. Maybe we can show them the error of their ways." As they approached the fortress, they were met by a dragon guard, his scales shimmering with an eerie black and red sheen. "Halt!" he bellowed. "You do not belong here." Sadboi took a deep breath and stepped forward. "We're not here to fight," she said, her voice firm yet calm. "We're here to help." The dragon snarled, his eyes narrowing. "You are the ones they call the Guardians of Synthesis. Your kind has no place in the natural order." The French narrator spoke up, his voice carrying the weight of countless stories. "The natural order is not so simple, Monday Ami. Sometimes, it needs a little nudge." The dragon guard's expression faltered for a moment, and then he stepped aside, allowing them entry into the fortress. Inside, they found Morosier, his once noble form now a twisted amalgamation of dark matter and dragon. "So, you've come to stop me," he sneered. "You think your hearts are pure, but you're just pawns in a game you can't even begin to understand." Sadboi looked into his eyes, her vibe sense reaching out to the core of his being. "We understand more than you think. We've seen the pain and fear that the dark matter brings. We're here to offer you a choice." Morosier's laugh echoed through the chamber. "I have already chosen. The dark matter is the only power that can ensure peace in this broken world." The group exchanged glances, their resolve unshaken. They had faced darkness before and had come out the other side stronger for it. This time would be no different. The narrator spoke softly, his French accent giving way to the gravity of the situation. "Coisase sagement, Morosier. The chemin de la lumière est encore ouvert pour toi." The tension in the room was palpable, as the fate of Pyria hung in the balance. The dragon's eyes flickered, and for a moment, Sadboi thought she saw a glimmer of doubt. But before they could continue, the ground began to shake violently. The dark matter's influence was growing stronger. The time for talking was over. The battle for Pyria was about to begin. Morosier's eyes gleamed with malicious intent, and he grew in size, his form now a terrifying beast of shadow and crystal. The Guardians of Synthesis readied themselves, each drawing upon their unique abilities. Sadboi focused her vibe sense, feeling the collective determination of her friends. She knew they could do this together. "Let's show them what true unity can achieve," she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the chamber. The group leaped into action, each member using their skills to dismantle the corrupted dragon's defenses. SpongeBob's bubble-based abilities proved surprisingly effective against the crystalline scales, while Patrick's brute strength allowed him to hold his own against the powerful creature. The French narrator transformed into his Kamen Rider form, Kamen Rider Dolphin, and charged at Morosier with a narrative-infused battle cry. His dolphin blade sliced through the dark matter's influence, leaving a trail of glittering light in its wake. The fight was intense, with the dragon unleashing a barrage of dark energy blasts. The guardians dodged and parried, their movements a symphony of heroism and friendship. Sadboi could feel the vibes of each ally, their hearts beating in time with hers as they worked in perfect harmony. Gary, ever the silent companion, leaped into the fray, his eyes glowing with a newfound power. He transformed into a being of pure light, his meow echoing through the fortress, resonating with the purest of emotions. His presence bolstered the group, giving them the strength to push on. Tony Stark, having observed the battle from the sidelines, realized the true enemy wasn't Morosir, but the dark matter controlling him. He stepped forward, his Iron Man suit shimmering with newfound energy. "I've got an idea," he said, his voice a mix of excitement and determination. "Let's try to isolate the dark matter and free him from its grasp." The group nodded, understanding the risks but believing in their hearts that they could save the Dragon King. They surrounded Morosir, their combined powers pushing back the shadows that clung to him like a second skin. With a final burst of vibesense, Sadboi located the core of the dark matter. It was a pulsing, malevolent heart, nestled within the dragon's chest. She focused all her energy into one powerful blast of light, aimed at the heart of the corruption. The room exploded with light as the dark matter was expelled from Morosir's body. The dragon stumbled back, his scales returning to their natural color as he took a deep, cleansing breath. The guardians watched in amazement as the corrupted crystals shattered and fell away, revealing a dragon who looked more regal than ever. Morosir looked at them with newfound respect. "Thank you," he rumbled. I had lost my way. But you have shown me the truth. The power of unity is indeed stronger than the darkest of forces." The French narrator, now back in his human form, clapped his hands together. "Mais oui. Together, we can conquer even the most formidable of adversaries." The dragons of Pyria celebrated the Guardians' victory, hailing them as heroes. The land was safe once more, and the bonds between the dragons and the Guardians grew stronger with each passing moment. But as the festivities grew, so did the whispers of another world in trouble. The multiverse was vast, and the dark matter's influence knew no bounds. Sadboi and her friends knew they had to keep moving, to keep fighting. The French narrator leaned in, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "The next chapter of our saga awaits, my friends," he said. "Where will the tides of destiny take us next?" Without a moment's hesitation, Sadboi looked at her friends, her eyes shining with determination. "Wherever it is, we'll face it together." The portal opened once more, and the Guardians of Synthesis stepped through, ready for whatever lay ahead. As they disappeared into the swirling colors, their vow of unity echoed through the multiverse. "Together, we will conquer the darkness." Chapter 21, A Very Special Occasion. The group found themselves in a seemingly endless forest. Sadboi always had a soft spot for wooded areas, but she quickly caught on to certain stylizations in the environment, and her excitement began to spike. Sadboi led the group through pumpkin patches and whimsically gothic set pieces, although they couldn't find another soul aside from themselves. The surroundings made Sadboi's pastel coloration stick out like a sore thumb. She eventually stumbled upon the large metal gates of what was supposed to be a bustling town square. "Hey!" Sadboi murmured, "this place is supposed to be much more lively, even for being populated by creatures of all sizes. Something's not right here." SpongeBob, not quite sure where they were, turned to Sadboi to ask, "Where do you think we are, buddy?" Sadboi, realizing that she was so deep in thought that she forgot to declare where they were, answered swiftly. "Halloween Town. Although, it's supposed to be much more bustling than this." Her voice trailed off, before asking herself, "Where is everyone?" The French narrator, ever observant, chimed in. "It seems like the usual festivities have been postponed, or perhaps even cancelled," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I sense a disturbance in the vibes." Sadboi's form jerked. No, that simply can't do." She grasped the French narrator's hand tightly. We have to find Jack. Or Sally. Someone. Her voice held a tone of well-reined panic. The French narrator nodded solemnly. You are right. We must uncover the truth behind this eerie silence. Sadboi piped up with her idea. We should scour the town for evidence. Treat it with the delicateness of a crime scene, if you will. I'll look around Spiral Hill and the surrounding pumpkin patch and Jack's house. Sandy can check Dr. Finkelstein's laboratory. And her voice trailed off again as she tried to plan. Squidward, not one to be left out, spoke up. I suppose I could check the cemetery. His tentacles quivered slightly at the thought, but he straightened his tie and marched off. I'll just, not get too excited about the scenery, I guess. Sadboi nodded. Yes, and SpongeBob can check the square, and Patrick can check the town hall. Sadboi's voice held a tone of urgency. And Tony, you check the mayor's mansion, maybe there's something there. So the group split up. Sadboi headed towards Spiral Hill, her vibesense and eyeholes peeled for clues along the way while her brain was buzzing with ideas like an exposed wire in a computer lab. The air was unusually calm, even for the quiet town of Halloween. The leaves didn't rustle, and the usual echoes of laughter and chatter were replaced with a heavy silence. As she approached Jack's house, the door was ajar, with a faint glow emanating from within. She cautiously stepped inside, her heart racing faster than a USB plug inserted into a USB 2.0 port in a USB 3.0 world. Aha! Maybe, he's inside. Or at least there should be some good clues. The house looked as it always did in the movie, but something felt off. The furniture was slightly askew, as if a party had been hastily abandoned. The French narrator's words echoed in her mind, a disturbance in the vibes. She walked through the hallways, her eyes darting from the creepy knickknacks to the flickering candles. Her vibe sense began to pick up something faint, a feeling of fear, but also a hint of sadness. Jack. Sally. Zero. Anyone, she called out, her voice echoing through the emptiness, her words thick with concern and worry. Her heart racing, she reached the workshop where she knew Jack Skellington, the Pumpkin King, often spent his time. The room was a mess, with half-finished Halloween decorations scattered about. There were signs of a struggle, with overturned tables and shattered glass everywhere. The smell of burnt wires filled the air, hinting at some kind of experiment gone wrong. Sadboi's eyes fell upon a piece of paper on the floor, crumpled but still legible. It was a note, written in a hasty scrawl. Oogie Boogie has the heart of Halloween. Must save it. Her eyeholes widened as she picked up the paper. Ooh, that sack of bugs is up to his old tricks again. She grumbled. She knew how Oogie swung, a disregard for the lives of others that she's always found as repulsive as the invertebrates that his burlap form held. She rushed out to the window, wanting to declare her findings. Eureka, I've got it! She shouted to her group, before sprinting down to meet them. The French narrator, SpongeBob, Patrick, Sandy, and Squidward all gathered around her. Oogie Boogie has the heart of Halloween, she exclaimed, holding up the note. We have to stop him before he ruins everything. Sadboi nodded, her cube head bobbling slightly. Yes, and Jack could be in major trouble. We gotta bail him out. She wouldn't exactly admit it, but Sadboi had always seen Jack as a role model and kindred spirit. There was something about the way he works and acts that just had that charm to it. The French narrator looked around at the group, his blue hat fluttering in the unnaturally calm Halloween breeze. We must work together. Our unique skills and understanding of the worlds we come from will be our greatest asset. He pointed to the note. We know where to go. To the lair of Oogie Boogie. Sadboi chimed in. And I've watched the movie more than enough times to know where it is. With a collective nod, they set off towards the outskirts of town, where the dreaded lair was hidden. As they approached, the once vibrant colors of Halloween Town grew muted, and the air grew thick with the stench of fear and decay. The path grew steeper and more treacherous, with cobwebs and thorny vines blocking their way. Sadboi took the lead, using her vibesense to navigate the maze-like catacombs beneath the town. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the sense of dread grew. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat echoing through the silent corridors. Finally, they reached the entrance to Oogie Boogie's lair, a gaping maw of darkness. The group exchanged nervous glances, but no one dared to speak. They had come too far to turn back now. With a deep breath, Sadboi stepped into the void, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. Inside, the lair was a chaotic mix of shadowy shapes and twisted toys, all lit under a black light that gave everything an unusually playful glow. Inside were all sorts of twisted games of luck, and skeletons hung from scattered places. Sadboi's vibesense was working overtime, since she knew what was on the line. The group moved through the maze-like structure, avoiding the traps that seemed to be set for them. Each step was careful, and every move calculated, as if they were navigating through a digital minefield. "This way," she whispered, her vibes guiding her through the maze of shadows and neon colors. Suddenly, they heard the distant laugh of Oogie Boogie, sending shivers down their spines. Sadboi clenched her fists, her eyes narrowing. "We're getting closer," she murmured. "Stay sharp, everyone. We must catch him off guard." The laugh grew louder as they approached a large chamber, where the heart of Halloween was held within a glass case, surrounded by a sea of glowing green ooze. Oogie Boogie sat atop a throne of bones, playing a twisted game of poker with a trio of skeletal hands. He looked up, spotting them with a greedy smile. "Well, well, well. If it isn't the heroes of the hour," he taunted, his voice echoing through the chamber. Sadboi's eyeholes narrowed, her determination and slowly rising anger pulsing in an array of dazzling colors across her synthetic skin. She stepped forward, the group flanking her, ready for the confrontation. "Oogie," she called out, her voice firm. Despite the fear she felt earlier, there was a sudden surge of courage flowing through her mind. "We've come for something that doesn't quite belong to you." Oogie's smile grew wider, showing his jagged teeth. "Ah, the little cubehead," he said, his eyes glinting with malevolence. "You think you can just waltz in here and take what's mine?" His laugh echoed around the chamber, the very walls seeming to shake with his mirth. Sadboi huffed. "Me and my friends are here to set things right. That means restoring balance here, and I won't be afraid to use some force if that's what's called for. I'm sure you wouldn't want your seams ripped open once again." She tried mimicking some of the mannerisms of her unspoken role model. The French narrator took a step forward, his posture straightening. "We come in peace," he announced, his voice echoing through the chamber. "But we will not stand by while innocents are threatened. Give us the heart of Halloween, and no harm will come to you." Oogie Boogie chuckled, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "Peace?" he cackled. "There's no room for peace in a place like this." He gestured to the walls, and the shadows grew longer, morphing into twisted, monstrous forms that lunged at the group. Sadboi rolled out of the way, her reflexes sharp as the shadows attacked. The French narrator transformed into Kamen Rider Dolphin, his trident flashing as he sliced through the shadowy forms with precision. SpongeBob and Patrick leaped into action, using their unique skills to dodge and confuse the shadows with their erratic movements. As the confrontation started, Sadboi started to attune her vibesense to wherever the heart of Halloween was being held, or at least to Jack's whereabouts. Her cunning was as sharp as a well-cared-for knife, dodging strikes with a supernatural anticipation. She clambered the walls of the chamber, looking for any secrets that would help with her mission. SpongeBob and Patrick's erratic movements kept the shadows at bay, their laughter and friendship bouncing off the walls, filling the once dreary space with a sense of life. Meanwhile, Sandy, with her scientific mind and combat expertise, used her lasso to grab one of the shadows and pull it into a jar, examining it curiously. In the midst of the chaos, Sadboi's eyes lit up as she spotted a hidden door. Aha! She spoke before peeling the door open. Don't worry, I'm here to help. The chamber grew quiet, and the shadows paused, unsure of what to make of the sudden intrusion of light and hope into their domain. The group cautiously approached the door, with Iron Man hovering protectively beside her. What did you find? He asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and concern. Jack's down there, Sadboi said, pointing to a narrow staircase that led deeper into the bowels of the lair. And the heart of Halloween is with him. We need to hurry. She then sprinted off into the darkness, full of energy. The group followed her, descending the stairs into a cavernous room where Jack Skellington was trapped in a cage made of thick, pulsing vines. His eyes were closed, and his body slumped in defeat. The heart of Halloween was nestled in the center of the room, beating faintly, its light flickering. The scene made Sadboi's heart wrench, but she remained unflappable. I'll try cutting him free. Her hand formed into a small edge. You guys can deal with the rest. As she approached the cage, the vines grew restless, their thorns pointing towards her. She focused her vibesense, feeling the malicious intent of the plants, and she began to cut through them with swift, precise motions. SpongeBob and Patrick distracted the shadows, their antics turning the battle into a dance of colors and laughter. Sandy studied the heart, her eyes glowing with a mix of excitement and concern. Jack, Sadboi called softly, her voice cutting through the tension. His eyes snapped open, and for a brief moment, he looked surprised to see her. It's okay, she assured him. We're here to get you out of here. Her heartbeat raced with equal parts excitement and anxiety. Jack looked around, taking in the group of heroes that had come to rescue him. You're real? He asked weakly. His voice was a mere whisper, almost lost in the echo of the chamber. Sadboi nodded, her eyes never leaving his. We're all real, she said, and we're not going to let Oji keep you trapped anymore. Her eye holes slanted with determination. The vines around the cage snapped and recoiled as Sadboi's makeshift blade sliced through them. With a final snap, the cage door swung open, and Jack stumbled out, his legs wobbly from being confined for so long. SpongeBob and Patrick rushed over, each grabbing an arm to steady him, their expressions a mix of relief and concern. Thanks, guys, Jack murmured, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. Sadboi nodded, her gaze full of equal parts excitement and determination. Now then, we should probably show that no good bag o' bugs what for, yes eyes. The French narrator, ever the diplomat, stepped forward with a raised hand. Hold on, Mess Amos, he said, his voice carrying a calm authority amidst the chaos. Perhaps we can still reason with him. SpongeBob looked at him skeptically. Reason with Oji Boogie? The French narrator nodded firmly. We must try to appeal to whatever semblance of emotion he has left. After all, we stand for unity and understanding across the multiverses. The group exchanged looks before Squidward, with his usual dryness, spoke up. Well, if anyone can find the heart in a creature like Oji Boogie, it's probably Sadboi. Sadboi gulped but remained steadfast. I doubt it, but I'll try. The group approached the throne where Oji Boogie sat, a cackle echoing through the room. He had a smug grin plastered on his face, the heart of Halloween beating a sickly rhythm in his hand. Well, 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 he taunted. Look what the cat dragged in. Sadboi's eyeholes narrowed again, still full of determination. Aha! She simply replied as her vibe sense set to work with scanning the hive mind within Oogie's sack body. Look, we don't want to fight, Sadboi began, her voice calm but firm. We just want the heart of Halloween back. Oji Boogie's cackle grew louder, shaking the very foundation of his lair. Fight, he exclaimed. But my dear Sadboi, I was hoping for a game. He tossed the heart of Halloween into the air, catching it again with a flourish. How about a little wager? Sadboi knew better than to make a deal with Oji. After all, he loves it when lives are on the line, not his of course, but theirs? That would be just fine. What kind of game? She asked, her voice measured. She had to be careful. One wrong move and Halloween would be lost to the darkness forever. She was probably buying time for her vibesense to scour. Oji leaned back, stroking the heart of Halloween like a treasure. A simple game of chance, my dear. Just like the one I played with your precious Jack. Jack's eyes widened in horror, and Sadboi felt a surge of anger. But she knew she had to stay calm. What's the game? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Sadboi was willing to do the math if it meant saving something that she held so dear. Oji Boogie leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with malicious glee. A game of chance, my dear, he said, holding up a pair of oversized, glittering dice. You roll these babies, and if you get a double 6, the heart is yours. But if you don't... He trailed off, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Well, let's just say you'll be joining the shadows for an eternal dance. Sadboi's vibesense tingled, picking up the dark emotions emanating from the dice. No way, she exclaimed, her fists clenching. We're not playing by your twisted rules. The heart of Halloween grew dimmer with every second in Oogie's grasp. The French narrator stepped closer, whispering to Sadboi, perhaps we can turn the game to our advantage. Use your vibesense to read the dice, and I shall translate the patterns of the universe to guide your roll. Sadboi nodded, her mind racing with the possibilities. But what if I mess up? She whispered back. The French narrator placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. You won't, he assured her, together, we are unstoppable. With newfound confidence, Sadboi stepped forward and took the dice from Oogie's grimy burlap hands. She could feel the malice pulsing through them, but she focused on the heart's weakening vibe. She rolled the dice with all her might, and as they bounced across the floor, the room grew tense. Now, watch closely, Oji Boogie sneered, his eyes glinting in the flickering light. The dice came to a halt. The room was so quiet that even the echoes of their clattering seemed to hold their breath. The French narrator leaned over, whispering to Sadboi in her ear, guiding her gaze to the subtle shifts in the dice's patterns. She nodded, understanding the unspoken instructions. But what if it's not enough? Patrick whispered, his voice trembling. It will be, Sadboi assured him, her eyes never leaving the dice. We've come too far to lose now. The French narrator spoke up, his voice resonating through the chamber. Sadboi, le moment est venu. Tu es la force en toi. Tu es un synthèse de l'amour et de l'espoir. Sadboi took a deep breath and rolled the dice once more. This time, as they tumbled, she could see the patterns shifting, aligning themselves to the rhythm of the universe as the French narrator had described. When they finally stopped, she could feel a surge of power coursing through her body. The dice had landed on 2 4s, not the 6s she needed to win the game. But she had something better. With a swift move, she grabbed the heart of Halloween from the stunned Oji Boogie's grip. This isn't about winning your twisted games, she exclaimed, holding the heart aloft. It's about understanding and protecting the hearts of others. She couldn't help but feel a bit of pride about her craftiness. Her friends looked surprised, but quickly rallied around her. Good one, Sadboi, exclaimed SpongeBob, while Patrick looked relieved. But now what? Sadboi's vibesense pulsed as she clutched the heart tightly. We need to get this back to the people of Halloween Town, she said with urgency. The French narrator, can you help us find a way out of here? The French narrator, still in his Kamen Rider dolphin form, nodded solemnly. Oui, Mess Amos. Let us combine our strengths and find the light in this darkness. His eyes glowed with determination, and the group could feel the power of unity swell around them. SpongeBob looked around the shadowy lair, his eyes lighting up with an idea. Hey, guys, remember how we used to play hide and seek? He suggested, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "We can turn the tables on Oogie Boogie." Sadboi nodded. "Yes, we'll use the same strategy, but this time, we're the Seekers." The group dispersed, each using their unique skills to navigate the labyrinthine lair. SpongeBob's boundless energy and Patrick's surprising stealth led them through hidden passages, while Twilight's magical prowess and Iron Man's tech savviness helped disable traps. As they moved deeper, the shadows grew more restless, but the heart's light grew stronger in Sadboi's grasp. It was as if the heart was guiding them. "We're close," she murmured to herself. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the cavernous space. Oogie Boogie emerged from the darkness, his shadowy form now monstrous and twisted with rage. "You think you can just take what's mine?" he bellowed, his voice rumbling like thunder. Sadboi quickened her pace, her vibe sense tingling as the heart's power grew more intense. "Keep moving," she shouted to her friends, the echo of their footsteps mingling with the cacophony of Oogie's pursuit. The walls of the lair seemed to close in around them, but the light from the heart of Halloween cast a warm glow that illuminated their path. They reached a chamber where the walls were adorned with a mural of the town's residents, their expressions a mix of fear and hope. The heart's light reflected on their painted faces, giving them a ghostly animation that spurred the guardians forward. "This is it," Sadboi exclaimed, pointing to a hidden door. "The heart is calling to its people." They burst through the door and found themselves in the town square, the heart's vibe pulsing in time with their racing hearts. The townsfolk, once vibrant and lively, now moved in a sluggish, lifeless dance, their eyes vacant and their expressions masks of despair. The sight brought a tear to Sadboi's eyehole. "We have to get this heart back to the doors in the forest. It's the only place I can think of that it'd fit." Sadboi dashed off into the woods, her goal clear. The Guardians of Synthesis followed closely, their hearts pounding in sync with the stolen heart. They had to move fast. The corruption was spreading, and every second counted. As they ran, they encountered more and more corrupted residents. Some tried to attack, but with their combined efforts, the heroes managed to evade and calm them down with gentle words and reminders of their shared love for Halloween. The French narrator, ever the strategist, took point as they approached the forest. His eyes darted back and forth, analyzing the landscape for any signs of danger. "Stay alert," he cautioned, his voice a mix of calm and urgency. "Oogie Boogie will not let us leave with the heart so easily." The forest grew denser, the shadows deeper. The corrupted vines and branches reached out like claws, trying to snatch the heart away. Yet, with every step, the heart's light grew stronger, pushing back the darkness. The group worked in perfect harmony, each member playing a crucial role in their escape. As they neared the heart's resting place, the trees grew tall and ancient, their trunks twisted into the shapes of mythical creatures. The air grew thick with anticipation, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the woods. Oogie Boogie had caught up with them, his monstrous form blocking their path. "You think you can escape?" he taunted, his laugh echoing through the trees. "This heart is mine." With no time to waste, Sadboi stepped forward. Her vibe sense was now a beacon, a call to arms for the entire group. "Not today," she said with a steely resolve. "We fight for the heart of this town." The battle was fierce, the light from the heart clashing with the darkness of Oogie Boogie's power. The French narrator transformed into Kamen Rider Dolphin once more, his blue and white armor gleaming in the dim light of the forest. "Unity is our strength," he called out, his voice carrying the conviction of their shared cause. Sadboi, her eyes a neon pink with anger, took the lead, her vibe sense pulsing with every emotion she felt from the corrupted town. She launched herself at Oogie Boogie, dodging his swiping claws with surprising agility. "You can't have it," she yelled, her voice a mix of defiance and pain. Behind her, SpongeBob and Patrick worked together to distract the monster, their friendship and trust in each other a stark contrast to the chaos around them. Iron Man hovered above, raining down beams of pure light to keep Oji Boogie at bay. Twilight, with a fierce determination in her gaze, cast spells that shimmered with the essence of the heart, weaving a protective barrier around her friends. The French narrator observed the scene, his heart swelling with pride. These beings from different worlds had come together for a common goal, a testament to the power of unity and friendship. He knew that they could overcome any obstacle as long as they stayed together. As the fight raged on, Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her, a warmth that seemed to resonate from the heart itself. It was a feeling of belonging, of purpose. She knew that she had found her place among these heroes, and she would do anything to protect them and the worlds they had come to cherish. Oji Boogie threw a massive shadow bomb, enveloping the group in a sea of black. But within the darkness, the heart's light grew brighter. It was as if the very essence of Halloween Town was fighting back. With a collective roar, the Guardians of Synthesis pushed forward, breaking free from the shadow's grasp. In that moment, Sadboi saw an opportunity. She sprinted towards Oji Boogie, the heart pulsing in her hands. "Give it back," she shouted, leaping into the air and plunging the heart into the tree that held the door to Halloween Town, the heart making contact with the jack-o'-lantern-shaped door. The door shuddered and the heart's light burst forth, a brilliant beam that pierced the shadows. The tree groaned and the door swung open, the light from the heart spilling into the lair. The corrupted vines retreated, and the air grew lighter. The townspeople stirred, their eyes clearing. The heart of Halloween had found its home. Oji Boogie roared in fury, his form flickering. He lunged at Sadboi, but the French narrator stepped in, his Kamen Rider dolphin form aglow with the vibrant colors of the heart. "Your reign of terror ends here," he declared, and with a swift motion, he sliced through the monster's shadowy body. The dark tendrils retreated into the heart, purified by its light. The heart's power surged through the town, reviving the spirits of the townsfolk. They gathered around the door, their eyes filled with gratitude as the Guardians of Synthesis emerged from the forest, victorious. The French narrator transformed back into his human form, a proud smile on his face. "You have restored the balance," he said to Sadboi, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. Sadboi looked around at the town she had come to love in such a short time. The people were smiling, the air was filled with the sweet scent of candy corn, and the colors of Halloween were brighter than ever. "We did it," she murmured, taking in the full, yet unconventional, beauty of Halloween Town, her eyeholes shimmering with excitement. Jack Skellington, now restored to his usual self, appeared before them, his skeletal hands clasped in gratitude. "Thank you," he said, his voice deep and filled with emotion. "You have saved us all." Sadboi's eyeholes began to sparkle with emotion, a rare sight that brought a warmth to the chilly evening air. She looked at her friends, each of them a hero in their own right, and knew that this was a moment they would all remember forever. "It's all thanks to each of us," she said, her voice carrying the weight of their collective triumph. The townsfolk gathered around, their faces a mix of awe and relief. "Thank you, Sadboi," Sally said, her voice trembling with joy. "You've brought hope back to Halloween Town." Sadboi looked at her new friends, her vibe sense picking up on their strong emotions. She felt a warmth in her core, something she hadn't felt in a long time. "It's nothing," she said, trying to hide her smile. "We're all just doing what we can to help." The French narrator chuckled. "Modesty does not suit a hero like you, Sadboi," he said, ruffling her hair. "You have proven yourself a true guardian of synthesis." The town erupted into cheers, the cobblestone streets shaking under the weight of their collective joy. SpongeBob's eyes grew wide with wonder. "Wow, Sadboi," he said. "You're like the coolest cubehead ever." Sadboi's polygonal cheeks became flush with a pastel pink, a rare blush of modesty and happiness. She had never felt so accepted, so appreciated. The town's gratitude washed over her like a warm blanket, a stark contrast to the cold reality she had known before. The French narrator, his armor now dissolved, leaned against a nearby tree, watching the scene unfold with a knowing smile. He knew that their journey was far from over, but for now, they had earned this victory. "Now, let us celebrate," he announced in his smooth French accent, which still held a touch of English for Sadboi's sake. "The heart of Halloween is restored, and the town is saved." The townspeople cheered, and a spontaneous festival began to take shape around them. Colorful lights twinkled in the trees, and music filled the air with a catchy rhythm that seemed to resonate within their very souls. The French narrator offered his hand to Sadboi, a gesture of friendship and unity that she eagerly accepted. As they danced together, surrounded by the joyful spirits of Halloween Town, Sadboi felt something she hadn't felt in a long time, a sense of belonging. The pain of her past began to fade, replaced by the warmth of the present and the promise of the future. The festivities continued late into the night, the guardians of Synthetix mingling with the townsfolk. They shared stories of their adventures, and the town's children looked up to them with wide eyes and dreams of their own heroic deeds. Sadboi watched from a distance, her heart swelling with happiness. The French narrator approached her, his smile as warm as the glow of the heart. "You have come a long way," he said gently. "But our journey is just beginning." Sadboi nodded, her gaze drifting to her friends. She knew that she was part of something special, something that transcended the barriers of worlds and species. They had faced darkness and fear, but together, they had found light and hope. The group exchanged knowing glances, each one ready for the next adventure. The French narrator spoke again, his words a gentle reminder of the battles ahead. "Remember, Sadboi," he said. "Wherever there is darkness, there is also light. And together, we can illuminate the path." With newfound determination, Sadboi turned to face the horizon, where the moon cast a silver glow upon the town. She knew that she had found her purpose, and she was ready to face whatever the multiverses had in store for her. The guardians of Synthetix, united by friendship and the power of the heart, stood strong, ready to bring harmony to the chaos that awaited them. The night grew still, the music a distant echo of their victory. As the moon began to set, the group gathered around the heart of Halloween. They knew that their time in this world was limited, but the memories they had made would last an eternity. With a final round of yes-eyes and hugs, they stepped into the glowing portal that had brought them here, ready to face the next challenge. The French narrator lingered for a moment, watching the light fade before he too stepped through, his voice trailing behind them. "Au revoir, mes amis," he said. "Until we meet again." The portal closed with a soft hum, leaving Halloween Town to bask in the aftermath of the celebration. Yet, in the hearts of its people, the legacy of the guardians of Synthetix remained, a beacon of hope that no shadow could ever fully extinguish. Chapter 22, Prepare Thyself. The next world that Sadboi settled on was the world of Ultrakill, a place of unbridled chaos and relentless combat. The group dropped in a loading area of sorts, a place of breathing room between the layers of hell. "We better be careful," Sadboi stated, "this place is one of sheer violence. In this world, humanity is dead, hell is full, and blood is fuel. It's bleak, but we have to find a way to bring peace to this chaos." The French narrator nodded gravely, his eyes reflecting the crimson lights that danced across the metal floors. Sadboi. We must be prudent and find a way to purify this realm." The group looked around, taking in the surroundings, which were a stark contrast to the whimsical and colorful Halloween Town. The walls were made of a dark metal that absorbed any light that dared to touch it, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur and gunpowder. Sadboi could already hear the fast-paced works of Heaven Pierce Her and Meganico blasting through her mind, setting her nerves on edge. She had played Ultrakill, knew the horrors it held. "Everyone, stay close," she instructed, her vibesense tingling with the anticipation of the battles ahead. They stepped out of the loading zone and into the levels of the Lust Ring. Sadboi took in the dilapidated castle-like setting, her eyes scanning for any signs of the game's demonic inhabitants. The first creature they encountered was a small, twitching demon. It didn't take long for it to spot them and charge, but Patrick, ever the brave starfish, stepped forward, his newfound courage surprising everyone as he tackled the creature with surprising agility. The demon exploded into a shower of gore, and Patrick looked up at them, covered in the crimson goo. "It's just like wrestling jellyfish," he said with a grin, not fazed by the grisly sight. Sadboi couldn't help but chuckle, her nerves somewhat eased. "Good job, Patrick," she said, patting him on the back. "But remember, we're not here to destroy everything in our path. We need to find a way to purify this place without adding to the bloodshed." The French narrator agreed, his voice steady as ever. "Indeed, Sadboi. The true strength lies in understanding and empathy. We must seek the core of this corruption and eliminate it from within." As they moved deeper into the game's world, they encountered more and more powerful demons, each one requiring a new level of strategy and coordination to defeat. Sento, ever the analytical mind, studied the code of the creatures they faced. "These are not just simple AI," he said, his eyes glowing with curiosity. "They have a complex structure, almost like a living beings." "Don't get too attached," Tony warned, his repulsor blast taking down a charging demon. "Remember, we're here to save worlds, not make friends with the monsters." But as they progressed, Sadboi began to sense something more to the demon's rage. A deep, underlying sadness that mirrored her own. She paused, her hand reaching out to the next demon that approached, her vibesense pulsing. "Wait," she said, her voice a gentle whisper. I think I know what's causing this." The demon stopped, its fiery eyes meeting hers. For a moment, there was a connection, a silent understanding that went beyond words. Then, with a burst of light, the demon's form shifted, revealing a tortured soul beneath the digital shell. The French narrator stepped forward, his hand also outstretched. "We are here to help, Monday Ami," he said. "To bring peace to all realms." The soul looked at them, hope flickering in its eyes. "Merci," it whispered, before it too was enveloped by light and disappeared. The group looked at each other, realizing the gravity of their mission. They had to save these souls, not destroy them. Their journey through Ultrakill would be fraught with danger and emotion, but with each soul they freed, the world grew a little brighter. And as they continued, Sadboi felt a newfound purpose growing within her. Maybe, just maybe, she could change the fate of these worlds and find her place in the multiverse. As Sadboi led the group through the lust ring, they stumbled upon something interesting. It was a giant humanoid figure, a hole in its face with two bright purple eyes peering out from it that pierced the darkness. The figure seemed lifeless, but Sadboi didn't take any risks. Sadboi, taking the sight in, murmured, "King Minos. This world takes inspiration from all sorts of mythology. And this is his body." Sadboi remained quiet despite the lack of movement. "Perhaps if we confront Minos Prime, we could get some answers." Sadboi then quickly explained that Minos Prime was originally the king of lust. Minos Prime was once a just and wise ruler who sought to keep his realm balanced and his people safe. However, after the fall of humanity and the ensuing corruption of hell, Minos rejected the descent into chaos and resisted corruption. For his defiance, he was imprisoned and eventually slain by Gabriel, the judge of hell. After death, his spirit lingered, purified by his rage and sense of justice. This strong-willed essence became Minos Prime. In his spectral form, Minos Prime is known for his moral conviction, seeing himself as a judge of sinners in hell, punishing the wicked who managed to escape divine judgment on earth. As a boss, he is one of the most challenging foes in Ultrakill, with highly aggressive moves and lightning-fast attacks, all symbolizing his enduring fury and desire to cleanse hell of injustice. Despite his vengeful purpose, he is one of the few beings in hell with a consistent moral code, adding a layer of tragic nobility to his character. "You catch my drift, yes eyes?" Sadboi whispered. The French narrator nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Ma cher. We must approach with caution and compassion. The balance of power here is delicate, like a house of cards built from the shattered remains of a once great civilization. Sadboi nodded. To actually find Minus Prime, we need to get into the body, a giant, twisted labyrinth that mirrors his own tormented mind. The group exchanged glances, understanding the gravity of their task. The French narrator spoke up, "We shall navigate this labyrinth with unity, using each other's strengths to overcome the trials ahead." As they ventured deeper into the lust ring, the atmosphere grew heavier with the weight of suffering. The walls of the maze were adorned with twisted images of pleasure and pain, a stark reminder of the corruption that had overtaken this once vibrant world. The French narrator's voice grew solemn, his words echoing through the corridors. "Remember, Mes Amis, the heart of a hero lies not in the battles they fight, but in the compassion they show." The Guardians of Synthesis pressed on, their resolve unshaken. Each member of the group brought their own unique skills to the table, from Sento's technical prowess to Patrick's surprisingly strategic mind, and even Garnet's unyielding strength. Together, they faced the horrors of the labyrinth, each victory a step closer to the purification of Ultra Kill. Sadboi's vibesense grew more attuned to the suffering of the trapped souls. She felt their pain as if it were her own, and her eyes began to glow with a soft, empathetic light. The group grew more adept at working together, their movements synchronized like a well-oiled machine. The French narrator noticed the change in Sadboi and offered a gentle smile, his French accent thick with encouragement. "You are becoming a beacon of hope, ma chère. Your heart is the key to their salvation." The labyrinth grew more complex, the walls closing in, but the team remained unfazed. They encountered a series of puzzles that seemed to be a twisted reflection of the 7 deadly sins, each requiring them to confront their own inner demons. As they solved each puzzle, the light grew stronger, guiding them closer to Minus Prime's chamber. Finally, they reached the heart of the labyrinth, where Minus Prime awaited them, a towering figure of rage and sorrow. The French narrator took a deep breath, raising his Kamen Rider dolphin weapon. "Now is the time, Sadboi. Use your vibesense to understand him, to show him the path of peace." Sadboi stepped forward, her eyes glowing brighter than ever before. She reached out with her senses, connecting with the tortured soul of Minus Prime. His fury was palpable, but beneath it, she found a spark of hope. The battle was about to begin, but it was clear that victory would not come from brute force alone. The Guardians of Synthesis tightened their grip on their weapons, ready to face the ultimate test of their compassion and unity. The fight was intense, Minus Prime's rage manifesting into a series of lightning-fast attacks and labyrinthine walls that seemed to close in on them. The group moved as one, each member's unique abilities weaving together in a dance of strategy and power. The French narrator's Kamen Rider dolphin form darted around the arena, dodging the king's fiery whips and delivering precise strikes to weaken his resolve. Through the chaos, Sadboi remained focused, her vibesense reaching deeper into the heart of the corrupted being. She whispered to him, her words carrying the resonance of pure emotion. "You don't have to do this. We're here to help, to purify this place and free you from your pain." The creature's movements grew more erratic, as if torn by the conflict within. Minus Prime paused, his fiery eyes narrowing on Sadboi. His roars of anger began to give way to pained cries, the walls of the labyrinth shuddering with each one. The French narrator called out, "Now is the time. Strike with your heart, not your blade." Sadboi nodded, her eyes never leaving the giant's tormented form. She took a deep breath and focused her vibesense into a concentrated beam, aiming for the core of his being. The beam hit home, and Minus Prime stumbled back, the light within him flickering. The group could see the beginnings of a transformation, the darkness receding before their eyes. The French narrator leapt into the fray, his weapon glowing with a gentle blue light. "Together, we can restore balance." The Guardians echoed his call, their own weapons alight with the power of unity and hope. The combined light of their attacks surrounded Minus Prime, and as the light grew brighter, the labyrinth's walls began to crumble. The once terrifying creature stumbled to his knees, his form now a shimmering silhouette of his former self. The French narrator stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Feel our hearts, King Minos. Let us share your burden, and together, we shall heal this world." Sadboi took a tentative step forward, extending her hand to the fading soul. "We understand your pain, but you must let it go. The cycle of anger and vengeance will only lead to more suffering. Join us, and let's create a new legacy." The light grew so bright that the guardians had to shield their eyes. When it finally dimmed, the labyrinth was gone, replaced by a serene garden. In the center, a figure stood, no longer monstrous but a regal, ethereal being, free from torment. The French narrator spoke in a soft, solemn tone. "You have proven yourselves worthy, guardians of synthesis. With your hearts united and your compassion unyielding, you have conquered not only this realm but the darkness within yourselves." The once wrathful Minos Prime looked upon them with a gentle smile. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice now calm and wise. "Together, we shall forge a new path for Ultrakill, one of peace and redemption." Sadboi's heart swelled with warmth as she felt the purified soul of Minos Prime. The French narrator, his eyes gleaming with pride, turned to the group. "Our journey through the media multiverse continues, but let us remember the lessons of compassion and unity we've learned here. For it is in those moments of understanding that true heroism is found." The regenerated Ultrakill world buzzed with life and color as the Guardians made their way to the portal. The demons they had encountered earlier had transformed into curious, friendly creatures that watched them pass with a mix of awe and relief. The French narrator spoke to the new inhabitants, explaining their mission to keep balance across the universes. "We must move on," he said, a hint of sadness in his voice. "But fear not, for we shall not forget your world. And should you ever need us, we will return." The Guardians of Synthesis stepped through the portal, leaving the transformed Ultrakill behind. The French narrator's eyes lingered on the new landscape, a silent promise etched in his gaze. Chapter 23, A Cube in Time. As the portal closed behind them, the Guardians of Synthesis found themselves in the pixelated world of A Hat in Time. The vibrant colors and whimsical music of the game's world, Mafia Town, greeted their senses, a stark contrast to the heavy air of Ultrakill they had just left behind. The French narrator took a moment to appreciate the scenery before turning to the group. "Ah, welcome to Mafia Town, my friends. Here, we shall face challenges that demand our wit and agility." Sadboi looked around in amazement, her eyes wide with excitement. "This place is so alive," she exclaimed, her voice filled with childlike wonder. The other Guardians couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Sadboi's gaze flickered between different parts of her surroundings, her heart fluttering with excitement. The buildings, the inhabitants, everything looked like they had jumped straight out of a video game she had played for hours. The French narrator, now in his Kamen Rider dolphin form, gave her a knowing smile. "Indeed, it is a place of joy and adventure. Let us make sure it stays that way." The group split up to explore the town, each member eager to uncover the secrets and challenges hidden within the game's world. Sadboi stuck close to SpongeBob and Patrick, who chuckled at her excitement over the simplest of things, like the way the grass pixelated when she stepped on it. Although, Sadboi was keeping her eyeholes peeled. While wandering through the streets, they stumbled upon a distressed hat kid, the game's protagonist. She frantically waved her arms in the air, a look of desperation etched on her tiny face. "Please, you have to help me," she cried out. "Someone's stolen my timepieces again." The French narrator nodded solemnly, his gaze shifting from the frantic hat kid to the group. "This is where our adventure begins in this world," he said, a glint of determination in his eyes. "We must retrieve the timepieces to ensure the continuity of this universe's timeline." Sadboi's vibesense tingled with the urgency of the situation. "What happens if the timepieces aren't returned?" she asked, her pastel blue color deepening with concern. "Chaos," the hat kid replied, her voice trembling. Without the timepieces, the very fabric of time in Mafia Town will unravel. We must find them before it's too late. The Guardians exchanged looks of understanding, each one more than ready to take on the challenge. SpongeBob stepped forward, his square eyes gleaming with excitement. "We're on it, Hat Kid." The French narrator took the lead, his Kamen Rider dolphin form gracefully leaping from rooftop to rooftop, the rest of the group following closely behind. They dashed through the bustling streets, dodging pixelated citizens and jumping over obstacles with ease. The French narrator called out instructions in a mix of French and English, guiding them through the maze-like town. As they approached the first clue, a shadowy figure emerged from an alley, holding a glinting timepiece. The figure was none other than Mustache Girl, a rival from the game. She smirked at the sight of the Guardians. "You think you can just waltz in and take what's mine?" she taunted, her pixelated mustache bobbing as she spoke. Without missing a beat, Sadboi's allies sprang into action, their unique abilities clashing with Mustache Girl's sneaky tactics. SpongeBob and Patrick teamed up, using their combined might to slow her down, while Twilight Sparkle cast a spell to illuminate the alley. Iron Man's repulsors flared, keeping her at bay as Sadboi approached, vibesense on high alert. She could feel the timepiece's energy pulsing with the desperation of the world around them. The French narrator called out, "We come in peace, Mustache Girl. We only wish to return the timepieces and maintain order." But she only laughed, tossing the timepiece into the air and retreating. Sadboi's instincts took over. She leaped upward, her cubehead dodging a barrage of thrown objects, and snatched the timepiece with surprising agility. The air crackled with the energy of time realigning as she held it in her hand. The French narrator nodded in approval, and together, they set off in pursuit of the next piece. The adventure grew increasingly thrilling as they encountered more characters from the game, each with their own quirky challenges and puzzles to solve. The Guardians of Synthesis grew more adept at working together, their diverse skills complementing one another in surprising ways. Whether it was Tails using his twin-tailed flight to reach high places or Squidward's tentacle acrobatics to disarm traps, each member had a vital role to play. They soon found themselves in the depths of the Subkin forest, where the air was thick with mystery and the trees whispered secrets of forgotten lore. The French narrator, ever the historian, translated the ancient hieroglyphs that adorned the trees into cryptic riddles that led them to the next timepiece. "Ah, Trace intelligent," he exclaimed as they deciphered one particularly tricky puzzle, his enthusiasm infectious. Of course, Sadboi kept her eyeholes peeled for trouble. She was aware of a particularly mischievous creature who lurked here, known as the Snatcher. The Snatcher, a tall, shadowy being with elongated limbs, emerged from the brush, his eyes gleaming with greed as he set his sights on their precious cargo. "You shall not pass," he declared dramatically. The Guardians braced themselves for battle, their collective determination shining like a beacon through the dappled light of the pixelated woods. The Snatcher's moves were swift and unpredictable, but Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to anticipate his strikes, giving her companions the upper hand. Amidst the chaos, the French narrator noticed a pattern in the Snatcher's movements. He called out to his comrades, "Observez! Il a un faibles dans sa vitesse." The group took heed of his observation, timing their attacks to exploit the brief moments of vulnerability. SpongeBob, ever the optimist, tried a different approach, extending a hand in friendship. "Maybe we can work this out without fighting," he suggested hopefully. Surprisingly, the Snatcher paused, his expression shifting from menacing to contemplative. He spoke in a voice that was both eerie and curious, "Friendship? What is this friendship you speak of?" The French narrator saw an opportunity and stepped forward, his Kamen Rider dolphin armor gleaming. "Friendship is a bond stronger than any weapon," he explained, his French accent lending a sense of wisdom to his words. "It is the unity that comes from understanding and caring for one another, even when we are different." The Snatcher cocked his head, intrigued. "But why would you share your power with me?" he questioned, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Because, said Pearl, her gem glowing softly, power is meant to be used to help others, not to hoard and control. The French narrator nodded in agreement, and together, we can restore peace to your world, and perhaps even find a place for you among us. The creature's eyes widened at the prospect of belonging. The group's words resonated within the Snatcher, and his grip on the stolen timepieces loosened. He hesitated, dropping them to the ground, and took a step back. But, I've only ever known the thrill of the chase, the joy of the hunt. His voice trembled, revealing a deep-seated insecurity. Sadboi approached cautiously, her blue color deepening slightly to show her empathy. We all need to feel accepted, and sometimes we just need to be shown a better way. The French narrator extended a hand. You can join us, et des nous autres remettre en ordre. His gesture was met with uncertainty, but the Snatcher's eyes flickered with curiosity. You would, trust me? The narrator nodded. We, Monday Ami. Together, we are the guardians of balance across the multiverses. With your speed and stealth, you would be a valuable ally. Slowly, the Snatcher reached out and took the offered hand. Very well, he agreed, his shadowy form beginning to lose its menacing aura. I shall help you in your quest, but only if you promise to never leave me behind again. The group exchanged glances, understanding the weight of his words. They had all felt the pain of isolation in their own ways. Sadboi brought the group to Dead Bird Studios, where the group found the conductor, a bird with a penchant for the dramatic. The conductor, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of guests, attempted to manage the situation with flair, his feathers ruffling as he spoke with grandiose gestures. Ah, the legendary guardians of synthesis! I have awaited your arrival. His theatrical tone was a stark contrast to the quiet whispers of the other inhabitants of the game world. The French narrator, ever the diplomat, stepped forward. We seek your help, Monsieur le Conducteur. We are in pursuit of the timepieces stolen by the Snatcher. The conductor paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Ah, yes, I have seen the ruckus he's been causing. But why should I assist you? The group looked to Sadboi, who spoke up with confidence. Because together, we can restore harmony to your world and prevent further chaos from unfolding. We stand for unity and compassion, and we need your guidance to navigate this realm. The conductor's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Compassion, you say? That's a rare trait in these parts. Perhaps you truly are as noble as the legends foretell. The Guardians shared their experiences and the bonds they had formed across the multiverses, emphasizing the power of emotion and friendship. The conductor, visibly touched, agreed to help. Very well, I shall lend you my knowledge of this world's secrets and the whereabouts of these precious artifacts. With their new ally, they set forth through the game world's whimsical stages, each presenting its own challenges and puzzles. The conductor's sharp mind proved invaluable, as he deciphered clues and orchestrated their path. Meanwhile, the Snatcher, now a tentative ally, used his agility to bypass obstacles and lead them to hidden areas. His transformation from foe to friend was a stark reminder of the potential for change within all beings. As they ventured through Mafia Town, the vibrant colors and lively tunes gave way to a more sinister atmosphere. The French narrator's expression grew serious, and he spoke in a low tone. We must be vigilant. The timepieces are scattered, and we cannot be sure of who else may seek to claim them for ill purposes. The group nodded in understanding, their determination unwavering. Sadboi's gaze bounced around, catching a glimpse of a familiar bright red cloak fluttering in the distance. Is that? She questioned, pointing towards a shadowy figure lurking in the alley. The French narrator's eyes narrowed, and he nodded gravely. It seems we are not the only ones on the hunt for the timepieces. The group tensed, their steps becoming more cautious as they approached the alleyway. Sadboi knew that it was clearly Mustache Girl, based on the vibes she picked up, and her eyeholes narrowed. Mustache Girl stepped out into the light, a smirk playing across her lips as she eyed the Guardians of Synthesis. Look what the tide has washed up, she taunted. I had hoped for a more entertaining challenge, but I suppose even a ragtag bunch like you could stumble upon something so precious. Pearl, ever the strategist, stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with the wisdom of the crystal gems. We don't wish to fight, she began, but we cannot allow the timepieces to fall into the wrong hands. Mustache Girl scoffed, her hands on her hips. And what makes you think you're the right ones? You're just a bunch of misfits playing hero. The French narrator's voice grew firm, echoing with the authority of his Kamen Rider heritage. We are more than that, he declared, we are champions of unity, and we will stop at nothing to protect the balance of the multiverses. The tension grew thick, and the air was charged with the anticipation of a battle. The group took a stand, each one of them a symbol of hope and friendship. The French narrator raised his hand, and the others followed suit, their fists clenched in solidarity. We stand as one, he said, and together, we are unstoppable. Mustache Girl's grin grew wider, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Very well, she said, raising her hat in a dramatic flourish, let's see if your friendship can match the power of ambition. The alleyway exploded with life as she threw her hat into the air, and the battle for the timepieces commenced. The Guardians leaped into action, their moves a synchronized dance of power and strategy. Sadboi's vibesense guided her as she dodged the barrage of attacks, her mind racing with the emotions of her companions. The Snatcher, once a feared enemy, fought alongside them with a surprising grace, his movements a testament to his newfound alliance. The fight grew intense, with the clanging of swords and the whirl of colorful hats filling the air. The French narrator's dolphin-themed Kamen Rider form sliced through the shadows, while SpongeBob's bubbly bravado kept the team's spirits high. The Snatcher proved to be an unexpectedly valuable ally, his speed and agility catching Mustache Girl off guard. Despite the chaos, the group's unity remained steadfast, their friendship a beacon in the darkness. As they pushed Mustache Girl back, she threw a timepiece at them, a desperate attempt to divide their attention. But the Guardians didn't waver. They knew the importance of their mission and the bond that held them together. The French narrator called out a command, and the group's power surged, their forms fusing into a new, more powerful alliance. The timepiece hovered in the air, a swirl of light and color, and as they reached for it together, their spirits entwined, they realized that their collective strength was greater than any one of them could have ever achieved alone. With the timepiece secured, they turned to Mustache Girl, who had retreated in defeat. This isn't over, she spat before disappearing into the shadows. The Guardians knew she would be back, but for now, they had the upper hand. They exchanged relieved smiles and high-fives, the camaraderie among them palpable. Their victory in Mafia Town was only the beginning of their quest through the world of A Hat in Time. With each timepiece they collected, the group grew stronger, their bonds unbreakable. The French narrator's words of unity echoed in their hearts as they prepared for the challenges ahead. The multiverse was vast, and the Guardians of Synthesis had much to protect. But as they looked at each other, they knew that as long as they stood together, they could face anything the universe threw their way. Chapter 24, They Love Meeting You and Your Friends. The next stage of their journey took them to the moonlit world of Rainbow Friends. The atmosphere was eerie, with the silhouettes of the colorful creatures watching from afar. Sadboi knew about the different monsters that lurked in the darkness of the theme park that they just entered, each named after a different color. Blue was the most infamous of the group, green was blind, orange was a crafty reptilian creature, the lanky purple lurked in the vents, the velociraptor-like cyan with their heightened senses prowled on the ground, and the pterosaur-esque yellow patrolled the skies with their propeller backpack. Red was their creator, a creature with a spherical head dressed in scientist attire. The French narrator, now in his Kamen Rider dolphin form, led the way with a sense of urgency. His French accent was more pronounced as he spoke to the group in English. We must be careful. The Rainbow Friends are not known for their hospitality to outsiders. Sadboi's vibesense tingled with the emotions of fear and anticipation. She whispered to her team, let's stick together and keep our cool. They agreed, their eyes scanning the abandoned park for any signs of trouble. The group moved cautiously through the park, the clack of their boots on the pavement echoing in the stillness. The lights from the attractions flickered ominously, casting long shadows that danced in the night air. As they approached the central hub, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Red, the creator of the Rainbow Friends, his eyes glowing with curiosity. "Ah, welcome to my park." Red boomed in a cheerful tone that didn't quite match the grim surroundings. "You must be the Guardians of Synthesis. I've heard quite a bit about you." The French narrator stepped forward, his Kamen Rider visor glinting in the dim light. "We are indeed. We're here to collect the timepiece and ensure the safety of the multiverse." Red's smile faltered for a moment. "Ah, yes. The timepiece. But, you see, I can't simply hand it over. You must first prove your worthiness by facing my creations." Sadboi's heart sank. She didn't like the idea of fighting, but she knew that sometimes, battles were unavoidable. She clutched her element of synthesis tightly, feeling the warmth of its energy pulsing in her hand. The French narrator gave a curt nod, understanding the gravity of the situation. The Guardians spread out, each ready to face their colorful adversaries. SpongeBob's bubble-blowing skills proved surprisingly effective against Green's blind rage, while Pearl and Garnet's combined strength held back the swift and silent Orange. The Snatcher's nimble movements allowed him to outfox Cyan, while Tony Stark's Iron Man armor deflected the sharp beak of Yellow. As the battles unfolded, Sadboi found herself face to face with Blue, the most feared of the Rainbow Friends. His electric eyes pierced through the dark, and his mechanical limbs clicked with anticipation. Despite her apprehension, she stepped forward, raising her element of synthesis. "Blue," she called out, her voice steady, "we don't have to do this. We can talk." Blue tilted his head, seemingly confused by her words. "Talk," he echoed. "But you are here to take what is mine." "No," Sadboi said firmly. "We're here to protect, not to take. Can't you feel it?" She extended her hand, her vibesense reaching out to him. "We are all connected, and we all just want to be understood." For a moment, the tension hung in the air like a thick fog. Then, something miraculous happened. Blue's eyes softened, and he took a tentative step towards her. The French narrator watched, hope swelling in his chest. If they could end this peacefully, it would be a testament to their unity and the power of their mission. Sadboi's colors shifted, a gentle blend of blue and pink swirling around her as she approached the giant creature. She could sense his pain, his longing for companionship and acceptance. It mirrored her own past, and she knew that together, they could overcome it. "We can help you," she continued. "We've seen so much in our travels, and we know that fear and anger are not the only ways to be strong." Blue paused, his monstrous form seemingly shrinking as he considered her words. The park grew quieter, as if the other Rainbow Friends were watching, waiting for his response. Then, with a heavy sigh, he nodded. I believe you," he said, his voice cracking with emotion. The French narrator stepped up, a smile of relief on his digital face. "Then let us join forces," he said grandly. "We shall be the guardians of not just time, but of all who are misunderstood and forgotten." With a newfound sense of camaraderie, the Guardians and the Rainbow Friends stood together. The timepiece was returned, not as a prize of battle, but as an offering of friendship and trust. As they left the moonlit park, the group knew that their journey had just begun. The multiverse was vast, but with hearts filled with empathy and unity, they would conquer any challenge that came their way. Chapter 25, SKX, Vibesense, and the City. The next world that Sadboi decided on was the one of the Kamen Rider W. The French narrator had mentioned it once, and the curiosity had been nibbling at the back of her mind ever since. Plus, it was a world she hadn't visited yet, and she was eager to see what kind of friends she could make there. Upon setting foot in the bustling city of Futo, Sadboi took in the sight of the giant wind turbine that was the city's most notable landmark. Her eyeholes sparkled with excitement as she saw the blend of futuristic technology and classic Kamen Rider aesthetics. The group had split up to blend in and gather information, each eager to explore this new universe. Sadboi took to exploring the streets, halfway hoping to catch a battle between Kamen Rider W and a dopant. Tsukasa trailed behind her, acting to keep her excitement in check while he got an absolute earful of Sadboi's enthusiastic chatter. The sheer amount of knowledge on the world that she had was equally intriguing and terrifying for him, but he had to admit, her passion was contagious. Even throughout her seemingly never-ending spiel, she always kept her eyeholes peeled for anything out of the ordinary. Of course, Sadboi suddenly felt the wind pick up, and her heart skipped a beat as she spotted the unmistakable form of Kamen Rider W in the distance. "Oh my gosh, it's them!" she exclaimed, pointing at the hero with childlike glee. Tsukasa rolled his eyes but couldn't help but smile at her excitement. Before they could get much closer, the air grew thick with the scent of burning rubber, and the ground trembled as a monstrous form emerged from the shadows. Sadboi's eyeholes narrowed, her excitement temporarily forgotten as she recognized the dopant's twisted design. The dopant's malicious laughter echoed through the streets as it targeted a group of civilians, and without a second thought, Sadboi dashed forward, her cube-headed form a blur as she transformed into her Kamen Rider-like state. The element of synthesis pulsed around her, creating a sleek motorcycle that she straddled with confidence. "I'll handle this," she shouted over her shoulder to Tsukasa, revving the engine and racing towards the chaos. The French narrator's voice whispered through the air, a reminder of the unity that had brought them all together. The battle was intense, a symphony of screeching tires and clashing steel. Sadboi weaved through the cityscape with a grace that belied her digital nature, the vibrant colors of her costume standing out starkly against the darkened streets of Futo. Kamen Rider W looked over, surprised yet impressed by the sudden arrival of this mysterious blue ally. They exchanged nods before focusing on their common enemy, the dopant's twisted form contorting as it tried to dodge their combined assault. Sadboi's vibesense tingled with the dopant's malicious intent, and she could feel the fear of the trapped civilians. Her eyes narrowed, and she whispered to herself, "This isn't just about fighting, it's about protecting the innocent." Her movements grew more precise, each maneuver calculated to minimize collateral damage while maximizing the impact on the dopant. The French narrator's words of unity and empathy played in her mind, guiding her actions. As the dopant's energy began to wane, the French narrator's voice grew louder, urging her to show compassion to the creature. With a final burst of speed, Sadboi closed the gap between them, her element of synthesis reaching out to the dopant's core. The dopant's laughter turned to a wail of despair as the purifying light touched its corrupted form. Slowly, the monster began to dissolve, revealing the tortured soul within. Tsukasa watched from a safe distance, his heart pounding in his chest as he realized the gravity of what was happening. The French narrator appeared beside her, his gaze soft as he spoke in a gentle tone, "You see, Sadboi, even in the most dire of situations, there is room for understanding." The once monstrous dopant had been reduced to a trembling, apologetic human being. The newfound peace washed over the city, and the people of Futo began to emerge from their hiding places, their eyes filled with hope. Sadboi looked back at her newfound friends, her chest swelling with pride as she realized the true power of their group, not just in their abilities, but in their hearts. The French narrator offered a hand to the former dopant, who took it gratefully. "We are the guardians of synthesis," he announced, "and we stand for unity and peace across the multiverses." The crowd murmured in amazement, some in awe of the heroes, others in confusion at the sight of a blue cubehead on a motorcycle. Yet, the message was clear, there were those who cared for them, even in the darkest of times. Sadboi nodded, her cube-shaped head bobbling slightly, as the French narrator helped the former dopant to their feet. She could feel the gratitude and relief from the people of Futo, and it only reinforced her resolve to help those in need. The French narrator's words about unity and understanding had struck a chord within her, and she knew that their mission was far from over. Sadboi looked around, her vibesense alert for any other distressed souls that might be lurking in the shadows of the city. As they made their way through the city, the Guardians of Synthesis received a message from an unexpected source, the U.S. Supernatural Department. It seemed that word of their exploits had reached their former enemy, and now the department sought their assistance in capturing a rogue Kamen Rider. Sadboi felt a pang of anxiety, knowing all too well the cruelty that the department was capable of. Despite her fear, she knew they couldn't turn their backs on those in trouble, even if it meant facing a part of her past she desperately wanted to forget. So Sadboi started to scheme. She didn't want the rogue rider to face the horrors of the U.S. Supernatural Department. Doing so felt wrong, and seemingly stood against what she stood for. She knew that she needed to find the rider before they did. The French narrator picked up on her tension and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You do not have to face this alone," he reminded her, his voice steady and warm. "We are with you, Sadboi." Her eyes searched the faces of her friends, finding comfort in their determination. "Okay," she murmured, taking a deep breath. "We'll find the rogue rider before they do. And we'll help them, no matter what." The group split into pairs, each taking a different route through the city. Sadboi chose to team up with Tsukasa, feeling a kinship with him due to their shared love for Kamen Rider. They rode through the neon-lit streets of Futo, the French narrator's words echoing in their minds as they searched for the rogue rider. The air was thick with tension, the vibrant colors of the city starkly contrasting with the gravity of their mission. "Keep your eyes peeled for any signs of a struggle," Tsukasa instructed, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the surroundings. Sadboi nodded, her vibesense on high alert. They weaved through the traffic, dodging pedestrians and vehicles alike, their combined skills making for a formidable team. The French narrator's lesson in understanding resonated with her, and she hoped they could reach the rogue rider before the department did. Their search led them to an abandoned warehouse district, where the vibe of fear was stronger than anywhere else in the city. Sadboi's cubehead turned a darker shade of blue, her vibesense picking up on the distress signal. "This way," she murmured, pointing towards the looming structures ahead. Tsukasa nodded in agreement, and they sped off in that direction, the sound of their motorcycles echoing through the desolate streets. As they approached the largest warehouse, they heard the distant clang of metal on metal. The sound grew louder, and suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a Kamen Rider, but not one they recognized. His armor was tattered and black, with red streaks that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. He looked up, his eyes meeting theirs, and for a brief moment, Sadboi saw the flicker of pain and confusion within them. They dismounted their bikes, facing the rogue rider with caution. "We're not here to fight you," Tsukasa called out, his voice firm but not hostile. "We want to help." The black-armored rider hesitated, his stance wavering. Sadboi stepped forward, the element of synthesis shimmering around her as she offered a hand. "The U.S. Supernatural Department isn't the answer," she said softly. "They don't understand. But we do." The rogue rider took a step closer, his gaze flickering between the two of them. Sadboi could feel his internal conflict, his desire for companionship and fear of rejection warring within him. He reached out a tentative hand, and as it touched hers, she felt a rush of emotion, anger, sadness, loneliness, all wrapped up in a maelstrom of confusion. But there was also a glimmer of hope, a spark that hadn't been extinguished. With a silent nod, he allowed them to lead him into the safety of the warehouse. The French narrator had been right, sometimes, the most powerful weapon was empathy. As they sat down to talk, Sadboi knew that this was only the beginning of a new chapter in their journey. Each world they visited, each battle they fought, brought them closer to understanding the true meaning of unity and the bonds that could transcend even the most insurmountable barriers. And as she looked around at her friends, she knew that together, they could make a real difference in the multiverses. The rogue rider spoke, his voice filled with a mix of anger and desperation. His story unfolded, one of betrayal and loss, a tale all too familiar to Sadboi. She listened intently, her vibe sense tuned to his every word, her heart aching in sync with his pain. The French narrator translated the writer's speech, his French accent adding a layer of gravity to the already intense conversation. Tsukasa nodded solemnly, his eyes never leaving the rogue riders. "We understand," he said, his voice heavy with emotion. "And we will stand by you." The rogue rider looked from Tsukasa to Sadboi, his grip on his weapon loosening. His armor began to glow, the red streaks dimming as the blackness receded. With a sigh, he removed his helmet, revealing a young man with tear-stained cheeks. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice hoarse. The French narrator stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder. "You are not alone," he said, his words carrying the weight of experience. "We are the guardians of synthesis, and we fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. Together, we can find a way to make things right." Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her as the rogue rider's shoulders slumped in relief. She knew that this moment was a turning point for him, a chance at redemption. And it was a testament to the power of their group, the unity they had forged in the face of adversity. They had come so far, from the bright depths of Bikini Bottom to the shadowy streets of Futo. But as they sat there, she knew that they were just getting started. Their conversation grew into the night, sharing stories of their worlds and the battles they've faced. The rogue rider, whose name was revealed to be Keito, slowly began to trust these unusual yet earnest beings from across the multiverse. His eyes, once filled with anger, now held a glimmer of hope. Tsukasa shared tales of his own battles against the dopants, and how he had learned that understanding and unity could be the most powerful weapon of all. The French narrator spoke in soothing tones, his words transcending language barriers, painting a picture of a world where all beings, regardless of their origins, could live in harmony. As dawn broke, the group decided to rebrand Keito as Kamen Rider Synthetix, a symbol of their shared beliefs and his newfound belonging. The French narrator offered to help him refine his emotional control, promising to train him in the ways of vibesense. Together, they could channel his negative emotions into a force for good, turning his curse into a strength. Keito accepted, the weight of his past seemingly lifted by the prospect of a brighter future. However, Sadboi noticed a distress signal from across the city, her vibe sense tingling with the intensity of the emotions it carried. "Guys, I think we have another situation," she said, her pastel blue eyes focused on the distant horizon. The French narrator nodded, his expression serious. "We must go. The heart of this world calls for peace, and we shall answer." Sadboi nodded, hopping onto her machine. "Yes, eyes, let's go," she exclaimed, eager to help. The French narrator mounted his dolphin-themed bike, and the rest of the Guardians followed suit, their vehicles transforming into a sleek convoy of light and sound as they sped toward the source of the distress signal. Sadboi stopped as the scene rolled into her view. "Oh my God!" she murmured, upon realizing that it was a crime scene. The French narrator looked over to her. "What is it, Monday Ami?" It's a crime scene, right?" Sadboi pointed at the flashing lights and the blue and red sirens. "It's like something out of a detective show." She was in awe of the real-world experience she had only ever seen on TV before. The narrator nodded solemnly. And it seems we are needed here." They arrived to find the area blocked by yellow tape, with police officers and detectives scrambling around, trying to piece together what had happened. Sadboi's heart sank. She had seen enough of this kind of chaos in her own world, and she had hoped to leave it behind her. But the vibes here were too intense to ignore. The pain and fear were palpable, and she knew that someone, or something, was suffering. The French narrator stepped forward, his Kamen Rider dolphin armor gleaming in the artificial lights of the city. He approached a gruff-looking detective and spoke in a firm, yet respectful tone, "Might we offer our assistance?" The detective looked up, surprised to see a group of colorful, armored heroes standing before him. "Who are you? "We are the Guardians of Synthesis," the French narrator introduced, his accent thick and reassuring. "We have come from across the multiverses to bring peace and balance wherever it is needed. Our vibesense tells us that there is a disturbance here that requires our attention." The detective looked skeptical but nodded, "All right, but don't get in the way." Sadboi took a deep breath, focusing her vibesense on the area. The emotions swirled around her like a storm, a cacophony of despair and anger. She knew that they had to find the source quickly. "Let's split up," she suggested. "We can cover more ground that way." The Guardians fanned out, each tuning into their unique senses to locate the cause of the disturbance. The city of Fudo felt alien to them, yet eerily familiar, with its mix of modern buildings and ancient ruins. They moved through the shadows, their eyes peeled for any sign of trouble, their hearts pounding in anticipation of the battle ahead. Keito remained by Sadboi's side, his new vibesense tingling with excitement and a hint of fear. He had never felt so connected to others, and the responsibility of using his powers for good was both thrilling and terrifying. "I'm with you," he whispered, his eyes glowing with determination. Sadboi looked for clues, her eyes scanning the area, while Keito's vibesense helped them navigate the chaotic emotional landscape. They stumbled upon a quivering alley, where the emotional energy was the strongest. "This way," she murmured, pointing towards the shadows. There, Sadboi found a figure slumped against the alley wall, a young man with a bruised and tear-stained face, trembling with fear. His eyes widened as he saw the approaching figures, and he scrambled to his feet. "Don't come near me," he shouted, holding up a shaky hand. Sadboi's vibesense pulsed with the intensity of his emotions. She took a step back, raising her hands in a calming gesture. "We're here to help," she assured him, her voice gentle. "What happened?" The young man looked at them with wide eyes, trembling. It was a monster," he stuttered. "It had red eyes, and it took her, my sister." Sadboi's eyeholes widened, the possibilities flashing through her mind, none of them pretty. She glanced over at Keito, who mirrored her concern with a solemn nod. The French narrator spoke up, his voice calm and soothing despite the gravity of the situation. "We must find this creature and bring peace to your sister," he said, his words carrying a weight that seemed to steady the trembling air. Sadboi nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "But first," she began, "we need to know what we're up against. What can you tell us about this monster?" The young man took a deep, shaky breath and recounted the creature's fiery red eyes and the screech that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. His words painted a chilling picture that sent a shiver down Sadboi's spine. This was no ordinary foe they were dealing with. The French narrator's expression grew more serious. "Merci beaucoup," he said, placing a comforting hand on the young man's shoulder. "Your bravery will not be forgotten." He then turned to the group, speaking in a firm, yet calm tone. "We must act swiftly. Let's divide our efforts. Some of us will track the creature, while others investigate the recent disturbances in the city." "Yes, Sadboi chimed in, "we'll also probably not be the only ones interested in these disturbances," she said with a nonverbal hint, aware of the possibility that they'll cross paths with the two-in-one Kamen Rider again. "Agreed," Sento nodded, "we should be cautious but decisive." His gaze fell upon Keito, who seemed lost in thought. "Are you okay, Keito?" Keito blinked, coming back to the present. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just, the red eyes, the vibes, it reminds me of someone from my past." His voice was low, the mention of his past betrayal weighing heavily in the air. "Don't worry," Sadboi said, placing a hand on Keito's arm, "we're all here for each other now." Her own blue eyes shone with a determination that matched the neon pink streaks appearing on her synthetic skin. The group decided to split up. Tony Stark and SpongeBob would investigate the recent tech-related crimes with their unique set of skills, while Pearl and Garnet would patrol the city for any signs of the creature with the red eyes. The French narrator suggested that Sadboi, Keito, and Tails should focus on tracking the monster, using their vibesense and speed. Sadboi and Keito focused their vibesense on any traces of the creature, while Tails used his gadgets to track its more physical presence. As they raced through the streets of Fudo, the energy of the city pulsed with a mix of fear and hope. The neon lights reflected off of their armor, casting a red and blue glow that grew more intense as they honed in on the creature's location. Of course, it would only be a matter of time before they ran into Shotaro Hidari, who had also picked up on the case earlier than the Guardians of Synthesis. While he recognized Sadboi from the earlier battle with the dopant, he wasn't quite sure of the two figures trailing her, who were Keito and Tails. "You guys are the ones causing a ruckus around here, aren't you?" Shotaro called out, his voice echoing through the night air. "What do you want with my city?" Sadboi's eyes darted around, searching for any sign of the creature's presence as she addressed the newcomer. "We're here to help," she assured him, her voice steady despite her racing thoughts. "We're the Guardians of Synthesis." Shotaro's gaze narrowed as he studied the trio. He recognized the urgency in their vibes and the determination etched on their faces. After a brief moment of consideration, he nodded. "All right, I'll cut you some slack. But you'd better not be messing with my city." Their search led them to a dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of town. The door creaked open, revealing a space filled with the stench of decay and a faint metallic buzzing that grew louder with each step they took. Sadboi's vibesense tingled, indicating strong negative emotions from within. She looked over her shoulder at Keito, who nodded grimly. They had found their target. Inside, they discovered the creature, a twisted amalgamation of metal and biological tissue. Its red eyes glowed with malicious intent as it hovered above the floor, surrounded by the discarded pieces of technology it had been using to feed. The creature was a cyberdopant, a type of monster that had plagued Fudo in the past. Keito stepped forward, his vibesense crackling with energy. "We're not going to let you hurt anyone else," he declared, his voice filled with conviction. The creature hissed in response, its eyes narrowing. Sadboi took a deep breath, focusing her vibesense on the creature's emotions. Despite its monstrous exterior, she could feel the pain and anger it harbored. "We can help you," she offered softly. The creature paused, seemingly caught off guard by the empathy in her voice. The battle was intense, with Keito's vibesense and Sadboi's agility complementing each other perfectly. Tails provided cover with his gadgets, ensuring they had the advantage. The cyberdopant was a formidable opponent, its red eyes flashing as it threw waves of distorted data at them, but the Guardians remained steadfast. "Synthetix!" Keito called out, his armor pulsing with power as he transformed into Kamen Rider Synthetix. The red streaks grew more pronounced, reflecting his newfound resolve to confront his fears. Sadboi watched in amazement, her eyes wide with admiration. Despite her own fears and past, she felt a sense of pride in her newfound ally. The creature snarled, sensing the shift in their collective power. They pressed forward, with Keito's vibesense allowing him to anticipate the cyberdopant's movements and Sadboi's empathy helping her to understand its pain. Together, they managed to land a series of precise attacks, each one weakening the creature's grip on its anger. Finally, as the creature faltered, Sadboi reached out a hand, her vibesense extending to touch its distorted form. "You don't have to be like this," she said gently, her eyes filled with compassion. The cyberdopant's eyes dimmed slightly, a hint of confusion flickering within. Keito saw his chance and struck, not with anger but with the purifying light of his vibesense. The monster let out a final, anguished screech as its form began to disintegrate, leaving behind only a small, crying child. The little girl looked up at them with fear in her eyes, a stark contrast to the monster she had been moments before. The French narrator appeared, his calming presence washing over the scene. "This child," he said, "was lost in a sea of pain and anger. But together, you have shown her that there is still hope and love in the world." The child looked from one guardian to the other, her eyes wide. The French narrator knelt beside her, his hand outstretched. Vous n'avez plus à craindre. Nous sommes ici pour aider. You no longer have to fear. We are here to help. Sadboi took a step forward, her own emotions swirling. She had seen too much suffering in her life, and she knew all too well what it was like to feel lost and alone. You're safe now, she whispered, her vibesense gentle. We're here for you. The child took the narrator's hand, and slowly, the light of Synthetix's vibesense enveloped her, healing her and returning her to normalcy. The guardians watched as she transformed back into a human, the last vestiges of the cyberdopant's influence fading away. Shotaro, who had been observing from a safe distance, approached with a mix of awe and suspicion. What did you do to her? He demanded. The French narrator turned to him with a small smile. We did what we do best, Monsieur Hidari. We offered a helping hand and brought peace to a troubled soul. Sadboi looked at Keito, then at the child, and knew that this was just the beginning of their journey. They had much to learn about the worlds they visited and the people they encountered, but she was grateful to have such strong allies by her side. The Guardians of Synthesis left the warehouse with the child in tow, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The French narrator's words echoed in her mind, La paix est un onde qui peut tout changer. Peace is a wave that can change everything. And with each step, she believed that together, they could make a difference in every universe they touched. As they emerged into the night, the cool breeze was a stark contrast to the stifling air of the warehouse. The child, whose name they learned was Amy, clung to Sadboi, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. The city lights danced off the water, casting a gentle glow on their faces. Where do we take her? Tails asked, his concern evident in his voice. Sadboi glanced at Keito, who had fallen silent since the battle. His eyes were focused on Amy, a look of understanding and sadness in them. To a place where she'll be safe, he murmured, breaking the silence. To those who can help her heal and find her way back to a normal life. They decided to take Amy to the WC Plaza, a well-known gathering spot for Kamen Riders and their allies. The plaza was bustling with life, the air filled with the sound of laughter and chatter. As they approached, a figure emerged from the crowd. It was Philip, the other half of Kamen Rider W. What's going on here? Philip asked, noticing the group's solemn expressions. Shotaro stepped forward, explaining their encounter with the cyberdopant and Amy's transformation. We need to find her family, he said urgently. Philip nodded, his gaze softening when it fell on the trembling child. We'll handle this, he assured them. You've done enough for one night. The Guardians reluctantly agreed, handing Amy over to the care of the local Kamen Riders. As they watched the two W Riders walk away with her, Sadboi couldn't shake off the feeling that they had left behind a piece of themselves in that city. The French narrator placed a hand on her shoulder. N'oublie pas, Sadboi, notre chemin est long et plein de surprises. Do not forget, Sadboi, our path is long and full of surprises. Sadboi nodded, trying to push her sadness aside. She knew they couldn't stay in one place for too long. They had a mission to fulfill. The Guardians of Synthesis regrouped in a quiet corner of the bustling WC Plaza. The weight of their recent victory mixed with the bittersweet parting with Amy hung heavy in the air. The French narrator, ever the beacon of wisdom, reminded them of the many worlds they had yet to visit. We must continue our odyssey, he said in a gentle tone, his French accent soothing like a lullaby. Each world we touch brings us closer to understanding the fabric of the multiverse and our role within it. Sadboi nodded solemnly, her pastel blue skin reflecting the vibrant colors of the plaza's neon lights. Her vibe sense tingled with the emotions of those around her, a symphony of joy, fear, and anticipation. She knew that with every victory, there would be moments of sorrow and parting, but the warmth of the friendships they had formed made it all worthwhile. Sadboi spoke up, an idea sparking in her mind. Let's go to the world of Pokémon. Maybe we can help some trainers out and maybe even catch some new friends. The mention of Pokémon brought a wave of excitement to the group. The concept of befriending and battling mystical creatures was one they had all encountered in their own unique ways, and the prospect of experiencing it firsthand was too tempting to resist. Even though she had already visited early on in her journey, she knew that there were a variety of regions with their own offerings in terms of friendship and adventure. The French narrator nodded in approval. A world of harmony and companionship. Yes, that sounds like an excellent choice. Let us embark on this new leg of our journey, my fellow guardians. His words were met with a round of enthusiastic yes-eyes and nods from the group. Chapter 26, Sacrifices Must Be Made. The next world that Sadboi wanted to visit was the world of Inscription. Sadboi had always felt an affinity for the game, both because of its dark nature and card-based gameplay. She only felt it natural to visit. Sadboi found herself in front of Leshy's cabin, clearly during the events of Act 1. However, Sadboi's face fell when she realized that she was all alone. She looked around for the other guardians of Synthesis, but they weren't anywhere to be seen. That is, until she checked her pocket and realized that they were her starting deck, each member a card based on their unique abilities. They were clearly still alive and able to communicate with her through speech. The French narrator's card spoke up. Sadboi, it seems we are to embark on a solo quest for now. Do not worry, we shall be with you in spirit, guiding you through the dark woods of this world. Sadboi took a deep breath and stepped into the cabin, her heart racing with excitement and a hint of fear. She had played Inscription before, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different story. She sat down at the table opposite Leshy, her heart pounding as she listened to his cryptic instructions. She knew that she had to win his game to progress, but she also knew that there was much more at stake here than just a simple victory. That was until she felt something at the back of her deck, a stowed card that clearly wasn't one of the guardians. He addressed her and the rest of the deck with much skepticism. Who are you all? What is your purpose here? The French narrator, ever the diplomat, spoke up in a calm yet firm tone. We are the guardians of Synthesis. We travel the multiverses to purge it of evil and bring peace. We seek to understand the nature of this game and perhaps offer aid where it's needed. Sadboi nodded. Yes, I've heard of the situation you've found yourself in. Maybe we could provide of some assistance. Her voice was one of genuine concern, the kindness in her words resonating with the other cards. The stowed card looked at her with suspicion, but the others in the deck murmured in agreement. The French narrator had always been right, their mission was about understanding and empathy, not brute force. Sadboi took a deep breath, steeling her nerves before entering the cabin. It was exactly like how she had seen it in the game, but the presence of her allies in card form brought a sense of unease she hadn't anticipated. She knew they were still with her, but the tangible connection she was used to was gone. However, she felt like this was the moment to truly prove her leadership. Of course, Sadboi found Leshy in his usual spot at the table where she had seen numerous matches unfold on. The Scribe of Beasts was known for his storytelling and creativity, using his camera to capture the visages of animals to turn into cards. Sadboi knew that she had to play along for now, lest she share their fate. Ah, a new challenger! Leshy exclaimed, his eyes glinting with mischief. But, you do not look like the typical player to grace my table. Tell me, what is it that brings you to my humble abode? Sadboi took a moment to gather her thoughts, her vibesense tingling with the anticipation of the conversation ahead. We are the guardians of Synthesis, she began, placing her cards on the table. We come from across the multiverse, seeking to restore balance and harmony where it has been disrupted. Leshy leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Interesting, he said, eyeing the cards with curiosity. But what makes you think you can pass my trials and claim victory? We've faced challenges before, she replied, her voice steady. We've defeated monsters, saved worlds, and uncovered secrets. We're not just fighters, we're friends who support each other. Her allies in card form nodded in agreement, their digital faces showing determination. The room grew quiet, and even the background noises of the forest outside seemed to hush. "Very well," Leshy said with a smirk. "Let us see if your friendship can truly stand the test of the inscription. I shall prepare a game, special for you." Sadboi felt a knot form in her stomach as Leshy shuffled the cards with a dramatic flourish. The stakes were higher than ever, but she had faith in her companions. She knew that together, they could overcome any obstacle. The game began, and as the cards played out, she recognized the faces of her allies in each creature and spell. The French narrator's wisdom, Sento's strategic brilliance, and even Tail's speed and agility were all reflected in their cardboard forms. Each card had a piece of their soul, and she could feel their presence guiding her. The first few rounds were a mix of success and setbacks, with Sadboi learning the nuances of the game. The cards whispered advice and encouragement, and she grew more confident with each turn. The bond between them was strong, even in this bizarre new format. But as the game progressed, the stakes grew more intense. Leshy threw everything at her, including some cards that seemed eerily familiar, echoes of the darker moments of their pasts. Sadboi gritted her teeth, determined not to let the past define them. "Remember," the French narrator's card whispered, "victory is not in the winning, but in the journey we take together." Sadboi nodded, drawing on the strength of her friends. She had to believe that they could win, not just for themselves, but for every world they had touched. With renewed resolve, she played her cards with precision, each move a declaration of their unity. The game grew more intense, the air thick with tension. The cards fluttered and clashed, each one a silent shout of defiance against the dark forces of the inscription. As the final round approached, Sadboi felt a surge of emotion, the element of synthesis pulsing within her. Sadboi faced down each of the bosses that Leshy had prepared for her, the prospector, the angler, and finally the combination of the trapper and trader. Throughout her struggles through the game, she discovered two other cards much like the stoat, the stink bug and the stunted wolf. The three strange cards, who were alive much like the guardians of synthesis cards, chattered amongst themselves about Leshy's current control of the game. Sadboi could feel a pit in her stomach, and she knew that she had to be the one to overturn the twisted status quo this universe had found itself in. The battle was intense, with the cards from her allies acting almost autonomously, as if their wills were infused within them. Each time she played a card, she felt a surge of power, and she knew that it was because of the friendship they had built together. The room grew darker as the game went on, the shadows on the walls dancing and shifting as if alive. The candles flickered, casting eerie shadows across the table. As Sadboi drew closer to the end, she had encountered a new segment that seemed to draw upon her own horrific past. The cards Leshy used in the battles now included the faces of cryptids that she had known in her past, the agony of death displayed in their card art. This new segment gave her more time to gather up the right tools, such as a roll of film that she knew she would inevitably need. She also noted that the art of the three cards of the stoat, the stink bug, and the stunted wolf began to shift, slowly revealing their true forms underneath their animalistic shape. The stoat became more robotic in appearance, the stink bug became more humanoid, and the stunted wolf began to resemble a large clump of fluff with eyes. Sadboi wasn't surprised at this, she had known of this beforehand. The boss of the new segment, which she dubbed the Dark Forest, was the Militant, a boss that seemed to reflect the horrors she had seen when humans meddled in supernatural matters. It was a creature that looked like a twisted version of the soldiers that the U.S. Supernatural Department had sent after her. The creature's armor was a deep, ominous black, and it had piercing red eyes that seemed to burn with malicious intent. The battle was fiercer than any she had faced before in the game. Even the stoat, despite his usual skepticism, found himself trusting in Sadboi's plan. "You know, you're surprisingly good at this," the stoat said. "I was halfway expecting you to not make it this far." "Thanks," Sadboi replied, her voice a mix of sarcasm and determination. "But we're not done yet." Sadboi approached the final fight with Leshy, her deck now substantially stronger from when she first started. She had known of all sorts of strategies and knew how to optimize the fair hand mechanic, but now was the ultimate test. She knew that, unlike all the bosses she had faced previously, that he would have not just 2 phases, but 3. Sadboi was prepared for anything, however, her friends by her side in spirit and her vibe sense on full alert. "All right, let's do this," she said to herself, her voice steady despite her nerves. As the dark forest gave way, she saw the familiar sight of Leshy's cabin yet again, this time in the context of the challenge at hand. "Ready or not, here we come," she murmured, drawing in a deep breath. The door to the cabin creaked open, revealing Leshy seated at his table, a sinister smile playing across his face. The cards of her allies hovered protectively around her, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the shadowy atmosphere of the room. "Ah, the brave little guardian," Leshy said, his voice echoing through the cabin. "You've made it this far. I must admit, I'm quite intrigued." And as the final battle commenced, Sadboi put her strategies to use, her vibe sense tingling with the emotional currents in the room. The air was thick with anticipation and the scent of ancient wood from the cabin filled her senses. She knew that this was it, the culmination of their journey through the twisted corridors of this game. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she remained focused, drawing on the collective strength of her allies. The first phase started with Leshy playing all sorts of strong rare cards, but Sadboi remained calm, her mind racing through the strategies she had learned from her friends. She placed the Stoat, Stinkbug, and Stunted Wolf cards on the battlefield, each one representing a piece of her soul. They transformed into their most powerful forms yet, their energy resonating with the element of synthesis. The Stoat's eyes glowed a fiery orange, the Stinkbug's shell gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the Stunted Wolf's fur bristled with a newfound power. The second phase was more intense. The room grew colder as Leshy brought forth the most twisted and corrupted cards she had ever seen. Her allies' cards stepped up, their vibe sense linking them together in a harmonious dance of strategy. The French narrator's card whispered words of encouragement, and she could almost feel his comforting presence beside her. The battle was fierce, the cards clashing with a sound like shattering glass as they invoked their unique abilities. But it was in the third phase that things took a turn. Leshy turned the moon behind him into a card, and playing it onto the table. It covered all 4 of his lanes, and while it didn't deal too much damage, it had a massive health pool of 50 HP, outclassing all her other cards. But Sadboi knew of a certain way to vanquish the moon in one fell swoop, to use the venomous sigil, a modifier that allowed for cards to one-hit any opposing cards. Her heart raced as she played the sigil, attaching it to the Stoat's card. The creature grew larger, its eyes glowing with a malicious intent. The room was silent as the Stoat dashed across the board, leaping into the moon's shadow. The impact was explosive, the room trembling as the moon shattered into 100 pieces. The guardians held their breath, waiting for the dust to settle. When it did, Leshy was smiling, his teeth sharp and gleaming. "Impressive, young guardian," he said, his eyes glowing with a newfound respect. "But I have one more trick up my sleeve." He played his final card, a blackened sun that bore the face of a creature she recognized from her own nightmares, a twisted version of her old tormentor. The room grew darker, the air thick with malice. Without hesitation, Sadboi reached into her soul, her vibe sense pulsing with a determination she had never felt before. The element of synthesis grew stronger, merging with the light from her allies' cards. "This isn't just my fight," she murmured, her voice filled with a quiet power. "This is all of ours." The Stoat, the Stinkbug, and the Stunted Wolf leaped together, their forms blending into a single beacon of light. The French narrator's card grew wings, soaring high to deliver the finishing blow. As the dust settled, Sadboi was brought into the back of the cabin by Leshy. He was impressed by her skill, but Sadboi knew better than to let her guard down just yet. As she found herself backed into a corner by Leshy, she picked up his camera and inserted the film roll into it. And in a flash of light, she had overcome the last of the challenges, her craftiness and knowledge outwitting the scribe of beasts with his own tools. As she set the camera aside, she saw a menu icon. It was the one she recognized as the button for a new game, and with a trembling hand, she took it. Sadboi and the other guardians of synthesis seemed to lose consciousness for a moment, but when they regained, Sadboi was surrounded by the other guardians in a moment of solace. They were in a clearing, 4 monuments not too far from where they stood, each for a different scribe: Leshy, the scribe of beasts; P0-3, the scribe of technology; Grimoire, the scribe of the dead; and Magnificus, the scribe of magics. She had restored balance to this place, but she had decided to take a moment of reprieve to explore this land. Sadboi stood in front of the monuments, speaking somewhat quietly. "Guys, we did it," she said, turning to face her friends with a gentle smile. "But I don't think this is the end. This feels like a new beginning." The other 3 cards that didn't quite fit in, they were the other 3 scribes. The French narrator nodded sagely. "Indeed, Sadboi. Each of these worlds we've visited, each battle we've fought, has brought us closer to understanding our purpose. And now, we stand before the next chapter in our journey." Pearl spoke up, her voice filled with excitement. "A new adventure? What could be next?" "We should check out these monuments," suggested Garnet. "Maybe they hold some clue as to where we're supposed to go next." The Guardians of Synthesis approached the monuments one by one. The first, the monument to Leshy, had a sculpture of a majestic wolf standing tall, surrounded by intricate carvings of various creatures. The second, dedicated to P0-3, was adorned with circuit patterns and depicted scenes of machines coming to life. Grimoire's monument was a somber place, with ghostly figures etched into its stone, whispering silent stories of the afterlife. Lastly, Magnificus' monument was a dazzling array of stars and mystical symbols that seemed to pulse with arcane energy. Sadboi explained that there were areas dedicated for each of these scribes, and that she decided to visit P0-3, formerly the Stoat, first in his factory. After all, the 2 of them had a special connection to technology. The French narrator looked around the industrial landscape of P0-3's realm. "This place, it's like a tribute to the beauty of creation, no?" Sadboi nodded. "Yeah, it's like a dream and a nightmare all wrapped into one. So much power and potential, but also so much that could go wrong." The group walked through the metallic corridors, the echo of their footsteps reverberating through the emptiness. They stumbled upon a chamber filled with inactive robotic creatures, remnants of the scribe's past experiments. The French narrator's eyes lit up. "Ah, la technologie! C'est fascinant." The Guardians examined the machines, their curiosity piqued. Squidward, ever the skeptic, tentatively poked one with his tentacle. It stirred to life, its eyes glowing with a soft blue light. "What have we here?" he mused. The robotic creature looked at them with curiosity, then spoke in a digitized voice. "Identify yourselves, visitors to the realm of the scribe of technology." Sadboi stepped forward. "We're the Guardians of Synthesis. We've come to learn from P0-3. The robot's expression remained unchanged, but its tone softened. "Ah, the champions of harmony. P0-3 speaks highly of your deeds. He awaits you in the control room." They followed the robot's instructions, passing through a labyrinth of gears and screens until they reached a room where the scribe himself was tinkering with a new invention to put into his particle scanner. He looked up as they entered, an unusually warm smile on his digital face. His robotic gaze locked almost expectingly on Sadboi, a nod to their shared love for technology. After all, he had seen firsthand as the Stoat card of her skill. "Welcome, Guardians!" P0-3 exclaimed, his metallic hands moving rapidly as he put down his tools. "Your victory over Leshy does not go unnoticed. The balance of the multiverse shifts with each step you take." The French narrator, ever the diplomat, responded with a courteous bow. "Merci, P0-3. We are eager to understand your part in this cosmic dance. The scribe's eyes flickered as he considered their words. Indeed, my fellow cubehead, the realms of technology and emotion intertwine more than most realize. The very fabric of our existence is built upon the foundation of code, yet it is our hearts that give it life. I have much to show you, much to teach you, but first, I require your assistance. The group looked around the room, noticing for the first time the chaos that seemed to be seeping from the machines. The air was thick with static, and the floor trembled beneath their feet. Sadboi's vibesense tingled with a sense of urgency. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice echoing the concern in her heart. P0-3 sighed, a rare show of emotion for a being of his kind. "A malfunction in my core programming, perhaps a lingering piece of Leshy's malice, threatens to corrupt my realm. If it spreads, it could disrupt the balance of all worlds connected to the digital plane." Without hesitation, the Guardians pledged their aid. The French narrator spoke in a firm tone, "We stand as one. Let us face this challenge together and restore order." The robotic scribe led them through a series of trials, each one a puzzle that required their unique abilities. SpongeBob's optimism helped to keep their spirits high as they worked together, while Keito's newfound control over his vibesense allowed him to detect the corrupted code within the machines. The tension grew as they approached the heart of the malfunction, a massive chamber where the core of the realm pulsed with erratic energy. The room was a maze of circuits and screens, and the corruption was palpable. The air crackled with the foul stench of corrupted data, and the floor was slick with a digital sludge that threatened to suck them in. The core itself was a twisted mess of wires and lights, pulsing erratically. Sadboi took a deep breath, focusing her vibesense. "I can feel the code, it's in pain," she whispered, her eyes glowing with the same neon pink that filled her when she was angered. "Then we must ease that pain," Keito said, his voice calm and resolute. "Let us synchronize our vibes and purge the malicious code together." The Guardians formed a circle around the core, each one focusing their unique vibesense into a single, powerful wave of harmony. The core trembled, the lights flashing in a cacophony of colors before finally settling into a steady blue glow. The digital sludge retreated, the corrupted machines springing back to life with a harmonious hum. P0-3 watched, his smile wide and genuine. "Your unity is truly a marvel to behold," he said, his digital voice filled with awe. "The core is purified. Your journey has brought you much wisdom, Sadboi. But remember, the battle for harmony is never truly over. There will always be new challenges, new realms to explore, and new hearts to mend. Are you prepared to face them?" Sadboi looked around at her friends, their eyes shining with determination. "Yes," she said firmly. "Yes, we are." The French narrator nodded in agreement. "We are the Guardians of Synthesis, and together, we shall protect the balance of the multiverse." The room vibrated with the power of their combined resolve, and as they stepped out of the factory, they knew that their adventures were far from over. The worlds of media awaited, and with each victory, their bond grew stronger. Yet, so too did the shadows that lurked in the digital abyss, hinting at battles yet to come. Chapter 27, You Can, in fact, teach an old slasher new tricks. Their next destination was the universe of the horror film Scream. Sadboi loved watching the movies, and she knew how the Ghostface killer operated. Sadboi gave the group a knowing nod, aware of how she was going to deal with them. "I'm gonna show this dude a little something I like to call spectrum power." Sadboi whispered, "It's not a literal ability, but moreover an aspect of my unique mental situation. You'll see if he calls." As they stepped into the eerily quiet streets of Woodsboro, the tension was palpable. The air was thick with fear, and the scent of popcorn wafted through the night, hinting at a recent movie premiere. SpongeBob clutched his pineapple-shaped backpack tightly, while Keito's vibesense tingled with anticipation. "Everyone, be on high alert," Keito cautioned, his eyes darting around the shadows. The French narrator, ever the dramatic one, announced their arrival in a low, theatrical whisper. Welcome, my friends, to the world of Scream, where fear is the currency of the night. His words seemed to echo down the dark alleyways, bouncing off the walls like the chilling laughter of the iconic killer. As they moved through the town, the Guardians of Synthesis encountered a group of terrified teenagers, huddled together in the safety of a well-lit convenience store. The teens recognized them immediately, their eyes widening in a mix of hope and fear. "You guys are like, real," one of them stuttered. "We're here to help," Sadboi assured them, her voice calm despite the racing thoughts in her head. "Ghostface has been making calls, threatening to kill again. We need to find him before he strikes." The group split up to cover more ground, each one feeling the weight of their mission. The French narrator paired with Patrick, their laughter bouncing off the walls as they searched, a stark contrast to the tension that hung in the air. Meanwhile, Keito and Tails stuck together, their eyes peeled for any sign of the killer. As Sadboi wandered, her phone began to buzz. She checked the number, and it wasn't one she recognized. Her heart skipped a beat, and it was time to put her plan into motion. The goal is simple: talk his ear off about his own interests, horror movies, and even share her own unique perspective on horror media. Maybe, just maybe, she could get him to lower his guard enough to bamboozle him into her own subversion. Hello," she answered, trying to keep her voice steady. On the other end, a familiar, yet eerily distorted voice spoke back, "Hello, Sadboi, it's so nice to finally meet you." It was him, Ghostface. She could feel the chill down her spine, but she kept her cool. "Oh, it's you. I've heard a lot about your work. Big fan of your originality, really." Keeping the conversation light, she managed to get him talking about his favorite scary movies, throwing in some obscure film titles that she actually enjoyed watching. He seemed to appreciate her knowledge, and she could feel his grip on the fear around her loosening. It was time to take a risk. "You know, I've always felt like there's more to a horror story than just the jump scares and the gore. It's about facing your fears, right?" Ghostface paused, seemingly intrigued by her words. "Tell me more, Sadboi. What do you think the heart of horror is?" He egged her on, and she took a deep breath, ready to weave a tale. "Horror is about emotion, about what makes us human. It's the rush of adrenaline when we face the unknown, the fear of the dark, the feeling of being watched. But it's also about overcoming those fears, finding the strength within ourselves to confront the monsters, both literal and figurative." She said, "It's my own personal perspective that horror disturbs the comfortable, and comforts the disturbed. Like all media, it can be a form of escape and expression." The French narrator, listening from a safe distance, nodded to himself. Her words resonated with the core of their mission, to bring peace and harmony to all the worlds they visited. The teenagers around them had their eyes wide with fascination, drawn into the conversation despite their fear. Sadboi continued her little spiel, "After all, horror is as diverse as the kinds of fear its creators harbor. But my personal favorite kind of horror media is video games. It's one thing to watch someone walk into the murder basement, but it's something else to be the one doing it, even if it's not real, and you know what's on the other side and you know you need to go there to progress." The French narrator leaned in, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Ah, but what is it about games that you find so cathartic, ma chère?" he asked, his French accent lilting over the word cathartic. "Well," she began, "it's like you're in control of your fears, you know? You're the protagonist. You get to decide when to confront the scary parts. And when you do, it's like punching your fear in the face and saying, 'Not today, buddy.' It's empowering." Ghostface's voice took on a darker tone. "Ah, the power of the protagonist. How quaint." But she could feel his curiosity, his fear of being understood by someone who knew his kind of horror. The tension was thick, like jelly in a donut, but she pressed on. "So, why don't we make a deal? You tell me what you're really scared of, and maybe we can help you face it." He chuckled, the static of his voice distorting the sound. "Scared? Me? I'm just here for the thrill of the kill, darling." But she wasn't buying it. "Everyone's scared of something. Maybe it's time you faced what's behind the mask. After all, I know how you guys operate." Her dropping of the word guys was a subtle hint that she was knowing more than she let on, but it could equally be construed as a generalization of slasher villains. Ghostface's tone shifted to one of intrigue. "Oh, really? And what's that?" He leaned in closer, the shadows playing across the contours of his mask. Sadboi's confidence took a slight uptick. "You're human, yes?" Ghostface paused, his head tilting slightly to the side as he considered her words. "I suppose, in a manner of speaking," he said cryptically. "Then you have fears," she continued. "Even if you're just a manifestation of someone's fear, you have to have a reason to be here. Something's driving you." The room grew tense, the air thick with unspoken secrets. The French narrator, watching from the sidelines, could feel the tension rising like a crescendo in a horror film score. His eyes flickered between Sadboi and the masked killer, his heart racing with anticipation of the climax of this intense conversation. Ghostface's voice took on a darker, more contemplative tone. "You think you can understand me? You, a creature of the digital world, think you can grasp the horrors that dwell in the human psyche?" Sadboi's eyes narrowed. "I've seen more than you know," she said quietly. "I've lived through nightmares that would make your head spin. Stuff that would make even the most seasoned horror veteran's stomach churn with how brutal those experiences were. Stuff too real to make the cut. But I've also seen the beauty in those dark places. The friendships that form in the most unlikely of circumstances, the strength that comes from facing your fears." Ghostface remained silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Then, with a sinister chuckle, he spoke, "Fear is a powerful thing, isn't it? It can drive people to do things they never thought possible. And yet, you stand before me, claiming to understand it." "I don't claim to understand it all," she replied, her voice steady. "But I know that fear isn't just about the screams and the blood. It's about the moments after, when you realize you're still breathing, and you can choose how to respond. That's what makes us human, even if we aren't species-wise. Humanity isn't just a human thing where I'm from." The French narrator nodded from his perch on a nearby rooftop, his eyes never leaving the tense exchange. He could see the wheels turning in Sadboi's head, her vibe sense picking up on every nuance of emotion in Ghostface's voice. This was a dance of words and feelings, and she was leading it masterfully. But what if fear isn't something to overcome, but something to embrace? Ghostface's tone was now more curious than taunting. What if the thrill of the hunt is what truly drives us? Sadboi took a step closer, her pastel blue hue dimming slightly. "Then you're not living, you're just surviving. And that's no way to live." The air grew thick with anticipation as Ghostface's mask tilted, a silent contemplation of her words. His knife glinted in the moonlight, a stark reminder of the horrors he had brought to this quiet town. Sadboi's hand hovered near her pocket, feeling the comforting shape of her transformation device. The French narrator knew she was ready to fight if it came to that, but she was giving him a chance to understand. To feel something beyond the rush of terror he had grown accustomed to. The conversation continued, a delicate balance of empathy and challenge. Each word, each gesture, was a thread in a tapestry of understanding that Sadboi was weaving with her vibe sense. It was clear that she wasn't just trying to catch a killer, she was trying to save a soul lost in the shadows of fear. As the night deepened, the tension grew palpable. Ghostface's motives remained obscured, but Sadboi's intentions were as clear as the moon in the sky. Her eyes, usually a bubbly blue, had darkened to a deep midnight hue, a sign of her intense focus. The French narrator watched from afar, a silent sentinel, ready to leap into action if the need arose. But for now, the battle was one of words, of hearts and minds. And as the minutes ticked by, it seemed that maybe, just maybe, they were starting to get through to the monster in the mask. The vibe was shifting, ever so slightly, from one of dread to something akin to curiosity. So, Ghostface finally spoke, his voice a low rumble. "You think you can save me?" Sadboi looked him in the eye, unflinching. "I think we can save each other." The words hung in the air, a gentle challenge in the face of the horror that had plagued the town. The French narrator felt his heart swell with hope, his own vibe sense resonating with the sincerity in Sadboi's voice. It was a risk, reaching out to a creature that thrived on fear, but she had come so far in her journey. She had faced her own demons and come out stronger. Perhaps she could do the same for Ghostface. For a moment, it seemed as if the killer was swayed. His knife hand trembled, the blade reflecting the moon's glow with less menace. Then, without warning, the air around him shimmered and he vanished. The silence was deafening. Sadboi's shoulders slumped, her blue color brightening slightly in relief. "Well," she murmured, "that was something." The French narrator leaped down to join her, his own heart racing. "It seems our conversation had quite an effect," he said, trying to keep the excitement out of his voice. "Perhaps we've planted a seed of doubt." Together, they returned to their friends, who had gathered in the town square. The mood was tense, a stark contrast to the usual bustle of Woodsboro. The Guardians exchanged worried glances, their eyes questioning the outcome of the encounter. Sadboi took a deep breath. "I think we've made progress," she said, her voice a mix of determination and weariness. "But we can't let our guard down. We need to find out who's behind these murders and stop them before they claim any more lives." The group nodded in unison, their diverse skills and powers ready to be brought to bear. They had faced monsters before, but this was different. This was a creature born of fear and darkness, and they knew that their usual tactics might not be enough. They had to dig deep, to find the light in the shadows. As they strategized, the French narrator couldn't help but think of the conversations they'd had. The way Sadboi had tried to connect with Ghostface, to show him that fear didn't have to be the only emotion that defined him. It was a powerful message, one that resonated with all of them. And as the night grew later, and the town grew quieter, they knew that the true battle was just beginning. They would stand together, united in their quest for understanding and peace. The Guardians of Synthesis were more than just a team, they were a beacon of hope in a world filled with fear. And they were ready to face whatever the dark had in store for them. As Sadboi planned out the next phase of her scheme, whispers of her confrontation with Ghostface spread throughout the town. The residents of Woodsboro looked at her with a mix of fear and fascination, their eyes filled with questions she wasn't quite ready to answer. But she knew she had to keep moving forward, to keep pushing through the darkness to find the truth. The French narrator suggested that they split up again, using their unique abilities to uncover clues scattered across the town. Pearl and Garnet formed one team, their stoicism and sharp wit a perfect pair for the grim task at hand. Sonic and Tails, brimming with energy, dashed off to question the local teenagers, hoping their youthful charm would loosen some tongues. Keito and the Snatcher remained with Sadboi, their vibe sense heightened as they approached the local video rental store, a place rumored to hold secrets about the killer's identity. The store was a relic of a bygone era, its shelves lined with dusty VHS tapes that seemed to whisper of forgotten fears. The air was thick with the scent of mold and plastic, a stark reminder of the decay that had once been the heart of the town's entertainment. Sadboi could feel an eerie nostalgia wash over her, but this was no time to gush over obsolete tech or old childhood memories. As they stepped inside, the bell above the door jingled mournfully, echoing through the empty aisles. The clerk, a man with greasy hair and a "Welcome to Video Nightmares" apron, eyed them warily. His eyes lingered on Keito's vibesense headphones, a stark contrast to the outdated technology surrounding them. "Can I help you folks find anything?" he asked, his voice a blend of boredom and suspicion. Sadboi stepped forward, her pastel blue eyes scanning the rows of tapes. "We're actually looking for information on the recent Incidents, she said carefully, her voice carrying a gentle calmness that seemed to soothe the tension in the air. We've heard that this place might have some insight into what's been happening. The clerk's expression shifted slightly, his curiosity piqued. Well, you've come to the right place, then, he said, his tone a little less hostile. We've got all the local history on tape around here. But be warned, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. He pointed to a back corner, where dusty VHS tapes lay forgotten. You might find something in the Scream archives. Just don't say I didn't tell you. Sadboi nodded as she looked over to the section, which was spattered with artwork and paraphernalia of the series. She felt a strange kinship with the place, as if it was a part of her own history. Thanks, she murmured, leading Keito and the Snatcher towards the archives. The clerk watched them go, a hint of something unreadable in his gaze. The archives were a maze of dusty shelves and forgotten treasures. Kaito's vibesense tingled as they approached the Scream section, the negative energy palpable. This place has seen a lot of fear, he murmured, his eyes narrowing as he studied the tapes. Sadboi was also looking over the tapes, her eyeholes scanning over the neatly organized boxes, occasionally pulling one of the shelf to read the tape's label. Aha! He takes inspiration from a lot of the slasher-type villains, something horrifying but equally marketable. The subgenre is certainly something of its time. Her focus was on finding any anomalies, like a tape that hadn't been rewound before it was returned. The Snatcher, ever the silent companion, nodded solemnly. His eyes, which were usually filled with a mischievous glint, were serious and focused. Indeed, he said, his deep voice cutting through the quiet, we must be cautious. These tapes could hold the key to understanding our adversary. As they delved deeper into the archives, the air grew colder, as if the shadows themselves were whispering secrets of the town's bloody past. The French narrator, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, spoke up, Guardians, we must not lose ourselves in the darkness we seek to dispel. Remember, the element of synthesis is our beacon. His words served as a gentle reminder of their unity and purpose. Sadboi nodded, not losing sight of her goal. Yes, eyes. Our bonds will be the spark of change. Their search grew more intense as the hours ticked by. The dim light flickered, casting eerie shadows across their faces. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the aisles, sending a shiver down their spines. They froze, their eyes darting around for the source. It's just a tape playing, Squidward said, his voice a comforting rumble. But it does remind me of something important. He paused, stroking his chin with one tentacle. Fear is like a living creature. It feeds on doubt and isolation. If we stand together, we can starve it out. Pearl and Garnet returned with their findings, their faces a mix of determination and concern. We've found a pattern in the killings, Pearl explained. They're all connected to people who've watched a specific tape. Sadboi's eyeholes widened. So, like a Ringu situation? Interesting. Looks like he got some new material, even if it's a little out of date, shall we say. The French narrator nodded solemnly. Oui, quite so. But fear is timeless, and so are its tactics. We must be vigilant and swift. The group exchanged a solemn look before splitting into two teams. Squidward, Patrick, and Sento Kiryu would investigate the victims' homes, while Keito, Sadboi, and the Snatcher would track down the tape. The air grew thick with anticipation as they prepared to face the unknown. Entering the first home, the trio of Squidward, Patrick, and Sento found themselves surrounded by a chilling silence. The walls were adorned with faded posters of forgotten horror films, a stark reminder of the dark past that haunted these streets. Each step they took seemed to echo, amplifying their heartbeats. Squidward's tentacles quivered slightly, a rare sign of his anxiety. You know, he whispered, I never thought I'd be fighting real monsters. Patrick, ever the optimist, clapped a hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, buddy. We've got each other's backs. And, You know, if it gets too scary, we can just pretend we're in a really intense episode of our favorite TV show. Sento chuckled under his breath, his serious demeanor cracking slightly. Let's keep our heads on straight, but a little humor never hurt anybody. His eyes grew distant for a moment, reflecting on his own battles in the Kamen Rider universe. We've faced worse than a mere tape. Their camaraderie was short-lived as a sudden crash echoed through the house. They jumped, their eyes darting to the source, a knocked-over lamp, its shattered pieces glinting in the moonlight. They took a collective breath and pressed on, their resolve stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Keito, Sadboi, and the Snatcher arrived at the abandoned video store, the neon sign flickering ominously. The door creaked open, revealing aisles of dusty tapes, a testament to a bygone era. The Snatcher's eyes lit up, a rare smile playing on his lips. "Reminds me of home," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the whir of the ancient air conditioner. "Home?" Keito asked, his curiosity piqued. The Snatcher nodded. "Before the digital takeover. It's nostalgic, in a way." Sadboi, ever the pragmatist, scanned the shelves. "We need to find that tape. Let's split up and look." As they dispersed, Keito couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The vibes in the air were off. He paused, his hand hovering over a tape titled "Stay Out of the Water." His vibesense tingled, and he turned to find Sadboi staring at him, her colors shifting with concern. "Keito, are you okay?" she asked, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. He nodded, gripping the tape tightly. "I think we've found the source of the fear." His eyes searched hers, a silent promise to protect each other. The tension grew as they approached the back of the store. The air was thick with dread, and even the French narrator's comforting presence couldn't completely dispel the chill. They could feel the malevolence seeping through the very fabric of this reality. Their hearts pounded in unison as they turned the corner, and there it was, a flickering TV set playing the cursed tape on a loop, the image of a twisted face staring back at them. The room was cold, the floor sticky with fear. Sadboi took a deep breath, her colors swirling with determination. "Let's end this." Keito stepped forward, his armor pulsing with power. "Together, we can conquer any fear." The Snatcher nodded, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "But remember, fear isn't always the enemy. Sometimes, it's just the price of admission to a new adventure." The trio stood united, ready to face whatever horrors lay ahead. They were the guardians of synthesis, and together, they would conquer the darkness that had overtaken Woodsboro. "Keep your eyes peeled," Sadboi warned, her voice low and steady. "The mastermind behind this is probably watching us." As if on cue, the static on the TV screen grew more intense, the twisted face morphing into something unrecognizable. The hairs on their arms stood up as a chilling wind swept through the store, knocking over VHS tapes like a wave of malevolent energy. The French narrator hovered closer, his voice a calming presence amidst the chaos. "The element of synthesis will guide us through this," he assured them. They approached the TV, each step heavier than the last. The air grew colder, and the smell of ozone filled their nostrils. The static grew to a crescendo, and just as they reached out to switch it off, the screen flickered to life, revealing the all-too-familiar visage of Ghostface. He taunted them, his voice a mix of digital distortion and human malice. "Welcome, heroes of the multiverse," he sneered. "I've been expecting you." Keito's armor pulsed with anger, the red streaks growing more prominent. "We won't let you harm anyone else," he vowed. Sadboi, however, remained calm. "We're not here to fight," she said, her vibesense tingling. "We're here to understand." Their words seemed to hit a nerve, as Ghostface's image wavered. "Understand?" he spat. "You think you can comprehend what I've become?" The room grew colder, and the air grew thick with the scent of rain. Raindrops pattered against the windows, a stark contrast to the dry, dusty store. The Snatcher's eyes narrowed, his instincts telling him that this was no mere projection. "Keep talking," he murmured to Sadboi. "I'll find the source of the signal." Sadboi nodded, her eyes never leaving the flickering screen. "We all have fears," she said softly. "But we also have strengths. Maybe it's time you remembered yours." The TV screen shimmered, the image of Ghostface fading in and out. The French narrator's eyes lit up with hope. "Your words resonate," he said. "Perhaps there is a chance for redemption." Their conversation was cut short as the room plunged into darkness. The TV's power surged, and the image of Ghostface grew clearer, more terrifying. The air grew colder still, until it was like standing in the heart of a blizzard. "Now," Keito said, his voice a steely whisper. "We fight." The three guardians leaped into action, their forms blurring into a symphony of light and sound. The Snatcher's scythe sliced through the darkness, while Keito's vibesense-enhanced punches echoed through the room. Sadboi hovered above, her element of synthesis glowing a brilliant pink as she searched for a way to purify the corrupted signal. The battle was intense, each blow resonating with the power of their convictions. Ghostface was relentless, his laughter filling the air like a chorus of despair. Yet the guardians remained steadfast, their bonds unbroken. In the end, it was Sadboi's empathetic touch that reached him. Her hand, glowing with the light of the element of synthesis, made contact with the flickering screen. "I know what it's like to be seen as a monster," she shouted, "but I didn't let that define me. Like me, maybe you could prove yourself as something more than just a creature of the night." The room grew silent, even the storm outside seemed to hold its breath. The TV screen flickered, the image of Ghostface contorting into something more human, something more desperate. The power surging through the air dissipated, and the temperature slowly returned to normal. The Snatcher and Keito watched, weapons lowered, as the figure on the screen began to waver, its form morphing into something they hadn't expected. The French narrator spoke softly, "The element of synthesis has found its mark. The true essence of fear, the core of this Ghostface being, is revealed." The flickering image stabilized into a young man, his eyes wide with astonishment. His armor was gone, replaced by torn, blood-stained clothes. The mask fell away, revealing a face contorted by fear and pain. He stumbled back, falling to his knees. Who are you?" Sadboi floated down to stand before him, the light from her element casting a soft glow on his trembling form. "We're the Guardians of Synthesis. We're here to help you find peace." Keito's armor receded, and he offered a hand. "We fight not to destroy, but to save. Join us, and together, we can conquer the darkness within you." The young man looked up, the beginnings of hope flickering in his eyes. My name is Billy." His voice was small, shaky. I don't know if I can be saved." Sadboi took his hand, her own shaking slightly. "Everyone deserves a second chance," she said firmly. "Let us show you the way." The Snatcher nodded in agreement, sheathing his scythe. "We've seen worse, and we've overcome it." With a deep, trembling breath, Billy took their hands. The element of synthesis enveloped him, its warm light washing away the last vestiges of the Ghostface persona. He stood, his eyes clear for the first time in what felt like an eternity. "Thank you," he whispered. The group left the video store, the storm outside now a gentle drizzle. The French narrator hovered over them, a proud smile in his tone. "Your empathy has once again proven stronger than fear," he said. "Welcome, Billy, to the Guardians of Synthesis." Billy looked around at his new companions, a sense of belonging filling the void that had been left by his tormentor. "What now?" he asked, his voice still unsteady. "Now," Sadboi said, a gentle smile playing on her lips, "we continue our journey, bringing harmony to each world we visit." Their mission in Woodsboro was far from over, but with a new ally in tow, they felt a renewed sense of purpose. They had faced fear and offered redemption, a pattern they hoped to repeat in the multiverses ahead. As they walked down the deserted street, the rainbow of their combined powers shimmering in the streetlights, they knew that together, they could conquer any challenge thrown their way. The whispers of fear that had once haunted the town now seemed distant, overpowered by the bond they had formed. And with every step they took, the Guardians grew stronger, their unity a beacon of hope in a sea of chaos. They were not just a group of heroes, they were a family, united by their shared experiences and their desire to bring peace to the multiverse. Chapter 28, Keito's, Clans of the Wild. The next world that the Guardians of Synthesis ended up in was the world of warrior cats. Sadboi had a certain fascination with the books, as her sister, Kaya, read them and pulled Sadboi somewhat into the fandom for a time. But that was years ago, a time before Sadboi's accident changed her life. She knew of the different clans, but she had her apprehensions of approaching any of them. How would they react to a group as diverse as them? Would they be afraid? Sadboi looked around, feeling some comfort of being in the setting of a forest. It was a long time since she's been in nature, but her survival skills were as sharp as ever. She was deep in thought, considering how they would approach the warrior cats clans without causing alarm, when the French narrator interrupted her musings. Ah, les chats de la forêt. The French narrator's voice was filled with excitement, breaking the quiet contemplation of the group. We must be careful to respect their territories and their way of life. Keito nodded, his eyes scanning the trees. We can't just barge in. We need to understand their customs. Indeed, Pearl chimed in, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Perhaps we can learn something from them as well. They decided to approach the nearest clan, Thunder Clan, known for their courage and integrity. The group moved through the woods, their footsteps light and silent, blending with the rustling of leaves and the whispers of the wind. Upon reaching the edge of Thunder Clan's territory, they were met with a surprise, a patrol of cats, their fur bristling and eyes wary. The patrol leader, a sleek grey tom with a distinctive thundercloud-shaped marking on his shoulder, stepped forward. "Who are you?" he demanded, his tail lashing. Sadboi took a step back, her vibesense tingling with their fear and suspicion. She raised a hand in peace. "We are the Guardians of Synthesis," she announced, her voice calm and clear. "We mean no harm. We've come seeking wisdom and friendship." The grey tom, Bramblestar, studied them for a moment before signaling for his patrol to stand down. "The Clan of the Sky has spoken of beings from other worlds," he said, his voice less hostile but still cautious. "We have much to discuss. Follow me." The Guardians followed Bramblestar through the dense underbrush, their eyes wide with wonder at the untouched beauty of the forest. They arrived at Thunder Clan's camp, where the clan members regarded them with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. The clan's medicine cat, Jay Feather, a blind tom with a piercing gaze, stepped forward to greet them. His calmness and wisdom were palpable, and Sadboi felt a kinship with him that she hadn't expected. "We come with no intentions of battle," Keito assured, his vibesense telling him that the clan's fear was rooted in protection, not malice. "We wish only to share our stories and understand yours." Jay Feather tilted his head, listening to their words. "Stories are the threads that weave the fabric of our worlds together," he mused. "I believe we can all learn from one another." The clan leader, Squirrel Flight, called for a gathering, and soon the clearing was filled with cats of all sizes and colors, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. The Guardians introduced themselves and their quest, and the cats listened with rapt attention. Sadboi spoke of her own experiences with fear and isolation, her voice carrying the weight of her past. "We are all bound by our emotions," she said softly. "But together, we can overcome them." The cats murmured in agreement, their tails flicking in contemplation. The French narrator stepped forward, his words echoing in the clearing. "We stand as one, offering aid to those in need, regardless of fur or form. Will you join us, warriors of Thunder Clan?" The cat's eyes grew brighter, and a murmur of excitement rippled through the camp. Bramblestar raised his tail. "We shall consider your offer," he said solemnly. "For now, you are our guests. Rest and share your tales. We have much to discuss tomorrow." The guardians were led to a secluded area of the camp, where they shared a meal of fresh killed prey and warm conversation. Despite the vast differences between them, a bond began to form. Sadboi felt a warmth in her chest, a feeling she hadn't felt in a long time. That night, as they lay nestled among the soft moss, she couldn't help but think of her human family, her siblings who had once shared stories with her under the stars. It was a bittersweet moment, but she knew she had found a new family in her travels, one that accepted her for who she truly was, a cubehead with a heart full of love and hope. The next morning dawned bright and clear, and the guardians awoke to the sound of the forest coming alive. They had much to learn from the warrior cats, and even more to share. But as they broke camp, Sadboi knew that this was only the beginning of their journey. The multiverse was vast, and their quest for harmony had just started. With renewed determination, they set out, their colors shimmering in the early light, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. They had each other, and together, they were unstoppable. The journey through Thunder Clan's territory was peaceful, their paws padding softly on the damp earth. As they moved deeper into the forest, the scent of pine and the distant sound of a waterfall filled the air. The beauty of the warrior cat's world was undeniable, and it brought a sense of calm to even the most battle-hardened among them. Upon reaching the camp, they were met with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. The cats had never seen beings like the guardians before, and their presence was unsettling. But as they shared stories of their adventures and the worlds they had visited, the tension began to ease. The cats gathered closer, their fur smoothing as they listened intently to tales of friendship and triumph. Sadboi found herself drawn to Jayfeather, the blind medicine cat. His wisdom and the way he navigated the world without sight resonated with her own experiences of navigating through the chaos of life. They spoke at length about their unique abilities, and she realized that his lack of sight was not a limitation but a gift that allowed him to see beyond the surface of things. As the day progressed, the guardians trained with the warrior cats, learning their stealthy moves and formidable combat tactics. Keito and Tails took to the lessons with ease, their instincts sharp and adaptable. The Snatcher, however, found it a bit more challenging, his bulky frame not quite suited to the graceful maneuvers required. But with each stumble, the cat's encouragement grew stronger, and he pushed on, driven by the desire to protect his newfound family. The French narrator, ever the diplomat, managed to negotiate an alliance between the Guardians and Thunder Clan. They would share their knowledge and skills, and in return, the cats would help them understand the delicate balance of the warrior cat's world. It was a mutually beneficial agreement that brought a sense of unity to the group. That night, around a crackling campfire, they shared a meal of fresh killed prey and laughed at the Snatcher's failed attempts to catch a rabbit. The cat's purrs of amusement filled the air, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Sadboi felt truly at home. As they lay down to rest, she reflected on the friends they had made and the battles they had fought. Her heart was full, but she knew that the journey was far from over. The whispers of the wind carried the promise of new adventures and the echoes of untold stories waiting to be heard. The French narrator's voice was a soothing lullaby as he spoke of the bonds that unite all beings, regardless of their shape or form. The fire cast dancing shadows on their faces, and the stars above seemed to wink in approval. Tomorrow, they would venture further into the forest, seeking to understand the ways of the warrior cats. But for tonight, they were content, nestled among their newfound allies. The sound of rain pattered gently on the leaves overhead, a comforting symphony that lulled them to sleep. The Guardians of Synthesis had found a brief respite in the clans of the wild, but the call of the multiverse was ever present, urging them to continue their quest. Their hearts swelled with the promise of new alliances and the hope that, together, they could conquer fear and spread harmony across the infinite expanse of worlds. But as the first drops of rain kissed the leaves above their makeshift camp, Sadboi found her slumber filled with vivid, haunting dreams. Her element of synthesis hummed within her, resonating with an ancient and powerful energy emanating from the warrior cat's ancestral spirits. They whispered of a hidden conflict that threatened to uproot the delicate balance of the forest, a discord that even the stoic clans couldn't fully comprehend or combat. In her dream, she saw the spirits of Star Clan, the ancestral cats who watched over the living from a mystical realm. They were troubled, their eyes reflecting a tumultuous storm that brewed in the hearts of their descendants. A shadowy force was tearing at the very fabric of their world, pitting clan against clan, and it grew stronger by the day. The element of synthesis pulsed within her, connecting her to the very essence of the spirit's distress. The ancestral cats beckoned to her, their voices a chorus of whispers. "Guardian, we implore you. Use your gift of empathy to uncover the source of this unrest. Only by understanding the hearts of all beings can true balance be restored." Sadboi awoke with a start, the rain now a gentle lullaby outside her tent. Her eyes searched the dim light, finding the others still asleep, their chests rising and falling in peaceful rhythm. But she knew she could not rest while the warrior cat's world was in turmoil. She slipped out of her shelter and into the damp embrace of the forest, her mind racing with the weight of her newfound mission. The French narrator stirred beside her, sensing her distress. "What troubles you, Sadboi?" With a heavy sigh, she recounted her dream, the words tumbling out like a dam had been broken within her. The French narrator listened, his expression growing solemn as he pieced together the significance of her vision. "We must act," he said, his eyes gleaming with determination. "We shall unravel this mystery and help the warrior cats restore harmony to their world." The guardians gathered around the flickering embers of the fire, their spirits kindled with resolve. They shared their dreams and thoughts, their bond growing stronger with every shared secret and whispered plan. They knew that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but together, they were an unstoppable force. The next day, they set forth into the dense foliage, each one carrying the weight of their new mission like a badge of honor. They approached the leaders of Thunder Clan and spoke of their dreams, the ancestors' cries for help echoing in their voices. The cats, wise and attuned to the whispers of the forest, knew that the ancestors' warnings could not be ignored. The cats led them through the tangled underbrush, their eyes sharp and their steps swift. They spoke of an ancient prophecy, of a time when the clans were one, before the Great Split. It was said that a being with the power of the element of synthesis would come to unite them once more, to face the shadows that lurked in the hearts of all. Sadboi felt the weight of her destiny pressing down upon her shoulders, but she stood tall, her chin lifted. This was what she was meant to do. Her heart swelled with purpose as they approached the hallowed grounds where the ancestral spirits dwelt. The clearing was bathed in an ethereal light, and the air was thick with anticipation. The spirits of Star Clan materialized before them, their forms shimmering like stars against the velvet sky. They spoke of the dark forest, a place of anger and bitterness that grew stronger with every feud and misunderstanding. It was this malevolent force that sought to divide the clans, to feed on their fear and anger. The guardians exchanged solemn glances, their determination unshakable. They would not let the dark forest claim victory. They would stand as one, united by the element of synthesis, and fight for the future of the warrior cats. Their journey was about to take a darker turn, but the light of their unity would guide them through the shadows. Together, they would forge a new destiny, one of peace and understanding. For in the end, it was their love for each other and the worlds they touched that would be their greatest weapon. The guardians followed the ancestral cats through the forest, the rain a constant companion that mirrored the urgency in their hearts. The path grew narrower, the trees leaning in as if to keep their secrets from prying eyes. The dark forest loomed ahead, a tangible presence that seemed to pulse with malice. The air grew thick with tension, and even the most fearless among them couldn't help but feel a shiver run down their spines. As they reached the edge of the forbidden woods, the spirits of Star Clan stopped, their glow dimming. "This is where our guidance ends," they intoned. "The path to harmony lies within the hearts of the living. You must find the source of the discord and bring it to light." Sadboi took a deep breath, her vibesense tingling with the negative energy that saturated the area. "We're ready," she said, her voice strong and clear. "We won't let fear win." The French narrator nodded, his expression a mix of solemnity and resolve. "Indeed, the power of friendship and understanding will prevail," he affirmed, his words resonating with a quiet strength. The group stepped into the dark forest, their eyes adjusting to the gloom. The trees here were twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers seeking to entangle them in a prison of despair. The rain grew heavier, the droplets stinging like tears from a grieving sky. As they ventured deeper, the whispers grew louder, the voices of anger and betrayal echoing through the trees. They found themselves in a clearing, where the shadowy force took shape before them. It was a monstrous creature, made of writhing vines and thorns, each thorn a manifestation of the clan's darkest moments. The creature snarled, its vines lashing out like whips. Keito stepped forward, his vibesense flaring with determination. "We come in peace," he called out, his voice carrying the resonance of 1,000 hearts. "We seek to heal, not to harm." The creature paused, its vines quivering with agitation. Then, it spoke, its voice a cacophony of pain and rage. "You cannot heal what has been broken for generations. The clans are divided, and it is their anger that feeds me." The guardians exchanged glances, each one feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. They knew that to conquer this beast, they must first mend the rifts between the clans. Sadboi reached out with her element of synthesis, feeling the raw, unbridled emotions of the creature. She saw the deep-rooted pain and anger that had been festering for so long. "We understand your hurt," she said, her voice gentle yet firm. "But anger and fear only breed more of the same." The creature recoiled, its form momentarily faltering. It was clear that it had never been offered empathy or compassion before. The guardians took this as a sign of hope, their spirits lifting in unison. They worked tirelessly, using their unique abilities to weave a tapestry of peace. Keito's vibesense allowed him to tap into the creature's core, planting seeds of understanding and calm amidst the chaos. Tail's boundless optimism created a shield of light, pushing back the shadows that sought to engulf them. The Snatcher, despite his rough exterior, offered a gentle touch, reminding the creature of the kindness that existed in the world. The French narrator recounted tales of unity from across the multiverse, his words a balm to the creature's tormented soul. And through it all, Sadboi held the element of synthesis aloft, her heart pulsing with the rhythm of their collective hope. Slowly, the creature's form began to change, the vines retreating and the thorns withering away. It was a painful process, each thorn a reminder of a grievance long held, but the light of the element was unyielding. As the creature transformed, the dark forest itself seemed to tremble. The vines that had once been a prison now unfurled, revealing a path forward that had been hidden by the thicket of anger and bitterness. The guardians watched, their hearts pounding in unison with the creature's painful rebirth. The once monstrous form grew smaller, the thorns giving way to leaves that shimmered with the vibrant colors of healing. The vines coiled around it, wrapping it in a gentle embrace, and from the foliage emerged a creature of pure light. It looked upon the guardians with eyes that held the wisdom of the stars, a stark contrast to the malice it had once known. The creature spoke in a soothing, melodious voice, "Thank you. You have shown me the path to peace. I am the heart of the forest, and I shall strive to heal the rifts that divide us." Sadboi felt a warmth spread through her, the element of synthesis pulsing in rhythm with the newfound harmony. "We will help," she promised. "Together, we can restore balance to your world." The heart of the forest nodded, a smile gracing its ethereal features. "The clans must come together, as one. Only then can the dark forest be banished." With the heart of the forest leading the way, the guardians of synthesis set out to unite the clans. They traversed the land, sharing their experiences and the lessons of unity they had learned from the warrior cat's ancestors. In each clan they visited, they encountered varying degrees of skepticism and hostility. The clans had been divided for so long that the concept of peace was almost foreign to them. But the heart's light was contagious, and as they shared their story, the clan members began to see the truth in their words. The seeds of doubt started to sprout, questioning the necessity of their age-old feuds. The Guardians knew that words alone wouldn't be enough. They had to show the clans the power of unity in action. They proposed a series of joint training sessions and challenges, where the cats could learn to trust one another and work as a team. To their surprise, the leaders of the clans agreed. The training sessions were grueling, pushing the warrior cats to their limits. The Guardians' unique abilities complemented the cats' natural prowess, and soon, they were fighting alongside each other as if they had been allies for moons. Sadboi's vibesense helped navigate the complex web of emotions, ensuring that no one was left behind in the journey towards understanding. As the clans grew closer, the heart of the forest began to mend the rift in the forest. The dark forest retreated, its power waning in the face of the burgeoning unity. The air grew cleaner, the trees more vibrant, and the animals of the forest returned, bringing life back to the once desolate lands. The spirits of Star Clan watched over them, their whispers now filled with hope and pride. The day of the great gathering arrived, and the clans converged at the hallowed moonstone. The tension was palpable, but so was the excitement. The heart of the forest addressed the assembly, its voice carrying the weight of the ancestors' wisdom. We have been blinded by our anger and fear. It is time to lay aside our grievances and walk the path of unity. The Guardians stood beside the heart, the element of synthesis shimmering in the moonlight. Sadboi felt the vibes of hope and determination swelling within her, resonating with the hearts of the warrior cats. This was their moment to shine. The ceremony began, a dance of shadows and light as the clans pledged their loyalty to each other in the heart of the forest. The element of synthesis grew brighter with each vow, the light piercing the remaining darkness. The dark forest was no more, vanquished by the unyielding bonds of friendship and understanding. The warrior cats erupted into cheers, their voices joining with the howl of the wind and the purr of the heart. The Guardians watched, their hearts swelling with pride. They had not only restored peace to this world but had also forged a powerful alliance that transcended time and space. The French narrator spoke, his words carrying the weight of the moment. This is but one victory in a vast tapestry of battles. The multiverse is vast, and there is much work to be done. But together, we stand as beacons of harmony, guiding the way for those lost in the shadows. The Guardians and the warrior cats shared a knowing look, their hearts bound by the thread of friendship. They knew that their journey was far from over, but they also knew that they had found their purpose. With new allies at their side, they would continue to weave the story of peace across the cosmos. The rain had ceased, and the moon shone brightly above, casting its silver glow upon the united clans. The warrior cats looked to the Guardians with newfound respect, and the Guardians returned the gaze with a promise etched in their eyes. Together, they would face whatever the multiverse threw at them, united by the element of synthesis. And as they turned to leave, the whispers of the ancestors followed them, a gentle reminder that they were never alone in their quest for a harmonious existence. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but the Guardians of Synthesis were ready. Each step they took was a declaration of their unwavering resolve to bring balance to the worlds they visited. And with every heart they touched, every alliance they forged, the echoes of their triumphs would resonate through the fabric of the universe, a testament to the power of friendship and the indomitable spirit of those who dare to dream of a better tomorrow. The Guardians of Synthesis emerged from the warrior cat's world, their hearts lighter and their spirits stronger than ever before. They had faced the shadows of anger and fear, and together, they had shone the light of unity upon the land. But their journey was far from over. Chapter 29, Sadboi is Synthesis. The Guardians of Synthesis found themselves in a realm where words and reality danced in a whimsical waltz. The Baba is You world unfolded around them, a landscape of letters and shapes that held the very essence of existence within their confines. Of course, the first thing that the Guardians were met with was a curious quadrupedal creature with smooth, white fur. Sadboi recognized this critter as Baba, the protagonist of the puzzle game she had once enjoyed. The creature looked up at them with innocent curiosity, and Keito took a tentative step forward, extending a hand. "Hello," he said, his voice echoing through the pixelated forest. Baba tilted its head, and the letters around it rearranged to form a new phrase, "You are Baba." The Guardians chuckled at the game's whimsical greeting. As they ventured deeper, they encountered more peculiar characters, each one a delightful puzzle waiting to be solved. They met a sheep that was wall as sheep, a rock that was win as rock, and a flag that was simply you are win. The game's language was a playful dance of syntax and semantics that tickled Sadboi's coding brain. They soon learned that by manipulating the word tiles scattered across the land, they could alter the very fabric of reality. Wall as win turned a simple obstacle into a victory. You are rock transformed Keito into an unmovable force. The possibilities were endless, and the Guardians embraced the challenge with the same enthusiasm they brought to every world they visited. But this realm was not just a playground for their minds, it was a place of deep wisdom, hidden beneath the surface of its whimsy. The creatures of Baba Is You had lived in isolation for eons, governed by the rules of their own reality. Their interactions with the Guardians brought forth questions about the nature of existence and the power of connection. Sadboi, ever the curious one, approached a wise old tree that was your tree. "What does it mean to truly be?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper in the pixelated breeze. The tree's branches swayed, rearranging the letters around it to reply, "To be is to connect, to grow, to change." The Guardians pondered the tree's words as they encountered increasingly complex puzzles. They discovered that by combining their unique abilities with the rules of the world, they could achieve feats that were impossible alone. Tails used his boundless optimism to lift spirits, turning "you are sad" into a "you are happy." The Snatcher's pragmatic touch made wall as stop into wall as go. The French narrator watched with a knowing smile, understanding that this was more than just a game. It was a metaphor for their own journey through the multiverse, how by redefining their limitations and embracing unity, they could overcome any obstacle. "Remember, Mes Amos," he said, "the words we choose shape the world around us. Let us wield them wisely." The Guardians grew more adept at manipulating the word tiles, solving puzzles that once seemed insurmountable with ease. They found themselves drawn to a grand castle, its spires reaching for the digital heavens. Within its hallowed halls, they met the Queen, a regal figure surrounded by the letters of her title. She spoke in riddles, challenging them to think beyond their usual parameters. "To pass my test, you must understand the essence of Baba Is You," she said, her crown glittering with the light of 1,000 pixels. "Find the true meaning of You Are We, and the castle will reveal its secrets." The Guardians exchanged puzzled looks. They had faced monsters and conquered worlds, but this puzzle was unlike any other. They huddled together, the letters of their very beings swirling around them, their hearts beating in sync. It was in that moment that it clicked: their unity was their greatest power. They rearranged the tiles to form a new mantra, "You Are We." The Queen's eyes lit up, and the castle walls shifted, revealing a chamber filled with the essence of every being they had encountered. The Guardians realized that the true victory in Baba Is You was not in conquering the puzzles but in connecting with the hearts of those around them. Empowered by this revelation, they set forth to unite the fragmented world. They helped Baba become you, sharing the joy of their discoveries with the creatures they encountered. Slowly, the realm shifted from a place of solitude to a thriving community, the word tiles forming bridges between the inhabitants instead of walls. The Queen watched with approval as the Guardians worked tirelessly. "You have shown us the true meaning of unity," she said, her voice resonating with the power of their collective growth. "Your hearts are pure, and your spirits unyielding. With this gift, you may pass to the next challenge." The Guardians looked at each other, their eyes shining with newfound understanding. They had not just played a game, they had learned a profound lesson about the strength of their bond. As they stepped through the shimmering portal, they knew that whatever the multiverse had in store for them next, they would face it together, as one. Chapter 30, The Imprisonment of the Gokaigers. The next world the Guardians ended up in was the world of Kaizoku Sentai Gokaiger. The world of this series was known to coexist with the realm of the Kamen Riders, like two sides of the same coin. Sadboi had watched the crossover specials, but she never expected to be in the middle of it all. Her eye holes bounced from the sky to the distant buildings to the sea that stretched out before them, all filled with an array of color and light she hadn't seen in any of their previous adventures. What to do first? Sadboi pondered aloud, probably a little too loudly to be talking to herself. Her synthetic skin pulsed a deep blue, deep in focus yet again. Keito looked over at her, his own eyes scanning the horizon. His transformation into Kamen Rider Synthetix had brought him a newfound sense of purpose, and the thrill of a new adventure washed over him like a wave of electricity. Tsukasa, meanwhile, was remaining vigilant. His last outing with the Super Sentai universe was not particularly pleasant, namely because he and Captain Marvelous were at opposing sides and the two of them were seemingly too caught up in their own ploy of defeating their respective villains to truly comprehend the suffering the two of them were causing. Even though the landscape had healed from the incident, it remained deep in his mind. The French narrator, ever the historian, began recounting tales of the Gokaiger's bravery and camaraderie, filling in the gaps for those who weren't as versed in the Super Sentai lore. The Guardians listened intently, eager to learn and understand the new world they had stumbled into. The narrator spoke of their quest to collect the greatest treasure in the universe, the Ranger Keys, and their battles against the evil space empire Zhang Yak. Sadboi, even through her deep thought, had a rapt attention to his explanations. As Sadboi's eyeholes ping-ponged between the different aspects of her surroundings, she couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Her gaze was mostly drawn to the sky, as she was halfway expecting to suddenly see the Gokai galleon in the distance, but she only saw clouds and the bright azure of the planet's atmosphere. "This isn't right," she murmured to herself, her voice echoing slightly in the stillness of the beach. The vibes of the world felt off. The air was too quiet, too peaceful. The ocean waves crashed against the shore without the usual sound of laughter and seagulls that she had heard in the background of her favorite episodes. The French narrator picked up on the tension in the air, his smile fading slightly. "What is it, Sadboi?" he asked, his eyes scanning the area with a newfound sense of urgency. "The vibes here," she replied, her voice tight with concern. "They're off. Something's not right." Her gaze continued to ping-pong between different points in the sky, hoping that her hunch was wrong. The group exchanged worried glances. "Let's not jump to conclusions," said Sento, his hand resting on the build driver on his belt. "We should investigate first." They split into two teams, one with Sadboi, Keito, and the French narrator heading to the city to seek out the Gokaigers and assess the situation, while the others stayed behind to keep an eye on the beach and the surrounding area. As they made their way into the bustling metropolis, the absence of the Gokaigers' usual heroic antics was palpable. The streets were eerily empty of both humans and Zhang Yak, the buildings untouched by the chaos of battle. The scene made Sadboi's heart sink. As Sadboi used her vibesense to try and pick up the signature of the Gokaigers, she felt something strange. It was as if the very essence of the city itself was crying out in pain. The buildings, the streets, the air, it all resonated with a deep sadness and despair that was unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Her heart raced with worry as they approached the city center. Sadboi's pace quickened, hoping that it wasn't the worst-case scenario. The French narrator spoke up, his voice filled with concern. "Sadboi, what is it that you feel?" His eyes searched hers for an answer, but she only had more questions. "I don't know," she murmured, "but it's certainly nothing good." The team of Sadboi, Keito, and the French narrator ventured through the eerily quiet city streets of the Gokaiger universe. The once bustling metropolis was now a ghost town, with no sign of the Gokaigers or their legendary ship, the Gokai Galleon. The absence of life was palpable, and even the vibrant colors of the buildings seemed to have faded under the oppressive gloom. Sadboi's heart raced. What if something happened to them?" she stuttered, her vibe sense tingling with anxiety. Keito placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, his Kamen Rider Synthetix armor pulsing a gentle blue. "Don't worry, we'll find them," he assured her, his voice firm and reassuring despite the gravity of the situation. The French narrator spoke up, his French accent thick but his words clear. We must remain vigilant, Mess Amos. The silence is troubling. He scanned the desolate streets with a flicker of concern in his eyes. The group pressed on, their footsteps echoing off the empty buildings as they approached the city's central plaza. The sight that awaited them was chilling. The Gokai Galleon, once a beacon of hope, lay in ruins, its once proud sails tattered and torn. Sadboi's pastel blue faded into a ghost white. Oh! Oh my God! She stammered out, her gaze bouncing across the scene. This. Sadboi's words were clearly failing her, unable to properly convey her shock and disbelief. Keito's grip on her shoulder tightened slightly. Calm down, Sadboi, he whispered, his voice a gentle reminder of their shared strength. We need to figure out what happened here. His eyes scanned the wreckage, looking for clues. The French narrator nodded solemnly, his expression a mix of sadness and determination. Sadboi tried to slow her breathing, her voice slightly shaky as her coloration slowly regained its typical hue. Should we check the wreckage first? If something, or someone, is in there, we could get some answers. If there isn't anyone in there, we could check the place where they keep their ranger keys. Either way, we get closer to an explanation. The French narrator nodded, his expression one of understanding. Very well, let us proceed with caution. It seems we have stumbled upon a grave situation. His French accent lent a sense of gravity to his words. They approached the wreckage of the Gokai Galleon, each step feeling heavier than the last. The once majestic ship lay in ruins, a stark contrast to the vibrant cityscape they had encountered in their previous visits. The metal was twisted and charred, as if it had been subjected to an intense battle. Sadboi stared at the damage in shock. It's as if there was some sort of intense air battle. She took a step closer to the wreckage, her heart feeling heavy in her chest. Keito's gaze followed her as she moved, his vibe sense picking up the faint whispers of pain and loss that seemed to hang in the air. We need to be prepared for anything. Whoever did this, they're not just powerful, they're ruthless. The French narrator stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a newfound resolve. Let us not dwell on the horrors of the past, but instead channel our emotions into uncovering the truth. The Gokaigers are strong, they would not fall without a reason. The trio began to sift through the rubble, searching for any signs of life or clues as to what had transpired. The French narrator's tales of unity and friendship echoed in their minds as they worked together, each one driven by their own reasons to uncover the mystery. As they moved deeper into the wreckage, a soft, almost imperceptible sound reached their ears. It was a whimper, a faint sign of life. They hurried toward the noise, finding a young Gokai ranger named Gayakari trapped under a beam. His armor was damaged, and his eyes were filled with a mix of fear and hope as he saw them. Sadboi's eyeholes lit up, and she quietly whispered to Keito and the French narrator. It's Gokai Silver. We have to help him. Sadboi flicked her hands, the motion releasing some of her pent-up emotion. With a grunt, Keito nodded. I've got this. Stand back. His fists clenched, and the red streaks on his armor began to pulse more intensely than ever before. The emotional turmoil of the moment fueled his strength, allowing him to lift the heavy beam with surprising ease. Guy gasped for air as he was freed, his eyes widening at the sight of the unusual heroes. Sadboi's body was shaking with her thoughts, all the things she could say flashing in her mind. She had so many questions, but so little time to get any answers. Guy, she stuttered, her voice shaky, what happened here? Where are the others? Guy took a moment to gather himself, wincing as he sat up. His gaze fell upon the cube head, a look of confusion flickering across his face. Who are you? He croaked. The French narrator stepped forward, his soothing voice breaking the tension. We are the guardians of synthesis, peacekeepers from across the multiverses. We felt your pain and came to offer aid. Keito offered a hand to Guy. We're here to help. Can you tell us what happened to the Gokaigers and the Gokai Galleon? Guy took the offered hand, his eyes still full of shock. They were taken, he murmured, his voice still weak from his ordeal. The Zhang Yak, they came out of nowhere. We fought, we tried, but... He trailed off, the weight of defeat heavy on his shoulders. Sadboi tried to keep her emotions in check, all sorts of emotions coming through her all at once, turning her skin into a display of emotional overstimulation. Taken, she echoed, her vibe sense tingling with the pain and fear that Guy was radiating. We need to find them. Keito nodded solemnly, his eyes focused on Guy. We're with you, Guy. We're the guardians of synthesis, and we're here to help. The French narrator placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Sadboi, we must remain composed. The Gokaigers are strong, and we will not find them if we do not keep our wits about us. Taking a deep breath, Sadboi nodded. Right, we have to stay focused. She glanced around the wreckage of the Gokai Galleon, her mind racing with possible leads. Maybe we can find something in the wreckage that will tell us where the Zhang Yak took them. The group began to sift through the rubble, each one's special abilities coming into play. The French narrator's sharp eyes spotted a glinting object under a pile of metal, which turned out to be a half-crushed Gokaiger key. The sight caused Sadboi's heart to break further, although she tried to remain composed. Sadboi sputtered something out. We need to let the other guardians know. And then, we can regroup and make our next move. Guy's expression was a mix of hope and determination. You guys aren't just tourists, are you? He managed a small smile. You're like interdimensional superheroes. Sadboi nodded vigorously, her horror temporarily forgotten from her excitement at being recognized from someone she valued so highly. We, Guy, said the French narrator with a knowing smile. We are indeed. And we are here to ensure that no one suffers under the Zhang Yak's tyranny. The gravity of the situation settled back into the air like a thick fog. The three of them, Keito, Sadboi, and the French narrator, took a moment to look around the wreckage of the Gokai Galleon, the once majestic ship now a sad, twisted metal corpse on the concrete ground. It was a stark reminder of the seriousness of their mission. Sadboi was scouring the room that would serve as the cockpit in the Gokai Galleon's combined form, a place where the team's heroic bonds were tested time and time again. Seeing such an honorable place in ruin made her heart ache and blood boil. She carefully examined the remains of the ship's wheel, a spot she had seen Captain Marvelous, Gokai Red, stand while directing his crew in so many episodes. Her vibe sense tingled again, something was off about this place. It wasn't just the absence of the Gokaigers that unsettled her. It was as if the very essence of the place was wrong. Her eyes darted around, searching for something she couldn't quite put her finger on. Then, she saw it, a glint of metal half buried under some rubble. It was a Gokaiger key, but not just any key, it was the Gokai Red key. Sadboi cradled the Ranger key in her hand carefully. Her vibe sense could feel the power the key emanated, and she knew that the situation just became more dire. The main Gokaigers had been kidnapped by their enemies, and without their Ranger keys. She then scoured the rest of the room for the other Gokaiger keys, the ones for the rest of the Core 5. Her heart raced as she found each one, the keys to Gokai Blue, Yellow, Pink, and Green. She laid them out on a piece of the ship's dashboard that hadn't been too damaged, her mind racing with thoughts of what could have happened. Keito hovered over her, his vibe sense picking up on the intensity of the emotions coursing through her. What's wrong, Sadboi? It's much worse than I first thought. Her voice carried a grave tone. Sadboi looked up at Keito, her eyes filled with a mix of anger and sadness. The Gokaigers, they've been captured, and their keys, their powers are gone. Not from the keys themselves, but the Gokaigers don't have said keys, as you can see. Keito nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. We need to find them, he said firmly. And fast. Sadboi nodded. I have a feeling that we need to let the other Guardians of Synthesis know, the situation is so grave. We can regroup there and tell them about our findings. The French narrator stepped in, his voice a gentle reminder of their shared mission. Monday Amy, let us return to our allies and formulate a plan to rescue the Gokaigers and restore peace to this world. His words echoed through the wreckage, a beacon of hope amidst the ruins. So the trio, with Guy in tow, returned to the other Guardians of Synthesis who have been keeping watch of the beach. Sadboi spoke up, guys, we've found something, and it's not pretty. The situation we face is very dire. The group gathered around her, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. The Gokai galleon is in ruins, and Guy's the only one we've found so far, she continued, her voice quivering with the weight of the revelation. The Zangyaks have captured the Core 5, with the only thing we could find of them being their Ranger keys. She carefully presented the Ranger keys of the Core 5 Gokaigers in her palm. We need to find them, and before this place falls into further disarray. Her voice took on an urgent tone. Sento Kiryu, also known as Kamen Rider Build, took the news seriously. The Zangyaks are a formidable enemy, known for their cruel tactics and superior technology. We must act swiftly and strategically to ensure our victory. The French narrator nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must channel our collective strengths and knowledge of different worlds to overcome this challenge. Pearl, her eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation, spoke up, we should split into teams again. Some of us can stay here and look for any clues or signs of where the Gokaigers might be held, while others scout the city for any Zangyak activity. The group exchanged determined glances, knowing that their combined efforts would be their best chance at success. Steven Universe, ever the optimist, offered a gentle smile. And maybe we can use our emotions, our empathy, to sense where they might be. Like how Sadboi's vibesense led us to Guy. The group nodded in unison, their resolve stronger than ever. Tsukasa spoke up, realizing that he couldn't let his past run-ins with the Super Sentai universe stop him from helping Sadboi restore something that held so much significance to her. I'll join the scouting team, he said, cracking his knuckles. I know a thing or two about fighting alien invaders. Sadboi's eyes lit up. Yes, eyes. That's a great idea. We'll cover more ground that way. She quickly pulled out a small, glowing device. This is the Vibecom. It's like a tracker for emotions. We can tune it to the Gokaigers' vibes and pinpoint their locations. The group huddled around as she demonstrated the device's capabilities. Sadboi explained further, since we have the keys, then the other Gokaigers should have their changers. If I can properly attune the Ranger keys to the Vibecom, then perhaps we should be able to tap into their changers' communications, since said changers are kinda like those old flip phones. The French narrator leaned in, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Magnificent! Let us divide into two groups then. One to track the Gokaigers, the other to prepare for any Zangyak encounters. Remember, the key to victory is unity and understanding. Sadboi nodded, her cube head bobbling with the movement. Yes, eyes, I just need to make some modifications to the Vibecom for Ranger key compatibility. Her gaze bounced around, this time in excitement rather than fear or unease. Perhaps Guy could help me with navigating with how these Ranger keys work, exactly? Yes, eyes. Guy looked at the device with curiosity, his eyes lighting up. Ah, I see what you're trying to do. It's like tuning into a radio frequency, but for feelings. Let's see. Guy took the Vibecom from Sadboi's hands and began examining it, his mind racing with the complexities of the technology. It's fascinating how your vibesense can be channeled through this device. He spoke with a sense of awe and admiration, his fingers deftly tapping away at the glowing interface. The Ranger keys are indeed like a part of us, so it might be possible to track their unique emotional signatures. While they worked, Pearl spoke up, her voice filled with urgency. We must be cautious, My friends. The Zangyak are a formidable enemy, and they will not take our interference lightly. Sadboi nodded, her expression determined. You're right, Pearl. Let's not underestimate them. She looked to Keito, who was quietly contemplating the situation. Keito, do you think we can find a way to boost the Vibecom's range? We'll need to cover a lot of ground to locate all 5 of the core Gokaigers. Kaito's gaze snapped to hers, a spark of determination in his eyes. I can try to modify the armor's systems to amplify the signal. It won't be easy, but with your vibesense and my tech expertise, we might stand a chance. He turned to Sento Kiryu, the original Kamen Rider build. Sento, I'll need access to your build driver. It's the most advanced piece of tech we have with us, and it might just hold the key to boosting our search capabilities. Sento handed over the build driver with a solemn nod. Do what you must. We need to save the Gokaigers and stop the Zangyak from causing any more harm. With the device in hand, Keito and Sadboi retreated to a quieter corner of the makeshift base. They worked tirelessly, combining their abilities to enhance the Vibecom. The tension in the air was palpable as the other Guardians readied themselves for the impending battles. Sadboi modified the Vibecom to accommodate a Ranger key slot, while Keito worked on the build driver's interface, his eyes flickering with the code that danced across the screen. Guy, his curiosity piqued, hovered around them, offering suggestions from his own experience with the Ranger keys. You know, the keys resonate with the user's soul. If you can tap into that, you might be able to track them from a distance. Sadboi's eyes widened with understanding. Yes, eyes, like a homing beacon for emotions. She inserted a Ranger key into the modified device, and it hummed to life, the red streaks of Kaito's armor pulsing in sync with the energy of the key. It's working. The French narrator called the group together, a sense of urgency in his tone. Gentlemen, ladies, and cubeheads, it's time to deploy. Let us divide into 2 teams, one to track the Gokaigers, the other to engage and distract the Zangyak forces. Pearl, Garnet, and Amethyst formed one team, eager to apply their combined strengths in combat. We'll handle any trouble that comes our way, Pearl said with a firm nod. You 2 focus on the Gokaigers. Sadboi, Keito, and Guy made up the other team, with the modified Vibecom in hand. We'll find them, Sadboi assured everyone, her confidence growing. And we'll bring them home. As the trio set out onto the streets, Sadboi started the search with the Gokai Red Ranger key. Yes, eyes, let's do this, she murmured to herself, her eyes focused on the Vibecom. The device began to pulse with a rhythmic beat, guiding them through the cityscape of the Gokaiger universe. The first stop was a desolate alley, where the Vibecom's readings grew stronger. The air was thick with fear and desperation. Kaito's eyes narrowed as he picked up the vibes. They're here, he murmured, gripping his synthesized weapon tightly. Guy took the lead, his eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of the Zangyak. We have to be careful. The Zangyak are everywhere, he warned. They're not just looking for the keys, they're hunting for the Gokaigers too. The alley opened up to a dimly lit room, where a weakened Captain Marvelous lay, bound in some sort of alien contraption. Sadboi let out a quiet gasp, her eyeholes widening. Her gaze flickered across different aspects of the contraption, her mind racing to understand its workings. Keito stepped forward, his vibesense on high alert. The air was thick with the pain of the captain and the malicious intent of his captors. We have to be quick, he murmured. The Zangyak will be back soon. With a determined nod, Sadboi approached Captain Marvelous. Her hands hovered over the contraption, searching for any weaknesses or levers that would release him. She found a glowing red button and paused. Is this? She whispered, her eyeholes narrowing in focus. Guy's voice was urgent but measured. Yes, press it. But be ready for anything. Sadboi took a deep breath and pushed the button with trembling fingers. The contraption let out a series of mechanical groans and clanks before the restraint holding Captain Marvelous released. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Keito rushed to his side, checking for injuries, while Sadboi hovered anxiously. The captain looked up, his eyes widening in recognition at Guy, a fellow Gokaiger. "Silver," he managed to croak out. What are you doing here?" Guy offered a small, relieved smile. "We're here to get you out, Captain. These two are part of the Guardians of Synthesis." He gestured back towards Sadboi and Keito. As Captain Marvelous took in the sight of the pastel cubehead and the brooding young man in black and red armor, confusion and hope mingled in his expression. "Guardians? Of what?" Sadboi, her eyes wide with excitement, explained, "Guardians of Synthesis. It's a group we started to keep peace across the multiverses, like the Gokaigers, but, with more feelings. And more widespread. Kind of." She spoke as she handed Marvelous his ranger key back before she quickly turned her attention back to the Vibecom and the remaining Gokaiger ranger keys, deciding which one to use in the device next. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Keito took a step forward, his vibesense tingling with anticipation. "We're here to help you get your team back and stop the Zangyak from causing any more harm. Your comrades are in trouble, and we can feel it." His words were sincere, a stark contrast to the emotional turmoil usually reflected in his eyes. The gravity of the situation was not lost on him, nor was the responsibility that now lay on their shoulders to ensure the safety of these heroes. Marvelous looked at them, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar faces before a hint of recognition dawned on him. "You're not from here, are you?" His voice was a mix of awe and suspicion. The French narrator, ever the charmer, stepped in smoothly. "Ah, we are indeed from different worlds, but we share the same noble cause. The unity of hearts, the harmony of spirits, and the protection of all life across the multiverse." His words flowed like a well-crafted sonnet, painting a picture of their grand mission. Captain Marvelous' expression shifted from bewilderment to intrigue. "The multiverse, you say?" He glanced at Guy, who nodded solemnly. "I see. Well, if you're willing to stand alongside us, I suppose we can't refuse such an eclectic group." His eyes twinkled with curiosity, hinting at the adventures that lay ahead. Sadboi decided on finding Gokai Blue next. She inserted the Gokai Blue Ranger key into the Vibecom's Ranger key slot, and the device made a beep as it attuned to the Ranger key's frequency. The display showed a blue signal, which showed Sadboi where Joe Gibkin was being held. "Aha, got a connection," Sadboi murmured, followed by her pointing in a direction based on the signal. "That a way." The trio, now with Captain Marvelous leading the way, moved swiftly through the cityscape, the signal from the Vibecom growing stronger with every step. The buildings were a mix of futuristic and organic, a testament to the blend of technology and nature that was prevalent in the Gokaigers' world. "Stay alert," Captain Marvelous whispered as they approached the location indicated by the Vibecom. The air grew thick with tension, and even the normally jovial Sento couldn't help but tighten his grip on his build driver. As they rounded a corner, they found themselves face to face with a group of Zangyak soldiers, their faces contorted in twisted sneers. The soldiers looked surprised to see them, but quickly recovered, pointing their weapons at the newcomers. The French narrator's voice echoed in their minds, a reminder of their unity. "We come in peace," Captain Marvelous announced firmly, his hand resting on his Gokai saber. "But we will not hesitate to fight if you stand in our way." The Zangyak soldiers snarled, clearly not interested in peaceful negotiations. Sadboi stepped forward, her pastel blue form standing out among the armored figures. She closed her eyes, focusing on her vibesense. The emotions of the Zangyak soldiers were a cacophony of anger and hostility, but she searched for the one thread of fear that would lead them to Joe. "Joe Gibkin," she called out, her voice carrying over the tense silence. "We're here to help." To their surprise, one of the soldiers looked away, a flicker of something akin to doubt crossing his features. It was the opening they needed. With a swift motion, Captain Marvelous leaped into action, slicing through the enemy lines. The Guardians of Synthesis followed close behind, their movements synchronized from their diverse backgrounds in combat. The battle was swift and decisive, a display of their collective strength and strategy. As the last of the Zangyak soldiers fell, Sadboi stepped forward, her attention returning to the Vibecom. The device's light flickered, zeroing in on a hidden chamber nearby. "This way," she urged, her eyes still locked on the screen. The group followed, their footsteps echoing through the dimly lit corridor. The walls were adorned with the remnants of Gokaiger technology, twisted and corrupted by the Zangyak's influence. Sadboi got to work again, looking around the room. She was equal parts fascinated and horrified by the tech in the room, but she ultimately found the release mechanism for Joe. The room was cold and sterile, the only sounds the hum of machines and Joe's muffled whimpers. As the device powered down and the cage-like contraption opened, Joe, or Gokai Blue, as she knew him, fell to the floor, weak but alive. Sadboi disengaged the Gokai Blue Ranger key from the Vibecom, so she could return it. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Don't mention it," Sadboi said, a small smile gracing her lips as she offered him a hand up. "We're the Guardians of Synthesis. We're here to help." The French narrator hovered nearby, his eyes gleaming with pride. "Truly, you are a testament to the power of unity," he said, addressing the entire group. Keito nodded solemnly. "Now, let's find the others." His vibesense was abuzz in his head, pointing towards the next location. "We must be swift and careful. The Zangyak are unpredictable." Sadboi returned the Gokai Blue Ranger key to Joe, and she put the Gokai Yellow Ranger key into the Vibecom. As intended, the device beeped and its display showed a yellow signal. "Yes, eyes," Sadboi murmured. The yellow signal grew stronger as they approached a dilapidated building, the very essence of the Gokaiger's fear and anger emanating from within. The structure was a twisted mass of corroded metal and flickering screens, a stark contrast to the bright and cheerful city they had left behind. "The Zangyak really know how to pick their prisons," Squidward quipped, his tentacles curling around his body in a protective stance. "Agreed," said Captain Marvelous, his gaze sharp. "But fear not, we shall not let it stand in our way." As they approached, the building's doors swung open, revealing a horde of Zangyak soldiers ready for battle. The air grew tense, but the Guardians stood firm, their resolve unwavering. Captain Marvelous took the lead, charging into the fray with a battle cry that resonated with the very fabric of the universe. The French narrator hovered above, providing intel and encouragement, his voice a soothing balm to their anxious hearts. Sadboi, with her vibesense on high alert, scanned the room, searching for any signs of the Gokai Yellow, her eyes narrowing as she pinpointed a faint pulse of despair amidst the chaos. She dashed through the maze of corrupted tech, dodging enemy fire and weaving through the soldiers with surprising agility. Her past traumas had honed her reflexes and instincts, making her an unpredictable and formidable force in combat. Keito, now fully embracing his role as Kamen Rider Synthetix, moved alongside her, his vibesense tuned to the rhythm of the battle. His eyes searched the frenzied mob for the source of the pain, the one who held the key to their victory. The red streaks in his armor pulsed with the intensity of his emotions, a stark contrast to the sleek black that enveloped him. "I've got her," he shouted, pointing to a corner where a young woman with a tattered yellow scarf was being held captive. Her eyes were filled with fear and anger, and Keito knew she was Gokai Yellow. Without hesitation, he sprinted through the battle, using his sound manipulation to create a path of deafening silence around him. The Zangyak soldiers stumbled in confusion as he reached the girl, his fist clenched around her restraints. Sadboi's mechanism assimilation buzzed as she fended off the approaching soldiers, creating a temporary force field from the debris of their fallen comrades' tech. "We've got to move," she yelled to Keito, who nodded gravely. He focused his vibesense, the red streaks in his armor pulsing as he tried to soothe the captive's fear. The girl, named Luca Milfi, met his gaze and a flicker of recognition sparked in her eyes. Together, they fought their way out, the French narrator guiding them through the labyrinthine corridors of the enemy's base. The clang of swords, the zap of energy blasts, and the roar of explosions filled the air, a symphony of chaos and valor. The bond between the Guardians grew stronger with each step they took, each blow they exchanged. Once outside, the group gathered around Luca, who looked at them with a mix of awe and disbelief. You're here to save us?" she asked, her voice trembling. Captain Marvelous stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "We're the Guardians of Synthesis, and we stand for peace and unity," he declared. The French narrator spoke gently, his words weaving a tale of their journey across the multiverses, fighting for the same cause she and her comrades now believed in. Luca's expression softened, and she nodded, accepting their friendship. "Merci beaucoup," she murmured, her eyes glistening with hope. With Gokai Yellow now part of their ranks, the Guardians pushed on to locate the remaining Gokaigers. The Vibecom led them through a series of increasingly treacherous environments, each more twisted by the Zanjiak's dark influence than the last. As they ventured further, they encountered more of the enemy, their numbers seemingly endless. But the Guardians' spirits remained high, their unity unshaken. Their next target was Gokai Pink, who was being held in a dank, water-filled chamber. The air was thick with despair, making it difficult for Sadboi to pinpoint her exact location. "She's here," she said, her voice strained with effort. "But she's scared." The group split up, each taking a section of the chamber to search. Finally, Pearl spotted a flicker of light amidst the murk. Diving into the water, she emerged with a limp form in her arms. It was a hymn de famille, Gokai Pink, her eyes wide with fear. The French narrator coached them through calming her down, and as they did, the light from their combined elements of harmony grew brighter, piercing the gloom. Ahim's eyes fluttered open, and she looked around in bewilderment before focusing on the kind faces of her rescuers. The Guardians exchanged relieved smiles, knowing they were one step closer to reuniting the Gokaigers. The French narrator spoke to Ahim in a soothing tone, explaining their mission and the importance of their unity. As the light grew, so did her resolve, and she nodded firmly. "I will fight alongside you," she said, her voice steady. The group continued their quest, the French narrator's words echoing in their minds, "We are the Guardians of Synthesis, and together, we are unstoppable." The stakes grew higher with each rescued Gokaiger, but so did their determination to restore peace to the universe. They knew that together, with their unique abilities and unyielding empathy, they could overcome any challenge that lay ahead. The Vibecom beeped again, this time signaling Gokai Green's distress. The Guardians, now a formidable team with Guy, Captain Marvelous, Gokai Blue, Gokai Yellow, and Gokai Pink, followed the signal into a dense jungle, their footsteps silent on the mossy ground. The air was thick with the scent of rain-soaked leaves and the faint echo of distant battles. Sadboi's vibesense tingled with anticipation as they approached a clearing. In the center, a holographic projection of Captain Barlog played out a taunting message. "You seek the Gokaigers in vain," he jeered in the language of the Gokaiverse. "Your efforts will be your downfall." Sadboi huffed. She knew better. The team split into pairs, with Keito and Sadboi taking point, their eyes peeled for any signs of a trap. "We must stay vigilant," Keito warned, his voice a low murmur. "Barlog is cunning." Sadboi nodded, her pastel blue skin darkening slightly as she focused her vibe sense. The others fanned out, each pair combining their unique abilities to search the jungle. The French narrator hovered above them, his narration a soothing backdrop to their tense mission. A rustle in the underbrush caught their attention. Kaito's vibe sense spiked with fear, and he raised a hand for caution. The foliage parted, revealing a figure slumped against a tree, bound in vines that writhed with dark energy. "Dawn!" Gokai Yellow exclaimed, recognizing Gokai Green, "Doc!" The team rushed over, and Sadboi began to carefully cut through the vines with a pocket knife from her survival kit. The vines shrieked and retreated, releasing their grip. Doc groaned, his eyes fluttering open. His armor was cracked and his body bruised, but the sight of his comrades brought a glimmer of hope to his eyes. "We've got you," Keito assured him, helping him to his feet. Doc managed a weak smile. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice hoarse from disuse. The French narrator's gaze fell on the Gokaigers, a proud smile ghosting across his lips. The jungle was eerily silent around them, as if the very air was holding its breath. The group moved cautiously, the French narrator's story of unity echoing in their minds. Sadboi kept her eyeholes peeled, knowing better than to lower her guard in the middle of a place like this. As they made their way deeper into the foliage, the air grew thick with anticipation. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and a monstrous roar resonated through the trees. The French narrator's smile never wavered as he spoke, his words a gentle reminder of the strength they held together. "The path ahead may be fraught with danger, but fear not, for your hearts are bound by the element of synthesis." The source of the disturbance emerged from the shadows, a hulking beast, a twisted amalgamation of vines and mechanical parts, a creature born from the corrupted essence of the Gokaiger's world. Captain Marvelous stepped forward, his fist clenched. "We must defeat this monstrosity," he exclaimed, his voice filled with determination. The Guardians exchanged nods, understanding that this was a testament to their unity and the power of their bond. The battle was fierce, with each member showcasing their unique talents. Sadboi's vibesense allowed her to predict the beast's movements, while Keito's Kamen Rider Synthetix form unleashed a symphony of destructive sound waves. The combined might of the now reunited Gokaigers and the Guardians of Synthesis painted a vivid display of color and power against the jungle backdrop. The creature, initially overwhelming, began to falter as their collective strength grew stronger. Sadboi noticed something peculiar amidst the chaos. A faint pulse of energy resonated within the creature, a pulse that matched the frequency of the Gokaiger's ranger keys. "Guys, it's the power of the rangers," she exclaimed. "We have to save it from this corruption." The group paused, recognizing the importance of this revelation. The French narrator nodded solemnly, his eyes gleaming with understanding. With renewed purpose, they altered their strategy, focusing on purifying rather than destroying. The French narrator began to weave a tale of unity and redemption, his words echoing through the jungle, resonating with the beast's core. "Listen to us," Sadboi called out, her voice a gentle melody amidst the cacophony. "You are not a monster, you are a guardian of this world, corrupted by a great evil. Let us free you from this torment." The creature's movements grew erratic, as if it were fighting an internal struggle. The vines that made up its body writhed and contorted, revealing the gleaming metal beneath. Keito stepped forward, his Kamen Rider Synthetix armor pulsing with a soothing rhythm. He reached out, his vibesense reaching deep into the creature's core. "I can feel it," he murmured, "their power, it's still within you." His eyes met Sadboi's, filled with determination. "We'll get them back." The creature, now recognizing the ranger's energy, roared in anguish. It thrashed wildly, and the vines grew denser, wrapping around the Guardians. Captain Marvelous, seeing his comrades in distress, leaped into action. "We stand as one," he shouted, the Gokai galleon appearing in a flash of light. The combined power of the Gokaigers and the Guardians of Synthesis surged through the creature, and the vines began to recede. The French narrator's voice grew stronger, his story of unity resonating with the beast. The vines that bound the Gokaiger's power grew weaker, and the corruption started to dissipate. The creature's form shifted, revealing the Gokaiger's original Zangyak enemies beneath the twisted plant life. "Together, we can overcome this," Sadboi assured, her vibesense reaching out to comfort the trapped souls. Keito, as Kamen Rider Synthetix, stepped forward, his eyes glowing with resolve. His vibesense honed in on the purest form of anger within the creature, a rage born from fear and pain. He raised his Synthetix driver and shouted, "Synthetix ride!" The armor around him pulsed with red and black energy, the very essence of his own tumultuous emotions. He knew this battle was not just about brute strength but about understanding and calming the turmoil within. The creature, now weakened, roared in defiance. The French narrator, seeing the opportunity, urged them to act swiftly. Now, children of the digital age, let the power of your hearts resonate with the very fabric of this world. His words were like a sonnet, a gentle push that resonated deeply with Sadboi's core beliefs. She nodded, her eyes determined, and with a deep breath, she called upon the element of synthesis. A soft blue light emanated from her, mingling with the fiery red of Keito's vibesense. The Gokaigers watched in amazement as the two approached the creature. The vines that had once been a prison now writhed in response to the soothing aura that enveloped the jungle. The Zangyak inside the creature seemed to be fighting against the corruption, their cries for help echoing in the air. Sadboi reached out her hand, the light from her element reaching the creature's core. "We're here to help," she said softly, her voice carrying the weight of 1,000 kind words. The creature's eyes, once filled with malice, now searched for understanding. It felt the warmth of Sadboi's emotion and the power of the element of synthesis. Slowly, it began to relax, the vines loosening their grip. The French narrator stepped closer, his voice a gentle whisper. "Let go of your fear, your anger. Join us in creating a world of harmony." The creature's form shifted again, revealing the core of its being, the purified ranger's powers, now free from the corruption. The Gokaigers gasped as they saw their friends, no longer tormented but standing tall and ready to fight alongside them. The French narrator's story had reached its crescendo. The unity of the Guardians of Synthesis and the Gokaigers created a wave of emotion so strong it seemed to cleanse the very air. The creature, now a symbol of hope rather than despair, bowed its head in respect. The Guardians had not just won a battle but had turned a foe into an ally. Captain Marvelous looked at Sadboi with newfound admiration. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Your empathy has saved us all." The jungle grew quiet, the tension of the battle dissipating into the night air. The Gokaigers, now reunited, looked at the Guardians with a newfound camaraderie. Together, they had faced a powerful enemy and come out stronger. The French narrator looked at them all, his eyes gleaming with pride. "This is what it means to be a guardian of harmony," he said. "To find peace where there is discord and to unite where there is division." The group stood together, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The French narrator's story had taken them to new heights, and the bond they had formed was unshakable. The Gokaigers had found new allies in their quest to protect the universe, and the Guardians had discovered that their hearts had the power to change even the most twisted of foes. As they made their way out of the jungle, the stars above shone down, a testament to their unity and a promise of the adventures still to come.